Stanislav Ortmeyer. Unexpected Consequences. Yakutsk. Deep night. An old UAZ, rattling loudly, was heading down the road toward the city. A young man was behind the wheel. He didn't want to stop before reaching the city, but the fuel gauge was practically empty. He began to slow down. Why did he pull the car over to the side of the road every time he needed to fill up? Was he afraid of disturbing passing cars? That was unlikely. He drove for a long time without encountering a single car. It was more of a habit, like reaching into your pocket for your cell phone to check the time, even though you've been wearing a wristwatch for a couple of days. Oh God, how tired he was. Tired of constantly looking back. Tired of driving cautiously past houses like some frightened animal. And here he had to make an emergency stop. There was open space here, so there wouldn't be any unexpected encounters. Arkady, that's the guy's name, got out of the car and pulled a gas can from the trunk. It was a good thing he'd stocked up on gas beforehand. Otherwise, he'd have had to walk to Yakutsk, which was the last thing he wanted. He felt more or less safe in the UAZ. He felt safe, especially because he had a loaded double-barreled shotgun on the seat next to him. It was a 12-gauge shotgun with a chrome barrel and a choke tube. A gift from his father for his coming of age. Every man should go hunting at least once in his life, his father had told him. Arkady wasn't too keen on the idea at first. How can anyone get pleasure from killing animals? He'd asked himself back then. But his opinion on the matter changed dramatically the first time he went duck hunting. He was so overcome with excitement that he didn't even want to go home. All winter, he dreamed of getting out of the city and hunting to his heart's content. And so, 2 weeks ago, toward the end of summer, he joyfully left the city for a neighboring ulus. His cousin Vasya lived there, and he invited him hunting. They spent several days in the taiga, staying in a hunting lodge 2 hours' drive from the village. And at the end of this trip, having loaded their old UAZ with game, they returned satisfied to the village. They were looking forward to the reaction of their relatives, surprised by the outcome of this expedition. But, upon arriving at the village, they saw something completely different. Arkady closed the gas cap and tossed the can back into the trunk. Before getting into the car, he glanced toward the city. From here, the town seemed quiet and deserted. But that could be normal at this time of day. The hope that there might be people out there in the city never faded. After all, where else if not there could there be survivors, people who could answer the question that had long tormented him. What's going on? Arkady opened the car door and suddenly heard sounds behind him. He turned around. A silhouette was moving 100 meters down the road he'd come from. Arkady reached into the cabin and pulled out his shotgun. He checked to make sure it was loaded and cocked the hammer. The silhouette was slowly but surely approaching him. He was about 50 meters away. "Stop! Who goes there?" Arkady shouted, pointing his gun at the strange guest. The man, and this creature was precisely that, responded only with a short growl and began to walk faster toward the boy. He moved with small steps, his whole body swaying, like a drunk trying to get home. Arkady quickly scanned the area to make sure this unexpected guest was alone. And all the while, he kept his sights on the man. "Do you hear? Stop!" Their distance from each other had closed to 20 meters, but the man showed no sign of stopping. Arkady took aim at the silhouette's head, took a deep breath, and exhaled, pulling the trigger. The noise of the shot cut through the silence, and the man hit the asphalt. 10 seconds passed, but the body didn't move. Arkady, without lowering the gun, slowly began to approach the prone figure. When he reached a distance of 3 meters, he realized the man was dead. Dead for a long time. His face was pale and covered in bloody tears. A blue tongue protruded from his gaping mouth. The corpse's face was contorted, as if in agony. Arkady shuddered at the sight. He had seen these creatures many times, but such a sight always filled him with fear. He turned away and walked back to the car, and then he heard the roar again. He spun around abruptly and aimed the gun at the body, but the corpse remained where it was. A shiver ran down Arkady's spine. He turned his head to the left. There, at the edge of the road, a few meters away, stood another man with lacerations on his face. Black, glittering eyes stared predatorily at him from sunken sockets. The creature crouched and leaped at Arkady. Horrified, Arkady quickly aimed his rifle at the attacker and fired without aiming. The man fell flat on his face with a dull thud, falling to the ground before he could reach him. Looking around, Arkady noticed 3 more creatures approaching from the opposite shoulder. "Where the hell did you all come from?" the boy shouted at them, breaking open the gun and freeing it of the empty shells. He rummaged through his pockets and realized he'd left the bullets in his jacket. Cursing himself for his stupidity, Arkady was about to run toward the car, but then someone's hands grabbed his leg. Looking down, he saw that the corpse lying near his feet was still alive and frantically trying to bite off his leg. Panicking, the boy began to thrash his leg and, with incredible effort, managed to free it from the corpse's grip. Jumping away from it, he turned toward the 3 attackers. In that short time, the creatures had managed to close in on him, within jumping distance. Arkady dove to the right, dodging them, and rushed toward the car. His thoughts raced through his head. What should he do? Try to get the bullets out of his jacket, or get in the car and drive away before these creatures got to him? When he reached the open door of the UAZ, he hadn't yet made up his mind and hesitated for a second. Then another creature jumped out from in front of the car and fell on him with all its weight. The impact knocked Arkady off his feet and he fell. Cold hands pinned him to the ground, and he felt a painful bite on his left shoulder. He screamed and pushed the one who bit him aside, but then the other creatures arrived and pinned him down. He began screaming and struggling to get free of the cold hands, but it was no use. Arkady felt himself being bitten again, and then he realized he was going to die. Die without ever reaching the city. Die without ever knowing what was happening here. Lost in these thoughts, and practically ceasing to try to free himself, he didn't even hear screams nearby, followed by several shots. Then he passed out. "Why aren't the lights on in the windows?" Arkady asked in surprise. "They must have cut the power again," Vaska replied. "They do that every summer. A routine check of the power grid, so we don't have to worry too much about it over the winter." Arkady nodded, understanding. The lack of light upset him a little. He'd really wanted to watch TV. Even though he only got a couple of channels here, he'd be pleased to sit in front of a bit of civilization. They left the hunting lodge sometime after 3 in the afternoon, having spent the morning packing and cleaning up after themselves. Halfway to the village, the car got stuck in the mud, and it took them forever to get it out. Finally, after midnight, they pulled into the village. Despite their extreme fatigue, they felt rejuvenated at finally reaching home. "Will you open the gate?" the brother asked. "Yes, of course," Arkady responded. and when the car stopped, he got out. Vaska drove the car into the yard and turned off the engine. Arkady headed toward the house where their relatives were waiting. "Where are you rushing to?" his brother shouted at him. "Can't wait to see your parents?" Arkady was embarrassed. "What? They must have already arrived from the city to see you." "Oh, Arkasha, this won't do," Vasya began cheerfully. "First of all, we need to put our things away. Don't they teach you anything in the city? And the family will come out to greet us themselves if they miss us." Arkady, who was already climbing onto the porch, turned back and helped his brother drag things from the car into the shed. "It's too quiet," Vaska said in surprise, looking around. "Maybe our clocks are slow. Maybe it's the middle of the night." "No, I'm talking about dogs. They usually bark when a car passes by at night." "Well, that means they decided to take the day off today," Arkady joked. "They're probably tired of barking at every passerby." "Maybe," the brother chuckled. Having finished their business, they headed toward the house. Vasya seemed uneasy about something, and this feeling was transmitted to Arkady. Carefully climbing the steps, his brother paused at the door and listened. Not a sound came from the house. "They're probably asleep," Arkady thought. When they opened the door, a rotting smell wafted out. Vasya ran into the dark house. The front door led directly to the kitchen where, on the floor, lay the remains of decomposed corpses. "Oh my God!" Vaska cried out. "Dad? Mom?" Despite the disfigurement of the corpses, he recognized them immediately. Bending over the bodies, he reached out to his parents' remains, but pulled them back without touching them. Arkady crouched down next to them and pinched his nose, as the smell of carrion was so strong. No, it wasn't them, he tried to reassure his brother. This couldn't have happened to them. "It happened," Vaska roared. "They're dead. Who could have done this to them? What kind of beast could have done this?" The brother began to sob, sitting over his parents' bodies. Then someone came out of the next room. They both looked up and saw whoever entered. Arkady's father stood there. His face was pale and covered in sores. Arkady stood up and tried to approach him, but his father growled and pushed him to the floor. Caught off guard, the son didn't even resist, but lay there, staring in bewilderment at his father's face. His father opened his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth, and tried to bite him. "Arkasha!" his brother shouted and threw the attacker to the floor. Father quickly rose and pounced on Vasya. His brother, struggling against him, stumbled backward, then slipped and fell. Arkady saw him hit his head hard on the edge of the heavy table and sprawl lifeless over his parents' corpses. Dad immediately pounced on Vasya's body and bit a chunk out of his neck. Arkady, who had been lying on the floor the entire time, screamed and quickly rose. His father turned at the scream and, from the same position, pounced on him. The boy, seeing what had happened to his brother, didn't even know how he dodged the attack. He braced his back against the kitchen table, and his hand fumbled for a knife. When his father tried again, Arkady stabbed him in the chest. When his father froze in his arms, he shoved him back, leaped over his body, and ran out of the house. Taking a breath of fresh air, he began to think about what had just happened. Returning to the house was terrifying. After all, there were bodies lying there. And his father. "What have I done?" Arkady was horrified. "I killed my father." The thought completely baffled him. He stood outside the house for a long time, trying to collect his thoughts. "I need to tell the people," the boy realized after much reflection. He ran straight to the neighboring house. Jumping over the fence, he found himself right at the door. "Hey, open up," he shouted, banging on the door. "Is anyone home? Open up." But no one answered the door. After knocking for a few more minutes, he realized there was likely no one inside. He headed to the next house. There was no answer there either. The smell of rot emanating from the house through the broken window told him that everyone inside had also been killed. Arkady began to regain consciousness. Opening his eyelids, he couldn't see anything at first except a bright light. As his eyes adjusted, he turned his head toward the source of the light. It was a window, revealing a clear sky and a bright sun. Arkady lay there, staring at the heavenly body, trying to remember what had happened and how he had ended up here. At first, his memories were hazy. He seemed to be driving somewhere, but he didn't know where. Then he stopped at a gas station. No, actually, that wasn't it. He seemed to be filling up from a can. Aha, then, he racked his brain. And then, all the events of the previous night came flooding back to him. How those creatures had attacked him, how he had fought them off and tried to get to the car. And then he realized his left shoulder was hurting, right where he'd been bitten. Arkady reached out with his good hand to check the wound. But to his surprise, his fingers brushed against some rough material. He turned his head and saw that his left shoulder was bandaged. Looking around, he realized he was lying in a room. Judging by the furniture, this was likely a bedroom. He couldn't figure out how he'd gotten here, even though he remembered the events in almost every detail. Perhaps he'd finally managed to fight off those creatures last night and reach the city? Perhaps. But Arkady dismissed that theory, as he didn't know how to bandage wounds, let alone so carefully. He glanced at his shoulder again, wondering if he'd imagined it bandaged. But the bandages were still there, standing out in their whiteness. So someone had dragged him out of there. And that person had brought Arkady here, not forgetting to treat the wounds on his body. What else did they bite me for? He raised his head and found his right leg also bandaged, just above the knee. Arkady leaned his head back on the pillow and lay there for a moment. Then, after much deliberation over whether to raise his voice to let his rescuer know he was awake, or whether it would be better not to attract the attention of any creatures that might be nearby, he decided on the former. After all, his rescuer couldn't have gone far, abandoning the victim to his fate. "Hey!" Arkady called out uncertainly. "Is anyone there?" Footsteps were heard behind the closed bedroom door. The door opened, and a man peered in. He was a muscular guy wearing an unbuttoned sports jacket over his bare chest. He also wore bright green pants. It was hardly a stylish outfit, even without the pointed shoes, which had once been black but were now more of a worn gray. "What are you yelling about?" the boy asked angrily. "Are you tired of living?" "Oh, no," was all Arkady could answer. "I just woke up and—" "So what? You decided to run into those creatures again?" He seemed angry at the shouting. Arkady decided his actions had been foolish and privately regretted not lying quietly until his savior came in person. At this time, the guy turned his head back, showing a tattoo on his neck in the form of the inscription, Titan. "Christ," he said to someone in the next room. "He's come to his senses." Hurried footsteps approached from the other room, and a second man entered. He squeezed through the small space between the door frame and the muscleman. The guy must have thought this was funny, and he chuckled. The man who entered was about 40 years old, but despite his age he seemed small next to the muscle man. His glasses and clean white shirt and jeans made him look like an office worker. His white, delicate hands and face only confirmed this assumption. "How are you feeling?" the man asked. "Does it hurt? Are you dizzy? Let me check your wounds." He spoke very quickly, seeming to interrupt himself constantly. His hands began frantically removing the bandages from Arkady's leg. His movements were swift and deft. "Who are you?" Arkady decided to speak. "Did you save me?" "Ah, yes," the man responded. "We fought you off the creatures. There were a lot of them. They almost killed you. My name is Christopher, but call me Christ. It's shorter and faster." He finished unwrapping the bandages and examined his leg. His eyes quickly scanned the wound. He nodded affirmatively and began to reattach the bandage. "That's Lev," he pointed without looking back at the door. "He's strong. He brought you here. He swore, but he carried you." Arkady looked at the boy, who was still standing by the door. Their gazes locked. Lyova looked at him appraisingly, not breaking eye contact. When Arkady couldn't resist looking away and said, "Thank you," Lyova chuckled again. "A simple thank you won't do. You're a pain in the ass," he said, then turning to Christopher and asking in a feigned plaintive voice, "Is that right, doctor?" "Leva, please," the man answered. "Wake up Valentin Pavlovich." The guy gave him a hard look, but turned and walked away, stamping his feet with each step. "The wounds are clean. There's no infection," Christopher stated. "In a couple of days, you'll be able to move around." "Are you a doctor?" "Yes, the on-call therapist. I used to be there. Before that." "What happened here?" Arkady asked. The questions that had been tormenting him. But he couldn't find an explanation for them. "Why, all these people?" Before he could finish, two men and— "How are his wounds, Christopher Yuryevich?" "Everything's fine, Valentin Pavlovich," the doctor reported. "A few days, and everything will heal. The main thing is rest. No strain." "Excellent," the old man smiled. "Please accept my sincere gratitude, Christopher Yuryevich, for your concern for the victim." After receiving a few quick, "Oh, what are you saying, it's not worth it," he turned to Arkady. "What is your name, son?" "Arkady." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Arkady. You've probably already met our esteemed comrades and know my name, but allow me to introduce myself anyway. I, Valentin Pavlovich Korbut, used to teach Russian speech culture and public speaking at universities, now retired." Arkady wouldn't have been surprised if the old man had bowed deeply now. But despite his cultivated manner, he behaved quite simply. If you listened to him with your eyes closed, you'd think you were hearing some 19th century nobleman. But just look at him and you'd see that he was a perfectly ordinary man. Listening to Valentin Pavlovich, Arkady immediately felt a deep affection for him, as the old man seemed pleasant and calm. Unlike those two, the dumb muscle man and the nervous doctor. "Arkady, if you don't mind, answer one question," Valentin Pavlovich asked. "How were you able to survive that terrible act of war?" "An act of war?" the boy answered. "So this is all happening because of the war?" "Didn't you know about this?" the old man asked in surprise. "No, I was in the taiga for 2 weeks." "I see. It didn't reach the taiga," Christo rattled off. "Only the city is infected. There was a suspicion. Now there's confirmation. Maybe there are more people out there. We need to check." "That's a good idea, Christopher Yuryevich," Valentin Pavlovich agreed. "But it wouldn't hurt to have a little something to eat beforehand. If you don't mind, I'll just step out for a bit to make us all some tea." Over tea, Arkady told how he and his brother encountered these creatures when they returned from hunting, and how he left that place in hopes of finding other survivors. From Valentin Pavlovich and Krista, he learned that a foreign country, which had recently been in conflict with Russia, had decided to launch a biological attack on its cities. Our spies, who had managed to uncover the enemy's plans, warned of the potential threat. Consequently, Russia took several measures to ensure national security. One of these measures was obtaining a vaccine that could protect the population from the deadly virus. And when the Russian government received a signal from spies that the enemy was about to strike, they ordered doctors to begin vaccinations. But since the new drug was being studied virtually blind, the vaccine's effectiveness could not be verified. All that was known was that the vaccine itself did not cause any side effects in humans. Therefore, within a few days, virtually the entire country's population was vaccinated. When military action began, the enemy was able to strike Russian cities with chemical bombs, including Yakutsk. In theory, an infected person would die within 3 to 4 days. This is what happened to those who failed to get vaccinated or refused. And those who were vaccinated, due to the combination of the disease and the vaccine leading to unforeseen consequences, turned into walking dead. This is what Christ called them, because he was observing them. He noticed that if the creatures went without food for several days, their bodies began to decompose, while still showing signs of life. Although the creatures had once been intelligent beings, their brains had deteriorated due to the disease, retaining only primal animal instincts. They wandered the streets all day long in search of food. Arkady was surprised to learn that these creatures are more active in sunlight. It's strange. I always thought that they should be afraid of the light. Where do you draw your conclusions? Christ asked him. From movies? From horror stories? Well, yes. This, if you'll excuse the expression, is all fairy tales, Valentin Pavlovich began. Everything people have seen on television and everything they've been told is just the fruit of human imagination, with no scientific evidence to back it up. Absolutely right, Christ agreed. Man is afraid of the dark, and he's afraid of monsters. They eat people, and the scariest thing is a monster in the dark. Show business takes advantage of this, lots of money. Ah, indeed, they are the same as other diurnal animals. After all, they used to be people who weren't afraid of our sun. So, we only come out at night, Leva spoke for the first time at the table. We hunker down in corners, like ninjas, only moving when no one's around. Why are you leaving the shelter? Arkady asked, addressing the old man and the doctor, but then it was Leva who spoke up. To look for living people, he snapped. Why do you think we're wandering the streets? Because we like hanging out with these freaks? Come on, Lyova, said Valentin Pavlovich. Why are you being so insolent to our dear comrade? He simply asked a question that interested him. Leva, who had begun to get worked up, calmed down a bit. Arkady realized that while the muscle man had ridiculed the doctor in every way, he respected the old man. And perhaps that was the only thing keeping him in this company. Meanwhile, Christ was explaining to Arkady at lightning speed the purpose of their nighttime raids. They were looking for food and essentials, such as medicine, clothing, ammunition, and so on. But the main objective was to search for survivors. So far, they had checked every area from the power plant to the old city. Tonight, they planned to scout the central districts. They decided not to take Arkady with them for now. But once his wounds healed, he could, if he agreed, help them in the search. When the sun set, Valentin Pavlovich, Krista, and Leva prepared to leave. They left Arkady some food and a few belongings. The old man warned Arkady that they might be delayed, in which case they would wait another day elsewhere. But they were to return to him within 2 days. The main thing is, don't leave the apartment, the old man advised him, and try not to attract the creature's attention. But you don't have to worry about them getting in here. The doors are iron and the windows are strong. But if you gather a crowd of creatures around the house, it will be difficult for us to get through them when we return. Christ, in turn, showed Arkady how to bandage the wounds and what medications to take during their absence. He explained that the wounds weren't very serious and would heal soon. The main thing was to take the medications on time. Even Lev, who hadn't particularly liked him, shared his ammo with the words, "This is for your amusement. If you get bored, you can take out a couple of zombies from the balcony." He caught Valentin Pavlovich's disapproving look, not understanding his humor. Wishing Arkady good luck and a speedy recovery, the trio left the apartment. After a while, they passed beneath the shelter's windows, heading toward the center. Arkady watched as the silhouettes of his rescuers disappeared behind the gloomy neighboring buildings. He found himself alone again. When he realized there was no one left alive in the village, Arkady got into the old UAZ he and his brother used for hunting and drove out of the village. He decided to reach another settlement where he could tell people what had happened. But a deathly silence hung over every village and hamlet he encountered. There wasn't a single passerby on the streets, and the houses seemed abandoned. Arkady was afraid to get out of the car and knock on doors. After leaving the third village, the road became paved, and soon he reached the highway running from the regional center to Yakutsk. Deciding that reaching the first village would be quicker, he turned right. The road was straight and level, something the capital clearly lacked, allowing the UAZ to pick up speed. This caused the car to rattle and shake loudly, making it feel like it was about to fall apart. Despite this, Arkady, driven by fear, pressed the gas pedal to the floor. He'd flown for several dozen kilometers when he spotted a foreign car on the side of the highway. Its hood was open, and its owner was standing nearby, waving. Arkady, delighted to see her, slammed on the brakes and stopped next to the car. Before he could get out, the woman ran up to the door and began talking rapidly. She seemed alarmed and tried to explain something, but Arkady couldn't make out a word. "Calm down, please," he interrupted the verbal tirade. "I didn't understand anything. Speak more clearly." If he had initially thought that she could help him, he was now convinced of the opposite. The woman's voice snapped to attention at his harsh words and then fell silent. Then, as if realizing she'd just revealed herself in an unpleasant light, she instinctively smoothed her hair and cleared her throat. "So what happened?" Arkady repeated more softly. "My husband and daughter are very ill and unconscious. I was taking them to Yakutsk to see the doctors, but the car broke down on the way. I don't know what happened. The car just stalled and stopped. Maybe you could take a look at it. Maybe you can fix it and get it started." Arkady looked at the foreign car, then returned his gaze to the woman. "Sorry," he said regretfully, "but I don't know anything about engines." "How come you don't understand them?" she asked. "You're a man, you should understand them." "I'm sorry again, but I can't help you. But at least take a look at the engine," the woman began to despair. "Maybe you'll notice something I missed." Arkady looked towards the foreign car again and shook his head. "No, that would just be a waste of time. I'm in a hurry. I need to find people urgently. Maybe someone else can help you." "But you don't understand," the woman persisted. "I've been stuck here for 3 hours. My daughter has a severe nosebleed, and she needs immediate medical attention. Please, help." Her words made Arkady reconsider his plans. Listening to her, it was clear they truly needed help. "Okay," he replied after a moment's thought. "We'll do it this way. You transfer to my car, and I'll drive you to Yakutsk. It's about 6 hours from here. I hope we get there in time." The woman bustled about happily. "Oh, thank you. We'll be so grateful. By the way, my name is Elena." Arkady introduced himself. He climbed out of the UAZ and helped the woman drag her family out of the foreign car. Elena's husband was still conscious but didn't understand what was happening. He walked to the UAZ and, with Arkady's help, climbed into the back seat. The girl, however, was unable to move. She was breathing rapidly and wheezing heavily. Her face was smeared with blood, and her arms and legs were blue. When they turned the UAZ around and headed towards the city, the woman began to tell her story. It turned out her husband and daughter had arrived from Yakutsk 2 days ago. They had a severe cough and were suffering from thirst. They had seen the village doctors, but they couldn't diagnose the problem. They prescribed some pills and said that if they didn't help, they should seek more qualified medical advice. And then yesterday Sveta turned pale and fainted, Elena said anxiously, looking back at her daughter. "I hope nothing bad happens to her." "I hope nothing happens," Arkady sympathized. "Did you call Yakutsk?" The woman shook her head. "No. All communications are lost. Electricity is out in all the villages. What could have caused this? My husband said a rocket carrying the virus fell on the city. But we were all vaccinated against it. The doctors said we had nothing to worry about. Why did they get sick?" "I don't know. I don't know," Arkady answered her quietly. He really didn't know anything. He'd also been vaccinated while attending lectures at the institute. The whole group was invited to the medical center, where they all received the injection. There were only 2 possible explanations for the father and daughter's illness. Either they hadn't actually been vaccinated, or they had been given a counterfeit vaccine. Newspapers reported that scammers were selling counterfeit vaccines on the street and advised people to get vaccinated only in hospitals. There was, of course, another explanation, but Arkady tried not to think about it. The vaccine might not have been effective against the virus that this woman claimed had spread in Yakutsk. This was unlikely, since if doctors had been unsure about the correct choice of vaccine, they could have prescribed a whole series of vaccines to ensure the right prophylaxis. A couple of hours passed. Arkady and Elena sat in silence. Each was lost in their own thoughts and had no intention of disturbing the silence. Father and daughter reclined in the back seat, seemingly asleep. After a while, Elena too began to nod off. Perhaps she was exhausted from the stress and needed rest. She said everyone in the district center was alive and well, and she was terrified when Arkady told her about what was happening in the villages he'd visited. "If everything's fine in the district center," Arkady concluded, "then everything's probably fine in the city too." They were distracted from their thoughts when they heard a man groan behind them. Turning their heads, they saw that the man had awakened, to the girl's head buried in his stomach, her teeth sinking into his flesh. "Svetka!" Elena shouted, confused. "What are you doing?" The girl did not react to her mother's words and did not lift her head from her father's stomach. Standing now by the second-story window, Arkady recalled that moment. The girl's pitch-black eyes reminded him of his father when he attacked him and his brother. Realizing that she, too, seemed to have lost her mind and would attack them, he immediately stopped the UAZ and jumped out of the cab, ordering Elena to do the same. But the woman remained in the car, trying to reason with her daughter. Then, Arkady saw Sveta lunge at her mother with a beastly roar and tear her neck apart. Without thinking, he opened the back door of the car and pulled out a shotgun. When the girl tried to get out, he pointed the gun at her and pulled the trigger. What are they becoming? Arkady asked himself. Zombies? Vampires? Or just cannibals? From what Christ had told him, it seemed wrong to call these people that, but Arkady still leaned toward the zombie theory. By morning, the trio hadn't returned, and although they could have hidden from the zombies elsewhere, Arkady couldn't help but worry. He often found himself going to the window and peering at the spot where the trio had disappeared behind the houses. The street was deserted, save for a lone zombie wandering the playground. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary passerby, unsure where to go. The zombie would first hobble forward, then pause as if pondering something, then change direction and walk in a different direction. Valentin Pavlovich said these creatures are usually very slow, but once they spot prey, their movements quicken. And when they get close enough, they display astonishing agility, suddenly leaping on their prey and clinging to it with an iron grip. The sun had long since set above the horizon, and Arkady's anxiety grew. He moved slowly around the room, limping with his right leg, and realized that he too was like that zombie in the yard, alone and with no idea where to go. The painkiller's wounds had stopped hurting, but some stiffness in movement remained. Arkady treated the wounds on his shoulder and leg several times and noticed they were healing quickly. Out of boredom, he began building a house of cards on the nightstand, which he wasn't very successful at, and when the 3-story structure collapsed again, Arkady swore quietly and decided to get some sleep. He slept until nightfall. When he woke up, the clock on the wall showed 3 in the morning. Arkady quickly jumped out of bed, completely forgetting about his sore leg, which was then suddenly stabbed with a sharp pain. After taking his pills, Arkady left the bedroom, hoping the trio had returned. The apartment was empty. He walked to the front door and listened. No sounds. Arkady peered out the window and saw no one either, except for the lone zombie who had wandered here the night before. A feeling of unease returned. He wanted nothing more than to be back in the company of Valentin Pavlovich, Krista, and Lyova. The old man offered to join their group, but said that if Arkady refused, they would let him go without question. He gave him time to consider it until their next meeting, and advised him to weigh the matter carefully, as the trio, searching for survivors, was risking their lives greatly, and someone could die at any time. But despite all of Valentin Pavlovich's warnings, Arkady had already decided to accept his offer and join their group. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Arkady walked to the window for what must have been the 100th time and glanced down. The lone zombie was still there, but unlike Arkady, he had a friend. The two of them walked purposefully toward the entrance where his hideout was located, and disappeared through the open door. Arkady was frightened. It seemed the zombies had spotted him at the window and were now heading there to satisfy their hunger. He loaded his gun and approached the door. There was silence for a moment, but then he heard footsteps. Someone was climbing the stairs. Arkady's hair stood on end. If the zombies had managed to locate his apartment, they were much smarter than the trio had thought. The footsteps faded near the apartment. Arkady put his ear to the door to hear better, and then there was a knock on the door. Arkady jumped back from the door in fear and almost pulled the trigger. After standing there for a moment, he asked in a trembling voice, "Who's there?" There was no answer at the door. "Who's there?" Arkady repeated, a little more confidently. Santa Claus, damn it, open up, came a voice from behind the door. Arkady put down the gun and quickly opened the door. Leva burst into the apartment. Seeing that Arkady hadn't closed the door, he asked, "Why are you frozen? Are you still waiting for someone?" Where are Valentin Pavlovich and Christ?" "They're hiding in one of the YSU dorms. I was sent to check on you and, if necessary, to take you to them." "Shut the door, it's so cold." Walking to the kitchen, Leva began to throw things down. "So?" he asked. "How's life going? What do you have to tell me?" "Oh, well, nothing." It must have been sad. Arkady still felt uncomfortable around the muscle man. "Well, yes. Why didn't you shoot those creatures hanging around outside the apartment? Was it a shame? They came after me when they noticed me entering the building." "Well, we'll get rid of them." Then he took a couple of bottles of vodka out of his backpack and solemnly placed them on the table. "I brought a cure for boredom. As they say, vodka is a time machine. Drink it and it's all ready tomorrow. Oh, let's relax." "Actually, I don't drink," Arkady refused. "Is it true? Okay, I'll get more. Soon we'll be at each other's throats over vodka." In addition to vodka, there were canned goods, crackers, cookies, and dried fruits on the table. They sat down at the table. A cheerful Lyova poured himself large glasses of vodka, downed them in one gulp, and snacked on canned sprats. Arkady, for his part, sat and waited for the kettle to boil on the stove, munching on fruit. He explained Lyova's feast by saying that he hadn't been allowed to drink alcohol in the group. So, once he was free from Valentin Pavlovich, he decided to relax. Kachek truly began to relax. He sat across from Arkady and told various stories that had happened to him before the war. After hearing how many people he had bent over and how many he had bet on, Arkady asked how the trio had managed to avoid contamination while in the city, at the epicenter of the explosion. "Christ, he's a doctor," Lev began, slurring his words. "I think he was on duty at the medical center the night of the explosion. When the alarm sounded, he donned one of those suits that protect against all sorts of viruses. And he dressed Valentin Pavlovich in it too. Were you with them?" "No. They told me this later, when we collided while fleeing from the creatures." "How did you escape?" I don't remember. I was drunk." At this, Lev rose from the table, indicating that the conversation on this topic was exhausted. He walked slightly unsteadily to the door and looked through the peephole. "The bastards are standing there, waiting. Well, we'll show them now that they're looking at the wrong person." With these words, he picked up his shotgun and opened the door. Arkady, afraid to stop him, also grabbed his gun. Lyova kicked the door open and ran out onto the landing. The two zombies who had entered the building behind him were standing on the stairs. "Here, eat it," the muscle man shouted, and began frantically pulling the trigger. There were clicks, but no shot. Lyova looked at the shotguns in surprise and didn't notice the zombies starting to climb toward him. Arkady leaped up beside him. He took aim and shot both zombies in the head. The loud blasts made Arkady's ears pop. The zombies flew back and rolled down the stairs. Their heads were blown off. "But I seemed to be loading it," Lev couldn't understand. They sat at the table again, and the muscle man managed to drink a couple more glasses of vodka. His gaze became clouded, and his movements became less precise. "It's good that you were by my side. Maybe you're not as useless as you seem at first glance." Arkady sat silently. He felt tired again. He wanted to lie down and sleep, but he didn't want to leave Lev alone. What else could pop into his drunken head? He sat there, as if remembering something, and said, "All my friends died. If they didn't turn into those creatures, they became their food." Take Mark, for example. He was my best friend. We were buddies since school. The things we did together, you can't even dream of them. "Maybe we should rest a bit?" Arkady suggested, not eager to hear more stories about the muscle man's great adventures. "Rest?" Lev asked. "You know what's missing right now?" "No." "We're missing a naked woman, heh. I remember Mark and I once cornered some schoolgirl in a building entrance. She resisted, but that only made us want her more." Then Leva suddenly came to his senses, looked at Arkady and said sharply, "You seemed like you wanted to go to sleep. Why are you sitting there?" Arkady, stunned, rose from the table and left the kitchen. He stretched out on his bed and lay there sleeplessly for a long time. His thoughts began to swarm again. He replayed Lyova's last words in his head and became completely convinced that he was anything but human. With these thoughts in his mind, he drifted off to sleep. "Hi, Arkady," said the voice on the phone. "Come on over to Vatnoy. We're getting ready for a swim." "Yes, of course," Arkady agreed. "I'll be there in 10 minutes. "Okay, we'll wait." After hanging up, Arkady began to get ready. His friends had just called. He hadn't seen them in a while, so he was in a hurry to see them. After having a quick bite, Arkady ran out of the house. The city was sweltering with heat. The sun was blazing hot and there was no wind, making it a little stuffy. Arkady left the courtyard and walked onto Lenin Avenue, heading toward Ordzhonikidze Square. Along the way, he encountered passers-by dressed in whatever clothes they could, as long as they had the least amount of clothing. Some tried to cool themselves with huge ice cream cones which melted before they could eat them. Others doused themselves with water or draped wet rags over their heads. They were a few minutes' walk from the place called Vatnoy when Arkady spotted a very familiar limping figure among the crowd. He looked closer and recognized it as a zombie following a woman. Fear gripped Arkady. He glanced at the people passing by the zombie, but they ignored him, as if he were invisible. Arkady ran up to the woman. "Get away from him, he's dangerous, he'll attack you." The woman looked at him in bewilderment. "From whom to move away?" "From the zombie, he's coming for you, run." "What zombie?" the woman continued. Arkady began to get angry at this reaction. He walked up to the zombie and grabbed its arm. "From him, he can kill you." The woman looked towards the zombie for a long time, then, as if just noticing him, she smiled. "Oh, is it him?" She was already laughing. "Yes, he's my friend. We're getting married soon." Arkady, stunned by this answer, released the zombie. It growled in displeasure and stood next to the woman. Meanwhile, the woman explained. "They used to be mean, but now we're friends. Didn't you know that?" She laughed again. Arkady looked around at the people gathered around them. They stood and smiled at him as if he were a small child asking, "Where do babies come from?" Arkady woke up. "Get up," Lev yelled, standing next to the bed. "You'll sleep in a coffin. We need to get going." Arkady, awakened by the bodybuilder's screams, did not immediately understand what was happening. "What?" he asked. "Why should we leave?" "That's because," a shout came from the kitchen. "With your shots this afternoon, you attracted a bunch of creatures to our hut. We need to get out of here, quickly. Don't sit there, help us pack our things. There'll be a whole crowd of them soon." Arkady stood up and went to the window. The sun had already set. Several dozen zombies were gathering near the house. They were slowly approaching the entrance. They've filled the entrance hall. There's no way down. We'll try to get to the roof, and from there we'll get into the next entrance hall, Lev decided as they left the apartment with their things. The zombies standing on the first floor, seeing Arkady and Leva, began to climb the stairs. "Don't shoot," Lyova ordered, noticing Arkady pointing his gun at them. "Save your ammo. There aren't enough for everyone." They ran up the stairs. The hatch leading to the roof was padlocked. Leva, having retreated a good distance, fired at the padlock. The twisted piece of steel fell to the floor with a clang. When they found themselves on the roof, the jock screamed in annoyance. What happened? Arkady tried to find out. The hatch was locked, which means the entrances to the other buildings were too. Then what? Are we going back? Leva began to walk excitedly around the roof. So, we need to get down to Earth somehow. Maybe we should go down the fire escape. No, Leva snapped. There are no stairs in these houses. Arkady looked at the hatch they'd entered through. The zombies had already climbed up to the 4th floor, but they couldn't reach them. Slamming the hatch shut, Arkady placed a piece of cinder block on top, just to be sure. Then Leva called him over. It turns out one of the hatches was slightly open, so the muscle man decided to stick a shotgun barrel in there and shoot out the lock. No sooner said than done. As they descended the empty entryway and emerged into the courtyard, more zombies approached the house. At first, Leva and Arkady ran as fast as they could, but when they were far behind, they abruptly changed direction to cover their tracks. "That's it, hold on," the muscle man, who was barely dragging himself behind him, shouted at the running Arkady. "We need to take a break." They hid under some house and caught their breath. "They won't find us now," Leva said. "You're so quick." "Now we need to head to Palich and Hrista. We probably won't find them in the dorm, but they should be back there by the end of the night." "Well, everyone, let's go. Stay behind me and don't fall behind." Having emerged from their temporary shelter, they headed toward the city center. A few minutes later, they reached Ordzhonikidze Square. Arkady involuntarily stopped short when he saw what had happened to Yakutsk. It was the first time he had seen the city since the contagion. The once vibrant and bustling part of the city was now deserted and quiet. Everything around had become gray and dead, sending shivers down Arkady's spine. He hadn't imagined how devastating this war had been, even without any actual fighting. The city where he was born and raised, the city he loved, now filled him with nothing but fear. The street was littered with wrecked cars. Their owners must have been feeling ill and crashed into each other. But some cars were intact, mostly those parked in the lot. Arkady looked at the Hummer parked in front of the Lena Hotel. He'd always wanted to ride in one. "Why don't we take one of these cars?" Leva answered quietly but angrily. "Haven't you figured it out yet? Did they drop you a lot as a kid? If we go by car, we'll attract half the city's creatures. We'd better grab a megaphone and sing the Russian anthem right away." Arkady fell silent. He wanted to drive into the city in the loudly rattling UAZ. If he'd succeeded, he'd now be hiding from a huge horde of zombies. "Look," Lev pointed as they passed Lenin Square. "The rocket carrying the virus landed here." Kachek pointed to Government House number 2. The edge of the top floor was destroyed. The rocket likely didn't even explode but simply dispersed the virus, as it caused minimal damage to the building. If previously it was possible to walk from the square to the YSU buildings in 15 to 20 minutes, they were able to do this only after an hour and a half, since along the way they had to go around areas where zombies were concentrated. "Here we are," announced Lev as they entered one of the dormitory buildings. "Our room is number 24. When he pushed the door, it did not open. The duck stood and quietly asked, "Polich, Christ, are you there?" No one opened the door, but now Arkady clearly heard someone speaking inside. Judging by the measured voice, it was Valentin Pavlovich. Hearing his voice, they knocked on the door. The room fell silent. "Leva?" asked Krista's voice. "Yes, it's me." The door opened and they went inside. The old man and the doctor weren't alone. A teenage girl and a small boy were sitting on the bed. The girl looked about 15 and the boy 10. They were tired and frightened. While the boy barely managed to communicate, the girl remained silent and stared into space. When Arkady and Leva entered the room, she first looked at the first, then slowly turned her gaze to the second, and suddenly a grimace of horror appeared on her face. She jumped out of bed and crawled under it. Valentin Pavlovich and the boy knelt down and began to calm her down and ask her to get out of there. "A state of catatonia," Krista explained. "Cataleptic stupor. She was stressed. She withdrew into herself. She can't hear loud speech. She responds to whispers. She's very frightened. Before you, she tried to escape too. Her brother talked her into it." "Nastenka, please come out," the boy begged quietly. "These are good guys. They're not evil. They'll help us. They'll protect us." After some persuasion, the girl finally allowed herself to be pulled out of hiding. But she continued to glance warily, first at Lev, then at Arkady. "So she can't talk?" the muscle man asked in a strangely anxious voice. "Yes, just answer. Ask a question, she'll answer. But never the first." Arkady examined the boy. His name was Vitalia. He was slightly overweight, so his father's jacket didn't hang too loosely on him, only the sleeves were long. "We found these sweet children in the Caesara area," Valentin Pavlovich began. "They didn't know where to go. According to them, their beloved father remained at the medical center because he had injured his leg. And he told them to run away, as they were being besieged by creatures. This unpleasant incident happened this morning. So, after consulting with the esteemed Christopher Yuryevich, we decided to go to the rescue of this man. And your help, if you don't mind, would be very welcome." Arkady immediately supported this idea, but Leva had doubts. "He's probably already dead. Why take unnecessary risks?" "Because these sweet children won't survive long without their father. And if there's even the slightest chance he's still alive, we must try to free him from this trap." "I still don't think this is a very good idea. I can't understand your train of thought, my dearest friend. You weren't afraid of risk before, but now you're worried you've been replaced." After these and a few more pretentious statements, Leva finally agreed to go with them, but still seemed unhappy with the idea. After questioning the children in detail about their father's whereabouts, the group began preparing. They took only shotguns, ammunition, and first aid kits, deciding to leave the rest of their belongings behind. Having told the children not to leave the room under any circumstances and to wait for their return, they left the building. It was beginning to dawn. Arkady had already come to hate the short nights that prevailed at this time of year. Risking detection by awakened zombies, they began their journey. They planned to walk along Kalandarishvili Street and reach the embankment of Lake Caesary. From there, they would head straight along Lermontov Street to the medical center. Nobody spoke, so Arkady felt uncomfortable. "Valentin Pavlovich," he addressed the old man. "How can I be of service, my dear comrade?" he responded quietly. "Why did the enemy release this particular virus and not a more powerful one? Nerve gas?" Christ asked. "Well, yes. We have one explanation here," Valentin Pavlovich began. "If this type of gas had fallen on Yakutsk, only the city's residents would have died. The nearby settlements would have remained safe and sound. But if a slow-moving, deadly virus had spread, the damage to the country's population would have been greater. Terrified city dwellers would have dispersed to the countryside, unaware that they could transmit the virus to others they met along the way. The only thing the enemy didn't take into account was that almost the entire population had been vaccinated. So, if they knew about the vaccination, they would most likely have refused to take the virus," Arkady concluded. "Perhaps, my friend. But the enemy probably knew we had the wrong drug, and so he unhesitatingly aimed his hellish missiles at us. Why aren't they afraid that the virus might return to them? A virus, if it doesn't have a living host for several days, dies from lack of energy. That's why you and I are alive now, walking around the city. And so, by the time it somehow manages to swim across the seas and oceans to the enemy, not a trace of it will remain. Now, I ask you to remain silent. We don't want to encounter zombies while we're making our way to our destination." Arkady was lost in thought. Their enemies were probably sitting at home, sipping coffee and listening to relaxing music on the radio. Even during the last war, when they and Russia fought together against a common enemy, their country suffered virtually no damage, while we were engaged in fierce battles, and this angered Arkady. The sun had already risen above the horizon, and the medical center was still about a kilometer away. The group quickened their pace. After a while, having squeezed through a hole in the metal fence, they found themselves on the medical center grounds. If Vitaly explained everything correctly, their father is on the 4th floor of the right wing, Valentin Pavlovich clarified. But we'll enter the building from the left wing, as the adjacent medical center grounds are very open. Everyone in the group agreed. Arkady noticed that the old man had stopped using flowery language, probably to save time, he decided. And then, on the left, where the Sergelyak highway ran, barking was heard. Everyone stopped. "Dogs," Leva hissed. "Dogs?" Arkady asked in surprise. "Are they still alive?" "Almost," Krista answered. "The virus kills everything. People injected animals, pets. It didn't have much of an effect, not like with people. They survived. But they became predatory. They're dangerous. We need to run." The group, without forcing anyone to repeat, ran. Arkady looked in the direction from which the dogs were barking. He saw a pack of dogs of various breeds running toward them. They were moving very quickly, not like zombies. The dogs, barking loudly, approached them, but bumped into the fence bars and stopped. Then, as if changing their minds, they ran toward Gemenin. "They're getting away," Arkady shouted with relief. "They're running in the other direction." He slowed down, but Valentin Pavlovich, who was running after him, grabbed him by the shoulders and dragged him along. "They won't go away. They're just looking for a way around it. Keep up the pace." Indeed, the dogs crawled through the same hole the group had passed through and resumed the chase. Due to his age, Valentin Pavlovich began to run out of steam early and fall behind. Krista and Leva caught him from either side and continued running, but they slowed significantly. Arkady ran slightly ahead. The entrance to the left wing was about 300 meters away. But it was clear the dogs would catch up with them before they could escape into the building. "On command, everyone turn around and shoot the dogs," Valentin Pavlovich ordered. 3. Everyone took their shotguns off their shoulders. 2. They stopped and turned around. 1. They aimed their guns. Fire! Everyone simultaneously began to rain lead on the dogs. The dogs didn't react when their fellows fell dead during the chase. They kept getting closer, quickly closing the distance. When the last shot rang out, there were only 4 or 5 dogs left. There was no time to reload. "Run," Valentin Pavlovich ordered, drawing his dagger. "I'll hold them off." When they tried to dispute his order, he quickly gave them a look that brooked no argument. And Arkady, Krista, and Leva, as if hypnotized, turned and ran on. Arkady ran as fast as he could. He didn't want to look back lest he see the dogs attack Valentin Pavlovich. Despair overwhelmed him, and then a short cry full of pain and rage pierced the air. Arkady involuntarily glanced back. The dogs were tearing Valentin Pavlovich to pieces with astonishing speed as he lay helplessly on the ground. They were briefly distracted and the rest of the group reached the door safely. Arkady, who reached the door first, opened it and waited for Leva and Krista to run inside. Then, taking one last look at the pack of dogs, wagging their tails as they finished off the old man's body, he closed the door behind him. Once inside the building, they crouched to catch their breath. Arkady's lungs burned with every breath, and his heart pounded wildly, as if it would burst from his chest. His vision was blurry, so he closed his eyes. If he'd been in this situation a week ago, he would have burst into tears. But now, after everything that had happened, he endured Valentin Pavlovich's death without tears, though his insides clenched. His legs started hurting again. Christ examined it and reported that the wound had opened and was bleeding slightly. He bandaged it as tightly as he could and said that if they found a first aid kit, he'd give Arkady some painkillers. "Is the passage to the right wing on the second floor?" Lev asked him. "Yes, past the cloakroom. Turn right, go up the stairs, and go there." They checked their gear, loaded their shotguns, and began to cautiously advance through the building. The building's entrance doors were closed, preventing zombies and dogs from getting in. But Krista said infected patients who were there during the attack could be wandering the hallways. They met no one until they reached the point where the crossing began. It was quiet all around, which was both calming and frightening. A gentle descent began. Christ, shotgun at the ready, began to descend, leading the procession. When they reached the end of their descent, they found themselves in a small hall, strewn with carts of dirty linens and scattered with buckets and brooms. This must have been a utility room. At this point, the passageway turned sharply to the right. Christ pressed himself against the wall and carefully peered around the corner. "There's a creature there, alone, coming this way." "Then shoot him with a shotgun," suggested Leva. "No, it will be noisy. Others will gather." "Oh, okay, let me deal with him," said the muscle man, picking up the broom from the floor. He took Krista's place and waited. When the zombie emerged from around the corner, he swung his broom and hit it on the head. The broom broke, but the zombie fell. Leva jumped on the zombie and pierced its skull with the sharp edge of the broken piece. It twitched and went still. "That's how you deal with these creatures," the muscle man croaked and stood up. They continued moving and soon reached the right wing of the medical center. "The stairs are on the left," Christ said, "past the elevator." Having found the stairs, they climbed up to the 4th floor. The zombie situation here was different. They were all crowded around the closed door of some office, snarling and pushing each other to get closer to the door. The group hid around the corner. Christ looked at his companions. "Too many. We can't shoot them all. We need a way out." "I'll distract them," Leva volunteered. "And you grab a guy from there and run away from here. I'll catch up with you later." "Good idea. We need to think this through in advance," Arkady suggested. "Leva, if the man is dead, we'll knock over that cactus and run to the exit, where we'll wait for you. And if you see him there, run into the office. We might need your help." "It's decided. You hide in this office, and I'll lead the creatures to the upper floors. I'll come down from the other side, just don't worry. Everything will be all right." Arkady and Krista hid behind the office door. "Hey, you!" they heard Leva scream. "Catch me, you bastards!" Then they heard the zombies come to life and pass by one, following the screams. After waiting a few seconds, Christo signaled for Arkady to follow him and tiptoed out of the office. It was quiet all around, only the sounds of fussing and gunshots coming from the upper floor. After making sure no one was nearby, Krista and Arkady approached the door where the zombies had gathered. "Open up! We've come to help. Is anyone alive?" Unwilling to wait for an answer, Christ stepped back, then ran up and threw his whole body against the door. The door cracked and swung open. There was a man hiding behind the office desk, pointing a gun at them. "Drop your weapon," he shouted, "or I'll shoot." "Calm down. We've come for you. We'll get you out of here," Arkady said. The man got out from behind the table and, limping heavily, walked towards them. "You came for me? But how did you know?" "We found your children. They told us about you." "Nastya? Vitaly? Where are they now?" Before Arkady could answer, a figure in green pants appeared at the door behind them. Lyova was out of breath and hastily began reloading his shotgun. Keeping his eyes on the spot he'd come from, he didn't even notice the man in the office. The man narrowed his eyes, trying to get a better look at him. Then suddenly his face filled with anger, and he pointed the gun at Leva. "It's you!" Leva looked up from the shotgun and stared at the man in bewilderment. He began to advance toward him. "You, the same guy who abused my daughter. Animal." "Hey man, you're onto something," Lev responded. "Put the gun away." Arkady and Christ took a step back. "Stop, what are you doing?" "How do you know him?" the man asked them, not taking his eyes off Lyova. "Do you know who he is? He's a beast. I'll kill him." And then, with one leap, Christ was at his side and grabbed him by the hand that held the pistol. They began to struggle. Although the man was weak, he did not give up. Then the pistol fired and Christ fell to the floor, dead. Arkady pressed himself against the wall in shock. The man looked at the doctor's body for a second, then turned his gaze to Lyova. He stood there, aiming a shotgun at him. "Drop the gun." Despite the warning, the man began to raise his pistol. And Lev pulled the trigger. The shot threw the man back slightly, and Arkady sat staring at the corpses in front of him, watching as their blood began to splatter the floor. Leva looked into the office. "Are you coming?" "The creatures are already approaching." Arkady was silent. He didn't hear the question. "Okay then. If you want, stay," said the muscle man, closing the door and leaving. Arkady couldn't tear his eyes away from the corpses. His brain refused to comprehend anything again. He came here with others to help a man get out of a trap. But in the end, he himself fell into this trap. The zombies were already approaching the office door. Arkady stood up and moved the table toward the door, preventing it from swinging open at the first push. A broken door wouldn't hold for long. Sooner or later it would burst open. and dozens of zombies would pour in. Even if he tried, he wouldn't be able to shoot them off. Arkady picked up his rifle and sat down in the chair by the table. He began to wait. Georgy Gerasimov. Yakutsk, frostbite. Exodus. The frost caresses my skin. I slowly shake the frost off my hands. I admire the brightest sun. Savor the freshest air in 3 months. I am free. My name is Artem. More accurately, my name was Artem. People like me don't have names these days. We don't even respond to them. I'm a scumbag. That's what they call us now, quite officially, I think. No gatherings of 3, thugs. Notice to thugs. On Tuesday and Wednesday, due to festive events, the area bounded by Kurashov, Ordzhonikidze, Yaroslavsky, and Oktyabrskaya streets is considered completely free of your presence. It all started in the first days of the new year. I suddenly felt ill. If you thought I'd overindulged, you weren't. I wasn't drinking much, and due to my age, not for long. In those days, admittedly, I'd raised a glass to celebrate success. Soon I was lying in bed with a raging fever, but I couldn't lie there and didn't want to. But for some reason, I really wanted some fresh air. I got up, got dressed, and went outside. I never came back. It seemed I wasn't the only one on the street. There weren't many people, and those who moved very slowly, hunched over and unsteadily, were noticeable from afar. My drunken, old man-like gait attracted the cops' attention. They started asking questions. I gave them incoherent answers. And then they decided to take me to the station. I'd felt better before, but in the Black Maria, I felt ill again. They got me there quickly, though. When I got out of the car, one of the cops who'd stopped me asked, "What's wrong with your mug?" And then he asked his partner, "Did you beat him up or something?" He replied, "Why the hell would I need that? You probably hit me with your mug yourself." With these words, we approached the police station door. But just as one of them reached out, it flew off its hinges. We were all thrown back. A crowd rushed out of the building, screaming and howling. I only had time to notice that the wall opposite was drenched in blood, as if someone had splashed it with a bucket. Then the door slammed shut, and I found myself alone in the courtyard. The crowd carried the cops away, leaving a trail of blood in the snow. After standing there for a while, I headed toward the gate. One of the cops was sitting right behind them in the road, wheezing, gasping for air. Those who had run out of the station were milling around nearby. The cop wheezed a bit more. His wheezing turned into a wheeze. Then he went silent altogether, and the steam that had been billowing from his mouth stopped coming out. He stood up and walked away. And I went too, not knowing where or why. The city was noisy. Screams were heard, windows were breaking, and gunshots were heard somewhere. Through the glass wall of one shopping center, I saw this scene. A head appeared from under the cash register. The cashier, who had been hiding, had decided to assess the situation. The results of her inspection were disappointing. A guy jumped 5 meters, knocked her out, slammed them into the wall, and sank his teeth into her throat, sending blood spraying toward the ceiling. And I walked down the street, and I didn't care. The infection, if it was an infection, as I understood it, occurred almost simultaneously. No one had any precise information. There was no longer any news from outside, and the internet remained local. External communications continued to work for a couple more days but weren't updated, except for fragmentary reports from the northern regions. However, there was no doubt. It happened worldwide, spread over a period of minutes, maybe hours. Only a few news portals managed to report the outbreak of unrest somewhere. Rumor had it that some experimental virus had been triggered, and that a significantly smaller portion of the population had developed immunity to it. I wasn't among that group, so I became a zombie. True, I'm currently in the passive phase. The reason for this is the cold. At -20 and below, we don't undergo any changes. But at room temperature, we become fast, strong, and aggressive. The condition of our skin can even tell how long its owner spent in the active phase. However, zombies, or frostbitten as we soon became known, might not have any visible skin changes unless you count the pallor and the frost caked on it. There were 2 more days of war. The survivors began to zealously exterminate us. To incapacitate a zombie, it was enough to crush its skull. Some deliberately eschewed firearms and instead wielded crowbars, axes, hammers, picks, and rebar. Yes, we were slower. The colder it got, the slower our reactions and the more constrained our movements. However, a warming spell arrived just in time for us. In the first 10 days of January, we began to neutralize the enemy. However, losses mounted, and then someone thought of breaking glass. People shot back from their windows, but we defrosted their houses one by one. We smashed pipes, tore down wires and cables. That's when the citizens learned what real problems in the housing and utilities sector are. Some of our people acted differently. Even though we welcomed the cold, they went to them, to the warmth. And some had a hard time. In short, a ceasefire was soon agreed upon. Several cars with loudspeakers drove through the city, and the standoff truly ended. Some were exhausted and frightened. Others simply didn't want to fight. Although many buildings were destroyed, there was still plenty of suitable living space left. Those who survived flocked to less war-damaged neighborhoods, 16 in total. Consequently, the rest of the city was soon dubbed the 17th District. We, the residents of this 17th block, were barred from entering residential areas. Signs were posted everywhere, reading, "People only," and "No thugs allowed." Armed patrols kept a 24-hour vigil to ensure we didn't go near boiler rooms or other important buildings, or even into their yards. We were also forbidden from wearing outerwear, to make us recognizable from afar. So my everyday uniform became an old, worn-out t-shirt with the words, "Come on, baby, light my fire," written on it. Now it had even more holes, thanks to the children's pastime of shooting us with slingshots and air pistols. There were also those whose appearances had been seriously altered by the pranksters. But we weren't just objects of amusement for cruel young children. From Poyarkovo, we could see a playground between the buildings, in the center of which a broken lamppost had been thrust into the ground. A zombie girl had been chained to it. A sign had been attached to it. "Thugs, you're not welcome here." It hung there silently, occasionally shaking its head. Idlers had gathered around this city landmark. They were having fun, posing for photos and poking it with sticks. One day, a merry group of people showed up at the Scarecrow's place. including a man with a lyric tenor voice. I witnessed the scene. Grimacing in pain and wringing his hands artistically, he began to chant. Frostbitten. Slowed it down. Once upon a time, married to the wind in a field. You're all like shackled. One of those present moved the chains with a stick, another began to correct them. Sing laid down, it will rhyme. My precious, my woman. At the end of his part, he knelt down in front of the hanging woman, and the others clapped and hooted. However, most of the program's numbers weren't quite so romantic. More often we were addressed with something like, Barigit baskitin kamparita sani talabiat kihi. I once observed a certain individual in a drunken stupor accosting a southern-looking zombie. He slapped him, saying, Give me the change, or else they'll come to the land of the Olonko. Soon he got bored with the southerner and switched to the local. Tight, huh? Tugu Koron, Sohu? The scumbag who got caught in the crossfire remained silent. Marginal Ebikin D. Zombie Bullbout Marginal. Edibin, Duo? And Urot Emi Zombie Eddie, Meh, Belit. And with that, he spat in the thug's face. I saw that thug a few times afterward. He still walked around with a frozen spit stuck to his cheek. We now had plenty of time. How did we fill it? We did what we were used to, though now without meaning or purpose. A common occurrence in degeneration. For example, I walked from the university to my home and back. Both were empty. I tried to find my mother, and one day I finally saw her. Then she turned around and walked away. I think she was crying. Perhaps it was those 2 days of terror, or the look in our eyes. We were constantly told that our gaze was empty, meaningless. People were told that we were already dead, so family ties couldn't matter. That we certainly didn't care about them, and that was true. No feelings, no sensitivity. I also had a habit of checking out girls. I used to do it secretly, but now I'd turn around and stand there, watching. I didn't really want to, but I had to. Girls noticed, and if they didn't just pass by silently, they'd comment on it like this. O.D. Naha Yanirik. One day, I came across a whole flock of long-legged beauties opposite the bus station, and my attention didn't go unnoticed. They started blowing me kisses and vying with each other to shout, Wow, what a handsome man! Smack, sweetie! What an ardent gentleman! Hot! Do zombies reproduce somehow? Then, one stepped forward and said with familiar intonations, My disguised one, my betrothed, your voice is hoarse. And she immediately burst into laughter, and everyone else did too. Suddenly, another one came out from behind them and said, Stop it, aren't you ashamed? He's still just a boy. She came up to me and extended her hand so that I could take it by the elbow, and we walked together. Behind us we heard, A boy or a boy, what difference does it make? He's still frostbitten. We were silent for a while. Near Sparebank, she finally asked, What is your name? Zhenya, I lied for some reason. And I'm Sardana. You don't get upset with girls? I have no choice but to keep my cool. She looked at me, and I saw slight bewilderment in her eyes. If I were you, I would be angry with them. Well, I didn't really understand what they meant. Something about a cold, sweets, and hot things. Probably about tea with raspberries or honey. Sardana covered her face with her mitten. However, My reaction was unexpected, I didn't even think twice before answering. And I was clearly making an impression. I hadn't always had much success with girls before. I guess I ruined everything with my overeagerness and impatience. My current restraint was precisely what I lacked back then. As if reading my thoughts, Sardana asked, "Why do you look at girls like that?" I remained a virgin. Oh, how sad. Do you regret it? You won't believe it, but I don't care now. And I wouldn't have succeeded anyway. See, I'm not even afraid to admit it anymore. I was carried away. And anyway, we're bloodthirsty, not lustful. If we were lustful, it would be interesting. Somehow, I'm not sure it would be better that way. She shook her head reproachfully and laughed, loudly and tenderly, throwing her head back slightly. I couldn't help myself. Like a virgin, pom-pa-pa-ram pom-pa-pom-pom, making movements that looked like obscene. You're some kind of weird zombie, Sardana interrupted my bleating. The others are answering slowly, monosyllabically. I wanted to answer, maybe because they don't talk to us like human beings, or warmth of soul turns us on too. But I managed to make a decision about this pathos. I have no choice, I say it the way it comes out. A bit crazy, huh? Then we heard the screech of brakes behind us. We were already at the intersection near the Nord house. A blond guy in camouflage jumped out of the Land Cruiser. I don't understand. What the hell is this? Leave me alone, Vlad. What the hell, I ask you? Can't you see? We're just talking. And you've already assigned spies to me. Because you're acting like a fool. Well, since I'm a fool, a bitch, and a whore, then it's completely natural. So, get in the car. Oh, come on. Get in the car, I said. I won't sit down. Listen, you. Sit down, or you... So, are you gonna sit down or not? You are such a bastard. The bastard raised his pistol hand and pressed it so hard I almost fell. Sardana muttered a curse under her breath and headed for the jeep. This Vlad stood there for a moment, then slammed the butt of his pistol into my cheekbone, sending me flying. From the snowdrift I heard, "If I see you arm in arm with someone again, you freak, you'll be a real wreck. I remember you." And leaving, he said, "The canned food is rotten." Now I have a dent on the left side, a reminder of the best day of my... I don't know what to call it. We zombies are indifferent to many things. Until recently, we didn't care about our future, and it was already right around the corner, maybe 2 or 3 weeks away. When, one fine day, the temperature dropped to -19 degrees Celsius, we all felt an unpleasant agitation and anxiety. Anyone who'd experienced the active phase knew how painful and unpleasant it was. So the question took on a certain urgency for us. However, people were far more concerned about our future. One day, a minibus with a loudspeaker drove through the streets, offering us a trip to the Pole of Cold in Verkhoyansk. Almost immediately, another minibus appeared, stating Oymyakon as the final destination. At the intersection of Lenin and Kulikovsky streets, the crews disembarked and got into a serious brawl, with bloodied noses, broken teeth, swearing and curses. That evening, a police UAZ van was driven around the city. We were now supposed to head for the North Pole. Some may have escaped, but it soon became clear that the temperature there reaches freezing. This circumstance changed everything. In a state of full activity, you at least forget yourself, but otherwise. Another week passed, and another round of chaos began. The commandant's speech was broadcast throughout the city and surrounding areas. Dear fellow zombies, some issues require immediate solutions. We've found two options for you. Both have been carefully prepared, and their effectiveness has been confirmed by our leading scientists. Some of you will descend before winter to the Permafrost Institute's underground laboratory, which has additionally been equipped with powerful refrigeration units. Of course, there won't be room for all of you there. Therefore, we proudly present you with the second option. We've prepared a special plane for you, special refrigerated planes. They will take you to Antarctica. There, the thermometer never rises above -2 degrees. I'm confident this is the optimal solution for everyone. Then some professor spoke up and explained that the -2 degrees mentioned in the commandant's speech were given according to his scale, in which 0 is the temperature at which a zombie enters its active phase. Then some soldier explained the procedure to us. The loading was supposed to be done in specific groups, which would be formed based on the current deployment location. I was in the group heading down Portovskaya, the third stream. Before sunset, I was on Gagarin. When the gates opened and our stream headed towards the plane parked opposite the airport building, I was stopped by a security guard with a machine gun. "Hey you, come here." His eyes glittered. He pulled 2 bottles of Glenmorangie from his duffel bag. "This is whiskey, understand? Fucking whiskey. Okay, so you take this and bring it to the guys guarding the far side, over there, that way. Tell them it's from Garrick. Do it quickly, understand? You've got half an hour tops. Find it, hand it over, come back, sit down, scoop it up. What's that? And watch out, this stuff is amazing. If you screw it up, I'll personally crack your skull open. Right on, you little bastard." On the far runway lay the wreckage of the Boeing that had crashed the day of the contamination. I didn't see anyone near it, but I did find a pile of empty bottles. The guys were clearly not bored. Besides, a bitter frost had set in by evening. This meant the guys had likely gotten chilled and abandoned their post. And that meant I was walking slowly. As if to confirm this, the 76th sped past. Even more slowly than in this direction, I moved in the opposite direction. Garrick was a little annoyed. "What are you doing, Hoopu? Did you miss your flight? Leave the booze where you are. What should we do with you then, huh? Should I shoot you or something? What are you standing here for, you tin can? Get out of here. Now wait for a new flight, you thick-headed Chirkistan. It'll be here soon." And I went back behind the gate. The next loading took place under the floodlights. The guards didn't waste any time. Now the boys gathered in a group and gave valuable instructions to their friend from the sidelines. "Seryoga, grab that one. It's almost intact. And this one too." Seryoga, holding an AKSU raised high in one hand, approached those who were pointed at, snatched them from the crowd and threw them in the direction of his own people. "Go ahead." Having approached the next chosen one, he signaled. "Listen, she's missing an eye." "Oh, never mind. Covering your face will do." One of them staggered out and fired a burst over their heads. It was a completely stoned Garrick. "Lay down, bitches. Lay down. Who the fuck did I tell?" Seryoga, apparently realizing that Garrick might accidentally miss the air, looked at him guiltily. "Forget it. Let them go." Seryoga ran with the last zombie woman himself, holding her by the scruff of her neck. Another one helped him throw her into the truck, after which he jumped into a nearby jeep. From there, a voice rang out. "Where are you going?" "You're here." Okay. What will happen to them?" The motorcade moved towards the hangars. We walked to the plane ourselves. The front rows had already walked up the steps through the rear hatch. And then I said, "The number is the same." The tall zombie walking in front of me stopped and turned around. His long hair completely covered his face. "This plane already flew today," I added. The tall one turned back. "I'm GG. I'm smart and savvy. We're being deceived," he said loudly. And, without waiting for the others to react, he strode toward the front of the plane. I and about 15 other thugs followed. We'd barely climbed the ladder when the hatch opened and a man emerged. An unlit cigarette hung in the corner of his mouth and, breaking loose, flew down. He squealed and jumped after it. We went inside. We stood there for a while, waiting for the air to freeze. Then, some of us went into the lower cabin to pester the navigator. I went up to the cockpit with the rest. "Pie, damn it, it's not May." The pilot turned around. His expression seemed confused, but not for long. "What do you want, guys? I didn't invite you to my place." "The plane took off recently." "Yes, he flew away, so what?" "This plane took off recently. Are you completely out of your minds?" "I flew out the day before yesterday on a test route." Everything was fine there. The runway was ready. The penguins were waiting for you with bated breath. I just flew back, and I'm flying again straight away. Everyone stood there, silent. The pilot realized they didn't believe him. "Where is Pirojok?" "He flew away," Gigi answered him. "Where did you fly off to?" And again no one answered him with a word. "And what, did he fly far?" "No, it landed hard, but not in an emergency." "You fucking coward. Get the fuck out of here, everyone. Only pilots are supposed to be here, not some frozen scum." "What, you don't get it?" However, he quickly learned to understand the lack of response. "I'll take you all out one by one," he said, and immediately threw his fist at the nearest thug. He staggered, but didn't fall. The pilot punched him again. Another one sat down in a chair and started pressing something. "Chill out, guys. What's wrong?" the pilot muttered as 4 zombies dragged him to the back of the cockpit. "What are you doing, idiots?" he groaned from there. "How are you supposed to fly? You won't be able to do anything. You don't even know what the hell's going on." "I'm a gamer," the thug from the chair answered him. Now it was the pilot's turn to remain silent. The pause was interrupted by the one who knocked him down. "I'm a boxer. You only have enough fuel there for 2 hours of flight. You won't get any penguins, you fucking tin can." "I'm a gamer. P-E-E-U, boom, bang, game over." "What?" Once again, mimicking our intelligence, the pilot reached into his pocket and pulled out a cell phone. "So that's what you've got in mind, you little son of a bitch. Hello, Petrovich. You can't get rid of these guys. Well, that's it. It won't work. These perverts have screwed it all up. I told you, replace them. You would have had enough there anyway. Piroshka, the loser, has run away. Petrovich, they're going to show you New York here. Yeah, I get it. I'll do it myself. Yeah, I'll do it myself. Okay, come on, guys. Then he called his son. By this time, the 76th had taxied to the runway. As the plane began to accelerate, Gigi turned to the pilot. Turn off your cell phones. Yeah, I'll turn it off now. I'll turn everything off now. Just let me dial one more number. Making a final motion with his thumb, he said, "Fry, nits." The front wheels had barely left the ground when I heard a dull thud. We were all thrown upward and onto the windshield, then swayed so hard that we circled the ceiling, walls, and floor. I saw the rest of the plane, ablaze with bright flames. It was twisting to the side. I think they called it drifting. Burning embers and body parts poured out and scattered across the airfield. Then there was another roar. The fuel tanks had exploded. A plume of fire rushed toward us. The smell of unbearable heat filled the air. The last thing I remember is the pilot's bulging eyes right in front of my face. When I came to, I heard someone screaming. At first it seemed far away, but with each passing second, the sounds grew louder and louder. I turned my head and saw a man standing next to a GAZ-66 truck with the sign "People" on it, yelling in a hoarse voice. "Ooh, di bira itintikin. Oler mana, ayanati bit, turganik." Realizing it was for me, I started toward him and found something dark in my hands. It was the pilot's head. I recognized it, despite the sooty stains and sun-bleached eyebrows. Apparently, I'd gotten a little carried away. The head was trying to say something, but naturally nothing came out. Throw her away? But she's completely defenseless. She can't move, she can't stand up for herself. I hugged her to my chest and walked to the truck. "Bira dietim," the driver leaned out of the car. "Ilani, yilarbu alasina, hayakaini." More zombies were sitting under a tarpaulin in the back of the truck. From the airfield strewn with dead bones, we headed toward Marka. After passing it, we found ourselves on the Namtsir highway. Somewhere below the mountain, they were waiting for us. The driver jumped out of the car. "He brought 7 more, or 8. Have you forgotten how to count?" The elderly man in camouflage who was accepting the load frowned. "So, was it so difficult to count the heads?" "Well, if it's about heads, then 8. We lined up in a row. The old man walked along it and patted me on the burnt cheek. Handsome. Here he noticed the head and corrected himself. Handsome guys. The truck that had brought us drove back. After watching it go, the old man sighed deeply and pointed toward the city. "Yours are being beaten there. Seriously beaten. We're better prepared this time. Varfolomeyev is in charge of headquarters. That's the funny thing. We'll handle things differently with you. We'll actually send you to your Antarctica. We prepared all this ourselves. We didn't get any help from anyone higher up, so we prepared as best we could. I admit, not everyone will make it, but I'd give you about 80%. An ambulance pulled up, and 4 more zombies climbed out. The old man's attention shifted to them. A girl, clearly a schoolgirl, also in camouflage, approached us. "Follow me." After passing through the forest, we found ourselves in a clearing. There were about 15 hot air balloons there. After seating us all in one gondola, the schoolgirl began giving us instructions. "Fly south all the time, preferably not below 9 kilometers, and don't go too high either, so as not to lose control. Keep an eye on the thermometer. If it gets closer to -20, climb higher. Every 1,000 meters is 6.5 degrees. An elderly man appeared from the forest. He was yelling into the phone. "Take them down, Magansky. Drive them like crazy. Damn, what kind of crap is there in a shishiga?" Everyone who was in the clearing began to look at each other. "We'll have guests soon." Maybe we should start launching them one by one, someone asked. Well, we've got at least 10 minutes. Maybe we can wait a bit longer for Volodya and Jera. They're on their way. They should be able to get through. But we're at full readiness for launch, I asked one of them, the one standing near our ball. Who are you? We're fucking rotten tolerance. In fact, we're still human. And, looking into my eyes, he added, good luck to you guys. While we were still flying at bird's-eye altitude, moving away from Yakutsk, illuminated by the glow of fires and the sun rising over the Lena River, I looked down and saw crowds of zombies trudging along the highway. Driven by early spring, they were heading north, seeking at least temporary salvation. The front lines had already passed Pokrovsk, and this stream continued uninterrupted even as they approached Kachikatsky. And then, visibility was obscured by clouds and fog. Now it's all beneath me, far from me. The frost caresses my skin. I slowly shake the frost off my hands. I admire the brightest sun, enjoy the freshest air in 3 months. Now, I can do this. The head stares past me, indifferent. So what? I look at it too. Maybe someday zombies will have their own doctors who will reattach body parts to them. Then, I'll know what it told me back on the airfield. If we're lucky and our balloon makes it, we'll be together for a long time. And if we're not, at least there will be a last meal. I'm free. I'm flying. Marina Arzhakova, a boy named Ned, 1. When Ned was born, he didn't cry. His mother, lying on the delivery bed, immediately pressed her lips together. Her consciousness teetered on the fragile line between clarity and a lapse into unconsciousness. I have a dead son. The thought burned like boiling water. 2 slaps cut through the room, after which the boy, soon to be named by the strange name of Ned, burst into loud, clear tears, delighting his mother's ears and allowing her to finally fall back on the pillow. Winter was beginning in Yakutsk. On October 19th, the day Ned was born, the first snow fell. Lying in a plastic container, Ned looked out the window, not yet understanding, of course, the meaning of the white flakes falling from the low cloud-covered sky. Nor did he understand that a century ago, in the distant early 2000s, on October 19th, Yakutsk was already covered in a solid layer of snow. People rushed to put on down jackets and thick hats, and the ice on the lakes was so thick that hundreds of children donned skates and frolicked on it, tracing unheard-of circles. Ned was the firstborn in the family. His parents, already elderly, were so overjoyed at their long-awaited son that they doted on him even before his birth. He saw his mother that same evening. A timid nurse brought baby Ned and placed him in his mother's warm arms. He looked at her, feeling her loving gaze on him, and smiled for the first time. His mother smiled back and ran her finger over his tiny nose. The touch was so pleasant that the baby smiled even more. She didn't yet know her son's name and silently called him my baby. After feeding her baby, Ned closed his eyes and began to snore, afraid to wake him. His mother sat with him in her arms until the same timid nurse took him to the baby room. After her son was taken away, she lay awake for a long time, watching snowflakes dance in the lantern light outside the dark window. Every now and then she smiled, filled with boundless love for her son. Suddenly, the name Ned sounded clearly in her head. Afraid to believe it, she buried herself deeper in the blanket. But the voice continued. Ned, Ned. My son's name is Ned." She ran her hand over the belly where her son had recently lived and confidently said, "Ned." When the joyful father heard his son's name the next day, he was taken aback. "Ned," he repeated after his wife, certain he'd hear something else, since his hearing had been terrible for a long time. But his wife nodded and confirmed, "Ned." He widened his eyes and began to argue that the name was incorrect. "How come it's Ned?" he asked, constantly touching his forehead and ruffling the hair on top of his head. "Let it be Kolya or Mitya." "Mitya, do you hear how good it is? Mitya Savelyev." But his wife smiled, one of those mysterious smiles for which he loved her, and repeated the strange name, Ned. He loved arguing with her. They even got married after arguing back in their student days. However, today, looking at his wife on the hospital bed, he had no desire to argue with her. Citing the doctor's warning, later, leaving his wife's room, he headed toward the glass behind which his Ned lay in a sterile room. Reproaching himself for his mistake, he corrected himself to the neutral, "my son." But as soon as he glanced at the child wrapped in a blanket, his face broke into a smile and he said, rather treacherously, "Need." And so it happened that Ned became Ned after all. The boy grew strong, despite doctors' assurances of his frail health due to his late birth. At first, his parents truly expected long hospital stays and medications instead of candy, but Ned grew stronger with each passing day. At exactly 6 months old, he sat up and, delighted, joyfully threw toys around the room, babbling in a language known only to him. At 9 months, he didn't walk but ran, so fast that his mother, distracted by a TV commercial, didn't have time to realize where her Ned had gone. Later, capturing his confident steps with a tiny camera, she couldn't forgive herself for missing such an important and happy moment in her son's life. Ned began to speak when he was just over a year old. Winter was approaching again, and snow had fallen a little earlier this year than the year Ned was born, so that Yakutsk outside his bedroom window resembled a cupcake unevenly dusted with powdered sugar. His world consisted of his parents' apartment, the corners of which he'd managed to explore and realize the storage room was dark, which was terrifying. The entire apartment terrified him with its vast expanse, filled with strange things. He was terrified by the tall shelves in the library which, no matter how hard he tilted his head, never ended, reaching the white ceiling. Looking at them, Ned thought they didn't end there either, but pierced the ceiling and rushed outside, where his mother took him mornings and evenings. Ned was also terrified of the bathroom, with its seemingly enormous black washing machine. He'd approach the door with dread and glimpse the shiny side of the machine lurking in the darkness of the bathroom through the crack. One day, the nanny who babysat him on Fridays threatened to stick him in there and have the ominous washing machine swallow him whole. She'd said it exactly, whole. Ned remembered the word, having never heard it before, and its raspy sound terrified him. To make the point, Ned's nanny picked up a stuffed kangaroo and tossed it into the open mouth of the washing machine, which immediately began humming, devouring the unfortunate toy. But most of all, Ned feared the wardrobe in the living room. Its colossal doors swung open, revealing coats and jackets hanging within, revealing darkness beyond. When his brave mother, having seated him in the stroller, fearlessly opened the wardrobe to retrieve his coat, he saw the darkness behind the clothes shifting hideously, enraged by the disturbing light. The monsters living within retreated silently, disappearing into a pitch-black infinity. This pleased and soothed Ned during the day. But as soon as the apartment darkened, and the lone light in the hallway went out, the little boy would immediately imagine nightmarish monsters crawling out of the wardrobe and, clinging to the walls, making their way to his bedroom. A small gnome-shaped nightlight, its blue glow dispelling the darkness, saved the day. The monsters breathed outside the door, peeped through the hole, but did not dare enter, fearing the light that destroyed them. So it was at the closet that Ned spoke. He was sitting in the stroller. His mother had put his hat on and was about to get his coat, but as she reached for the door, it opened by itself. Ned hiccuped in the stroller, imagining all the horrors ready to rush like a black wave onto his mother, and he shouted loudly, frightened by the sound of his own voice, "Mommy!" Mom stopped and looked at him with a laugh. "Say it again, sweetie, will you?" "Nedic?" But Ned remained silent, his surprise having forgotten about the menacing closet and his mind replaying the moment when he managed to utter a word. 2. Ned was 10 when it happened. From a timid toddler, he grew into a mischievous boy, curious about everything. Forgetting his childhood fears, he burst into the world restlessly, threatening to turn it upside down. One moment he'd race through the streets, driving grandmothers into a frenzy as they snorted angrily after him. The next he'd race through school with his bully friends, invariably eliciting admiration for his bravery and ingenuity. It's impossible to describe how tired his mother was of him. Complaints from grandmothers and teachers increasingly led her to believe she was missing something as important as discipline in her son's upbringing. Yakutsk in 2153 was not much different from Yakutsk at the beginning of the new millennium. Of course, it had made great strides following the discovery of new minerals in Yakutia. Its streets, now entirely made of stone, were crisscrossed by the latest automobiles, and in the evenings it glowed with lights no less dazzling than those of central cities. The noticeably warmer climate had a beneficial effect, shortening winters and increasingly bestowing warmth on Yakutians that had once been rare. The city had expanded, incorporating several naslegs, settlements that have now become the business centers of the Far East. But, for the most part, Yakutsk remained the same small town, with an insular mentality, closed to new developments, and a division between the familiar and everything beyond. It so happened that Ned was born at the very center of this cultural and technological collapse. His parents were among those who propelled Yakutia forward into the bosom of all-consuming globalization. They were accused of killing traditions and worshipping New World centers, hated and simultaneously loved for the possibility of a new era, and were the subject of whispered rumors in the newspapers, which scribbled ever more rumors about the next steps of the intellectual center of Yakutsk, and where this might lead Yakutia as a whole. Ned, however, was 10 years old and had little interest in his parents' activities, much less read the publications that fueled discord between the followers of the mainstream and those who clung to the status quo. He was a child, interested in new toys and happy to befriend anyone who showed even the slightest interest in him. Thus, Ned had many friends with whom he sought adventures in his free time. "Hey, Ned," his friends would say to him, and in their playful squints he could see a new, amazing idea. "Let's go to the old poultry farm?" His eyes lit up in response. The old poultry farm was considered a hotspot in Yakutsk. For reasons unknown to anyone, it couldn't be torn down. And for these reasons, Ned and his friends were grateful. Abandoned buildings were few in Yakutsk, and the old poultry farm offered the only opportunity for children to experience the tingling sensation in the pit of their stomachs as they explored abandoned corridors where, they believed, danger lurked. Sneaking out of the house wasn't difficult, as the same nanny, who had terrified him with the washing machine, kept an eye on him after school. They'd gotten to know each other well over the past 10 years. And Ned knew perfectly well that if he got back by 7, no one would know about his expedition. since his nanny wanted both a break from him and her paycheck. This arrangement, on the cusp of light and darkness, suited him, though he sometimes dreaded the fact that he barely made it to the appointed time. The abandoned building was scary. So scary that even Ned's tallest friend Dimka flinched at every sound. But no one dared laugh at him, because Dimka could hit someone so hard that even Aspergel, the best remedy for bruises and abrasions, wouldn't help for weeks and weeks. Picking their way through the shattered glass and cement that crunched underfoot, they looked around with dry breath, hoping to spot a ghost. According to rumors, there were many ghosts at the poultry factory. An old security guard who died right on the job without ever realizing it. A thieving headmistress whose restless spirit couldn't leave the accounting office alone. And small, harmless ghosts of laying hens, whose clucking was clearly heard by a couple of older children. In Ned's opinion, the most terrifying of these many was the apparition of a worker pecked to death by angry chickens in a broiler. This story terrified him with its improbability and its documentary authenticity, which he personally verified. He once spent a whole day in the archives searching through the files for details about the unfortunate woman's death. The archives were old-fashioned, and he merely ran out of words searching for the right title. Finally, a 30-year-old article surfaced. A horrible incident at the poultry farm. A photograph accompanied the article. The young woman looked at him, her eyes wide with surprise. Ned chuckled at the time, but regretted it for a long time afterward, trembling at the thought that the ghost might have heard his chuckle. And so he found himself at the poultry farm, secretly yearning to find the scene of the scandalous incident. But no matter how hard he searched, time had mercilessly destroyed his landmarks. The paint had peeled from the walls. The upper floors were inaccessible, and the doors were gone altogether. A wind now blew through their openings, bringing with it a stench and ghostly rustling sounds. That very day it all began as it had 200 times before. They entered through a window on the first floor, walked down a narrow corridor to the stairs, carefully climbed them to the second floor, and nearly fainted from the sound of a bird taking flight. Arriving at the place, Dimka spat in a businesslike manner, wanting to show his fearlessness, and said loudly, "On site?" "Place?" "Place," the echo answered, and only when it had completely died down did the friends decide to catch their breath. "And we're okay, huh?" Sasha smiled, continuing to look around. "Like real stalkers," Ned looked at him. "That is, no, not like real ones. That is," Sasha chattered. Without listening to him, Ned began to circle around the new reconnaissance location, occasionally putting his hand to the holster of his flare pistol. "Report?" he asked the secretary, played by Yana, the bravest girl he knew. It was so beautiful that everyone admired it. Yana pulled a diagram of the building out of her pocket and pointed to the side. "We are here. Box A," Dima read and looked at Ned. "Damn," he muttered, his voice as hoarse as possible. "Check again. Have our guys disappeared here?" Ours referred to a group of scouts who had vanished into obscurity 5 years ago. Yana pulled out a notebook and frowned as she scanned the scribbled pages. They had filled the notebook in turns, even before the expedition to the poultry farm last year. "No, Commander," she said to Ned. "They disappeared into Box B." Sasha slapped his knee. "Oh shit," he shouted. "Oh shit. Who came up with this fucking plan?" Dima pushed him in the shoulder. "Calm down, boy. All sorts of things happen during operations." "But we have nothing left," Sasha said, almost in tears. "Everyone's dead. And all because of that damned plan. Stop the hysteria. Dima and Sasha immediately interrupted their conversation, and Yana looked at Ned with alarm. "Is there something?" He put his finger to his ear where the earphone was sticking out. "Interference. Shh. Let's run." The boys rushed after him, caught up in the game's unexpected twist. Each of their faces wore the stern grin of a stalker on the trail. Commander Ned raced ahead, shouting orders to his subordinates. The game was in full swing. They truly weren't kids now, but a team of stalkers making their way through the contaminated zone, searching for their missing friends. Glory and valor awaited them, for they would definitely... And then Ned disappeared, so abruptly that Sasha, Dima, and Yana stopped dead in their tracks, mistaking the apparent fact for a ploy by the brave commander. Sasha was the first to come to his senses, shouting, "Impossible!" He rushed to the spot where Ned had disappeared, followed by Dima, then Yana. Seeing the hole in the floor, she laughed, then screamed. Ned was lying below. But he thought everything would be different. He expected tunnels and voices calling into the distance. He expected to see someone great, someone his mother prayed to in the evenings, and his father, looking at her, raised an eyebrow critically. He imagined landing on a green meadow, inhaling the scent of unseen flowers, and the sun gently touching his skin. He thought. In those immeasurable minutes, or perhaps hours or seconds, he recalled all the legends he had ever heard. He wasn't afraid of hell, because he knew that the souls of children don't go there. The word limbo came from somewhere. Floating in zero gravity, he tried to understand what it meant. Limbo, a word his mother had told him in early childhood, is where non-believers end up. As soon as he remembered, he found himself on something hard. Afraid to open his eyes, he ran his palm over the rough surface beneath him. The air was hot. Ned was sweating, and he wanted to open his eyes. "Tsk!" A voice from above interrupted him. "You're not here yet. Don't look." Ned cowered in fear and squeezed his eyes shut so tightly that multicolored lights began to dance in them.
"What a good boy. What's his name?"
Ned was silent. "Well, yes," the voice sighed. "Don't answer. You're not here anyway." Here was beginning to seem like a bad place to Ned. He feared he'd finally ended up in hell. And thinking about all his sins, especially his escape to the poultry farm, he began to cry. "Abe, what is it?" Someone wiped away his tears. The touch was sickeningly cold. "Such a boy, and yet you cry." Ned's tears grew louder at these words. "Plow and plow, che merrily full." The voice faded, and Ned felt alone. Opening his left eye, he saw the ground above him, swarming with maggots. "Ugh," he blurted out. Ned was immediately jerked backwards, as if sucked into a hose by a giant vacuum cleaner and dragged into the unknown. Ripping out his insides until the last drop of blood, he returned to Earth. Ned couldn't explain how he felt this, because there were no feelings at all. Maybe I'm stuck in a monument, he thought. The sensations were unusual before. He tried to move his arm, leg, or even his little finger, but to no avail. The stone-like body felt alien and unlike his own. What upset Ned more than anything else was being alone on Earth. No voices, no other sounds, not even the faintest, and certainly no touches. Soon, Ned lost track of how long he'd been trapped in stone. Along with his memories, his past life faded like a dirty glass. His soul was leaving him, and he didn't even notice. With each new now, Ned found himself increasingly unable to be surprised, afraid, or regret anything. Colors faded, leaving behind a black and white series of meaningless images. The string of sensations vanished. If ice or fire had been applied to him, he wouldn't have been able to distinguish one from the other. Ned froze, staring into impenetrable darkness, turning into something inanimate. Now, his last thought thrummed through him. Now. One day, he ceased to perceive himself. Dissolving into space, he remained a nobody, repeating only one unit of time. Now. 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 And there were no more pictures, no more friends' faces, no more ringing of their laughter in his ears, no more warmth of his mother's hands and the blessing of his father's respect. No longer the feeling of a warm wind and the breath rushing noisily from his lungs. Everything was gone. Everything died. And if he had been even a little bit the same Ned he once was, he might have regretted his small, absurdly wasted life. At 11:30 New York time, Janice Smith woke to a ringing phone. The sound of an old Beatles song playing in the sunlit room made her sit up in bed, remembering who the tune was written for. At 9 p.m., Dima, better known locally as the Russian, vibrated his phone at a Kabul movie theater. The name flashing on the screen caused him to run out of the theater and say in a hoarse voice, "Hello?" At 4:30 p.m. in Yakutsk, Sasha Alexeyev pressed the end button. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Looking at the old-fashioned device, he couldn't believe the hour hadn't arrived. He'd known about it all along, but after 10 years it had begun to seem impossibly distant. But the time had come. On the night of July 24th, the Savelyevs didn't sleep. Sitting in the break room of the Scientific Technology Center, they took turns looking at each other. They had changed over the past 10 years. More wrinkles on their faces, more gray hair. 10 years ago, they had imagined a different future, full of pleasant anxieties and expectations. But it turned out to be poisoned by the poison of anticipation. The anticipation of this day. It all began with the hospital where their bleeding son was brought. With eyes filled with despair, they watched as his body ebbed away. He came to once, but only to look at them one last time with a look of surprise. When the doctors covered him with a sheet, Ned's mother's heart stopped along with his, and her husband's hand on his shoulder grew heavy. He too looked at his son, and also died, burying his hopes and dreams, unable to understand how he could lose him. And then Victoria appeared in their lives. Beautiful and confident. In those days, she seemed like an angel descended from heaven. She told them incredible stories, showed them countless diagrams, and most importantly, happy photographs. She promised to bring him back to them, bring back their Ned. That day had come. True, everything seemed different now. The grief hadn't been forgotten, but it wasn't as constant. Their lives had become entwined with countless threads that filled the void. Chief among them was Katya, a girl who lived their dead son's life day after day. They lived in a different apartment, on a different street, with different furniture. And waking up in the mornings wasn't met with the bitterness of loss and the countless what-ifs. Only a single-page contract in a folder with important documents reminded them that their Ned not only had been, but would likely still be. How easy it was to tear them away from the harmonious life they'd established. One phone call, and the pain returned. The what-ifs returned. Trying to drown out the questions raging in their heads, they immediately rushed to the center. Completely forgetting about Katya, the new apartment, and the new obligations they'd just met. They sat waiting, disbelieving and horrified by the thought that their dead son was in one of the adjoining rooms. And what if? Silence. Fear hung in the silence. And then footsteps outside the door. And Victoria entered, wearing a white coat. Her red hair was pinned back, her makeup flawless. If she was nervous, she skillfully hid it. "How are you feeling?" Savelyev replied, "Good." "Where is he?" asked the wife. Victoria slowed down. The psychologist's advice, as always, having completely forgotten. She had already seen the boy herself, and more than once. The parents were forbidden from seeing the body being restored. The new P company had its own morals and ethics. "Are you ready?" The Savelyevs nodded and joined hands. Shaking all over, Victoria left the room again. A boy was waiting for her outside the door. "Hey," she squatted down. "Say Mom and Dad, okay?" The boy nodded. "Mom and Dad," he repeated to himself. Victoria took his hand and, taking a deep breath, pushed the door. The boy saw a man and a woman sitting on a green sofa. They were staring at him with wide eyes. The silence in the room didn't seem strange to him. He was used to it. "Mom and Dad," he said. The words tumbled out of his mouth and crashed into his parents' hearts. Crying, they rushed to him and began to cuddle. He was so taken aback, he couldn't let go of Victoria's hand. "Save me," he wanted to say. But then blurry images crossed his mind. A woman and a man with him in the park, he was smiling broadly. A woman and a man bringing him a cake with the number 1 on it. He was a baby. Mom and Dad. Touching her son, the mother felt a sense of fulfillment, almost like the day she heard him cry for the first time. "Ned," she whispered in his ear, disbelieving the reality of what was happening. Any doubts about the wisdom of their actions vanished at the sight of her son alive. As if there had never been a moment in their lives when he closed his eyes for the last time. Now he looked at them again, and although they lacked the fullness of life, his mere presence here was enough. Victoria tried not to look at them. In 15 years of working for the company, she had never gotten used to the moments of encounters. She and the company stubbornly called the return of the dead encounters, though those opposed to them. The boy didn't let go of her hand, looking at her pleadingly. She shouldn't have feelings for him. To her he was Project Ned. And tomorrow, she had a press conference at which she would announce the first successful experiment in Yakutia. The region was especially important for the company because of its climate, thanks to the underground ice, allowing for the storage of numerous bodies without the risk of unnecessary costs or penalties. Penalties. Victoria almost vomited at the mere thought. There were several of them in warmer climates, and New P had been struggling to clear its hands of the scandal for 3 years. But Yakutsk would certainly be a successful location. Victoria had no doubt of that, just as she had no doubt of herself. After seeing the Savelyevs off, she tidied up the lounge alone, then stood by the window and did something she hadn't done for many years. She lit a cigarette. Tomorrow was going to be a hard day. 5. They cut him off from all sources of information, but Ned still felt uneasy. The images appeared more and more often. He knew what these things were called, memories. In them he saw himself from the outside and could recognize what had happened to him before the blackout. He felt comfortable only when alone, sitting in one place, staring at one point. Then the world became level. In the lab, the psychologist spent hours talking about emotions. He knew that when people around him smile, he should smile back, and when people are upset, he should frown. He also worked with a group for a long time, and although they said he was doing great, he still couldn't understand contrast and imagery. The world, reduced to a single point, found peace and clarity. But Mom and Dad wouldn't leave him alone. Ned even began to think they didn't like him sitting still, so they forced him to do things all the time. At such moments, images were especially helpful. For example, they'd give him a car and his mind would immediately flash with images of himself racing around the room, making loud jizz. A week passed and he went outside only once. His mother led him by the hand and passers-by turned to look at them, even filming them. Ned found this an unnatural reaction, and when he came home he looked in the mirror, trying to find the reason for the intense attention. He looked like everyone else, only paler. He considered many things even better about himself. For example, his face wasn't distorted by the emotions that so ugly deformed the human face. And only one thing inspired fear. Ned touched the scar on the back of his head. The surgeon laughingly told him that his whole life was there. What did he mean? At night, when he didn't need sleep, Ned thought about it, suspecting something had been implanted in him. Once, he asked Victoria, "Am I a cyborg?" It was after they had watched a film together about such a creature. Victoria ran her hand through his hair and explained that he should never think that. "You're human," she said, not looking him in the eye. Am I human? The question was as familiar to Ned as the morning sun. Yes, he was human, they assured him at the center. They said he'd been there a long time, but he only remembered the last 3 years. Victoria had become the most precious person during that time. Unlike the psychologist, she simply answered his questions. And most importantly, he believed her. However, Ned doubted her conviction that he was human. Sometimes, especially if he stared for hours at a time, vague memories would surface in his mind, the authenticity of which he doubted. They were different, transforming him into another being. They made him want to laugh, or, conversely, cry. One of the most terrifying was the image of a hole in the floor and the feeling of colliding with something solid. This can't be, Ned thought, trying to escape the uninvited images. In memories, everything is seen from the outside. But nevertheless, they were there, disrupting his spiritual balance. They burst into reality, threatening to destroy his peace. Then, Ned would lie down under the bed and close his eyes. The darkness put everything in order again. He would have liked to spend eternity like this. But his mother began calling him, and, without waiting, she began to search. He was afraid to ask her questions. He'd been raised to respect his parents. Showing misunderstanding in front of them, much less disobeying them, was forbidden. This could lead to unpredictable consequences, the psychologist warned. Life was full of oddities. So Ned obediently continued to endure the inconvenience. Victoria no longer appeared, sitting at the table with an unwanted plate of food. He thought she could explain everything. He would have believed her as always if he'd said, "Ned, just don't worry." One day he saw her on television, smiling as she told the people sitting before her about some project. "Perhaps right now we've reached a new milestone in human history," she declared. "The new P Company offers the chance to live forever. Of course, the instruments are still imperfect, and the reconstruction will take quite a while. But with a couple of years of practice, I assure you, we'll be able to restore them in months." "And God?" someone from the audience asked. Victoria let out a chuckle. "I'm afraid you're stuck in the Middle Ages." Ned turned off the TV. According to the psychologist, he missed her. The days dragged on, soon counting down to months. Passers-by still poked Ned in the face, and he'd almost gotten used to it. Mom and Dad pretended everything was fine. They brought him a bunch of old toys, which he'd been told to play with. He played, mechanically sorting through the cars and horses, not understanding the charm of them. Of course, he'd seen children in the yard tinkering with similar things a few times. He'd tried to approach them. They'd tried to play with him. But soon they'd tire of the distraction of explanations and run away. "To the poultry farm," they'd whisper. Ned was left alone, sitting there until his mom, suddenly aware of his surroundings, came running for him. "Have you played enough?" she asked happily. "Yes," he answered, and followed her home. And then they appeared. There were 3 of them. Dad introduced them as Yana, Dima, and Sasha. The 20-somethings looked at him, barely holding back tears. Yana, who announced that she was now a smith and living in America, was especially excited. Ned was seated before them and left alone. "Who are you?" he wanted to ask, but, remembering the psychologist's instructions, he didn't. The 3 began pulling out gifts, and with a smile on his face, he accepted them according to all the rules. Then, the nightmare began. The images became clearer. The children in them resembled the people sitting in front of Ned. Their faces were laughing, and he sat across from the 2 of them and laughed along with them. "Ned," he heard in his head, "you snorted," followed by more peals of laughter. The images overwhelmed him, and the 3 of them leaped up from the sofa. He recoiled from them and walked unsteadily toward the door. Them? What about him? The mirror in the living room made matters worse. He saw himself again, just as he'd seen him in his memories. And he saw them, so unlike himself, but still them. Ned struggled to unlock the door and ran out onto the landing, then up the stairs to the street. Shouts echoed behind him, and he ran, his legs carrying him forward at incredible speed, leaving the 3 of them far behind. Images flashed through his head, and he too was running through them. The road led him to a building. It stood abandoned, isolated, devoid of life. And yet Ned found it beautiful. He entered and reached the top floor. It was difficult. The stairs were gaping, some creaking on the remains of rebar. One even collapsed after Ned descended. But he didn't turn around. The word danger, instilled by the psychologist, was forgotten. Only the desire to find darkness remained. He found it in one of the rooms with the still-standing sign, Broiler. The cabinet inside had slammed shut, shielding Ned from the light. Pressing himself against the wall, he closed his eyes, finding long-awaited peace. Margarita Toprina, The Zombie Diaries. Monday, 9:33. Dear Diary, today, when I arrived at work, I checked my vKontakte account as usual. But instead of aimlessly browsing my friends' new, cool avatars, of which, by the way, I already have 2,486, I was hit with a powerful flash of light. It was so unpleasant I thought I'd gone blind. I couldn't tell if the flash was coming from the computer itself or from vKontakte. I screamed, pressed my hands to my eyes, and then suddenly realized I was terribly hungry, and I wanted not just anything, but human flesh. The only people nearby were Albina, a dumb PR woman who thought she was a glamorous beauty, and the idiot Konstantin, a novice part-time courier. My roar of pain and resentment gradually turned into a roar of angry hunger. I didn't want carrion or homosexual food, in case it was contagious. But I was hungry. With a newly acquired reflex, to walk with my arms outstretched, I walked out of the advertiser's office, as we proudly called ourselves, dragging my feet for some reason. Shrill questions followed me, asking how I was feeling and what had happened to me. I couldn't tell which of my two colleagues was shrieking solicitously. I wanted either to satisfy my hunger or some friendly advice on how and with whom to do it. That was all I could think about. 9:56. Walking out into the office corridor, I saw all four of the accounting hens. The head one's expression became unbearably arrogant upon seeing me. What, these youngsters? Aren't you working? Going back to your Kolias to get drunk? Kolia is our lovely system administrator. Yes, I have a drink with him sometimes, that's true, but always after work, not before. I wanted to say something like that to this dyed-haired, blonde-haired woman, but it came out something like this. Agur. Agur. Yeah, right. Oh well, screw her, I decided. Screw her and her gang of perpetually disgruntled, and today unappetizing hens. I decided not to bother them at all, even though they were the ones chatting in the hallway, like a morning line for the bathroom. I'm busy, fulfilling the call of the flash. No, that's not it. Flashes, with a capital F, and maybe even in italics. Flashes. What did you say? Came rushing after me, completely nonsensical. Mustering all the strength in my mouth, I somehow managed to say, Go. I don't want you. I don't want to eat you, you're so disgusting, I wanted to say, but I only had enough strength for the first part. Oh, it's like someone wants you, what a sex symbol. And laughter. Even though they're bitches, it's still offensive to hear that. I'm young, handsome, and successful. I even wanted to turn around, go back to them, and nibble a couple of times on those places they so painstakingly and proudly hug. But I've become too lazy. I move slowly, clumsily. Besides, in the reflection in the hallway window, I saw that my screeching colleagues had decided to peek out into the hallway and check on me. Their heads poked comically out from behind the door, spinning like those of a great gray owl. I'd watched a bird show on National Geographic. Dragging my feet as hard as I could, I turned toward Kolia's. His little room was unusually bright, truly bright, from the window, from the sunlight. Peering closer with my still weak eyes, I saw that the thick glare-protecting curtains had been torn down and were lying in a heap on the floor. I called to my friend. Oh. For some reason, I immediately realized that my buddy was lying under a pile of curtains. That he was in a panic after Flash. He saw her too, spun around the office and tore the blackout curtains off. I spent a lot of time helping Kolyamba extricate himself from this damn fabric. It was so hard. We're both so stiff now. And my arms, almost always stretched out in front of me, are getting in the way. I even remembered how we used to do exercises in kindergarten. 1, 2, sit, stand, hands forward, Breathe through your nose. 1-2-12-12. Dear Diary, you won't believe it. I'm a zombie. A zombie. It's finally dawned on me. I don't know much about this topic. I watched something called, Zombieland about a year and a half ago. I remembered. There were some rules there, like, the fatties die first, shoot immediately. Damn. I thought it was funny when I watched it. And, of course, I also watched 28 Days and 28 Weeks Later. There, a deadly virus was released by some stupid Greenpeace people or something, and the zombies were vomiting blood. There was something else, too. I Am Legend with Will Smith. The zombies there were so drawn, like people without skin. There were even zombie dogs. By the way, I mustn't forget to try poisoning the dog. Maybe we'll understand each other without words, like with Columba and the director. I almost forgot. Our director also became a zombie, because he, too, had been on social media since morning. When he left his office to get some meat, as we clearly saw from his auger, his personal security guard and driver, Evdokim, having realized what was happening before anyone else, tried to kill the director. Apparently, he tried to kill him with a large gold-plated porcelain charoon. Well, at least that thing was useful. Although, no, Evdokim didn't actually manage to kill the director. He just nicked his face and smashed the souvenir for nothing. Incidentally, the director, like a true leader, was the first to bite a human and make him one of us. The director wanted to eat the resisting Evdokim, but he turned out to be very unpalatable, and besides, as I already said, he fought with a choroon. At that moment, Kolya and I arrived in the reception area where they were lying. This muscle man started writhing. Apparently, zombie toxins had entered his bloodstream after the director's rather deep bites. Then, Evdokim stood up, stretched out his arms, rolled his eyes, and there were 4 of us, like Aramis, D'Artagnan, and whoever else. Athos and Porthos. I'm very forgetful. There are more and more downsides to zombie life, and it worries me. So, Evdokim woke up, stood up, and somehow it became clear to us that while the 3 of us had been staring at him, all the workers, led by the secretary Olga, had disappeared somewhere, either run away or hid. Even my hysterically brainless bitch and gay. Our director, oh, how clever he is, suggested we go eat somewhere else, where the people weren't so nasty and unappetizing. Like, say, the Margarita restaurant. We hobbled outside and tumbled awkwardly down the stairs. His legs felt like they were in plaster casts, stiff. Kolya even broke his arm, accidentally getting it stuck in the railing as he tumbled down. But he said, and we stopped worrying about him. If it doesn't hurt, everything's fine, and a twisted arm looks pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we decided to go for a drive in the executive cruiser. Kolyamba and I were in the back. Evdokim was driving. We pulled out of the parking lot normally. There weren't many other cars, and there was no sign of anyone. Then, on the road, the driver skidded strangely, crashed into another car, and everyone went flying through the windshield, just like in cartoons. Everyone went flying except Evdokim, who was completely flattened, the steering wheel stuck between his shoulder blades, and his hands were twitching. He waved goodbye, I think. We think so. By the way, something like a collective consciousness is emerging. I wonder if this is a plus or a minus. Anyway, they started trudging along, and people kept staring, as if they hadn't seen 3 men covered in blood. Okay, not just blood, but with ribs sticking out in all directions and organs leaking out. I'm walking along thinking it's unfair. The director was the boss in normal life, and now he's taken the reins. So, deciding to show independence and initiative, I decided to satisfy my hunger right on the street. I won't be a lackey. And anyway, I'm the first to become a zombie. Anyway, I stopped, looked around, my head spinning like a tawny owl. I saw the children. I felt sorry for the children. The old woman. She looked like she hadn't washed for days, if not months. Nasty. Oh, there. A plump man coming. A little later, the same day. Dear Diary, I don't even know how long it's been. There are so many of us zombies now. If I were being sarcastic, I'd say it's now clear who was working and who was just hanging out on V-Contacta. So, I got separated from my mini-herd and went after a well-fed guy. And the bastard started yelling, picked up some rusty pipe from the ground and came at me. First, I got hit on the hands. By the way, when you walk with your arms outstretched, it's somehow easier to keep your balance. Then, he hit me on the head, and I thought I was done for. Of course, I fell, and that bastard even gave me a vile kick on that same poor head before running off. While I was awkwardly getting up, someone managed to call the police and an ambulance. The paramedics were the first to arrive, running to me and putting me back on the ground. All my efforts were in vain. They were poking and prodding me, but it turns out I wasn't even ticklish. In short, they surprised me. They decided to take me to the hospital. I tried to tell them I was already dead and didn't need any help, but the whole team tried to calm me down, saying I was in shock. Of course I was in shock. So this guy, supposedly a nurse, the doctor's helper, so strong, shoved me into the nurse's station. And I couldn't say a word. I just moaned. So he got angry and decided to bite him. And then the driver, who was supposedly a bit part character, unexpectedly shoved me out of the way and started biting the nurse. When did he become a zombie? I blinked. I had other things to worry about. And then chaos broke out. The police arrived, yelling. Someone was running around with a gun, and there were tons of people. There was a traffic jam. Someone was honking. Someone was yelling. Someone knocked me down again, and the doctor was screaming. I was struggling on the ground, and then someone realized. Zombies! Zombies! They were yelling. Then the chaos doubled, tripled, and total chaos ensued. Someone was even laughing. I heard it myself. Anyway, miraculously, I finally managed to get up and ran, in my new, funny way, with my arms outstretched, moaning and limping. I hadn't even run 100 meters when I heard a voice in my head. "Stop, you fool, wait!" "Who are you?" I asked silently. Without looking back, I was focused on running. "Uiban." "What the hell, Uiban?" "Ambulance driver." "Ah, and how's the nurse?" I asked, not without bitterness. "He fought them off, Anyway, I went with Ivan to his house after all. He said we needed to gather our strength, and he had some unloved relatives from the village visiting. I, practically giggling with anticipation of both dinner and revenge on all the uninvited guests. "You'll answer for them all," ran awkwardly and cheerfully alongside Ivan. A little later that same day. We heard the nurse's voice finally join our collective consciousness. Incidentally, the more of us there were, the faster the newcomers adapted. It was me, poor thing. The first pancake that always flopped. So, Ivan and I are running past DP1, heading toward Yaroslavsky Street, and there's some official standing in the parking lot. He sees us, and his face immediately becomes so arrogant and angry. I remembered the accountant and started to get nervous. He's yelling something unintelligible about a zombie parade that was banned. I tried to explain it to him, but he even started mumbling something. By the way, I'm deteriorating so quickly. I can't even manage to say auger anymore. I just moo like a castrated bull. It's terrible, and I think slowly, illogically. So, I decided to tell the guy what was going on, and while I was still mumbling, it suddenly dawned on me that it would be more effective to demonstrate the new rules. It was probably the herd instinct that prompted me. No, it was more likely the voice of hunger. I tried to suppress it for a moment, distracting my mind with other thoughts. About running, for example, and even tried to focus on my long-suffering arms, to no avail. And only then, inspired by the thought, did I suddenly have a sudden thought. Don't worry. Eat the guy. Then Ivan's voice invaded me so dominantly. Don't touch him. You won't have time to eat him. He'll fight back. You see, high positions require fighting skills, and if you turn him into a zombie, he'll leave us all without dinner. He's a greedy devil, you see. That's how it is. It turns out being a zombie is quite a hassle. You have to think through some steps. In the evening. Dear Diary, we didn't make it to Ivan's. His truck had smashed him to pieces along the road. Some of the remains were still squirming around for a while, poor thing. But better him than me. Oh God, I'm so selfish. Oh well, the director found me. Team mentality is a minus after all, no privacy. Kolyamba also fell victim to self-defense. I envy normal people. I'm hungry, tired, and I think my hands and feet, which it turns out are bare for some reason, are frostbitten. I want to cry. I hate V-Contacta. What should I do? I can't go home looking like this. My mom will get upset and start crying, and my dad is a cop and he'll shoot me. I won't be able to get back to my girlfriend either. I saw her today. She's one of us. She's become unattractive. Blood and flesh don't suit her. Aggressive girls have always scared me a little. So, the director found me. Wanted me to join the now large herd. And then I realized I didn't want to obey anyone anymore. I'd had enough. Now that I'm such a rebel, I won't obey the rules. I even growled at my director. Incidentally, the former director, and with a small letter. I think I'll go to the store and eat some beef. Anything is better than nothing. Yeah, everyone else will laugh at me, but I don't care. I feel like I've been given a second chance to be whoever I want. Even if it's just me, even if I'm flawed, I'm free. I'll go to my dacha and limp home somehow. I'll wait out the first weeks of chaos there in a hut. And meat. Well, screw it. Meat. I'll be a vegetarian zombie. Individuality. Of some sort. André Bram Muchin Cross. The Muchin Cross Cemetery was a burial site for the dead and deceased inmates of the nearby Yakutsk prison. Muchin Cross was considered a cemetery for the poor. In addition to prisoners, vagrants who died in the cold were also brought there. The actual boundaries of this cemetery are unknown. The estimated area on the map of the modern city of Yakutsk corresponds to the 140th quarter, from the intersection of Dzerzhinsky and F. Popov streets, and almost to Kalvitsa Street. It's unclear what all the fuss is about in the German trenches. Everyone's wearing masks with huge eye sockets and trunks, looking. Captain Kornilov approached the ensign. Grisha, it looks like they're about to release the gas. Look, they're rolling out the cylinders. What kind of gas? Chlorine. So that's it. The troops knew that the Germans had attacked the Allies with gas that spring, causing an incredibly large number of casualties. Fyodor Vasilievich, we were promised to be supplied with gas masks and some kind of solution. As they say, you wait 3 years for what's promised, Grisha. At the same time, the front commander's order for an immediate assault on the enemy's positions was not too late. Or rather, it was late, by literally a few hours. It started, Grisha. I see. Clouds of yellow-green smoke floated from the enemy trenches. This is certain death, Your Honor. But orders are not discussed. It is quite possible that this obviously failed operation was part of an important strategic plan. We took an oath, Ensign. The captain seemed to be looking through his binoculars with visible interest at what was happening. I hope you haven't forgotten about that, Grisha. Gregory remained silent. The soldiers, as if in a hypnotic trance, watched sullenly from behind the parapets as death itself inexorably approached them. Someone couldn't bear it any longer. Let's run, guys. Kornilov turned around and fired his revolver into the air. I'll shoot anyone who runs. This had the desired effect. Panic was nipped in the bud. The captain stood upright on the parapet, and with his pistol raised, he commanded, "Attack! Follow me." And, no longer looking back, confident that the company would follow, he strode off at a brisk pace. Grigory, out of habit, twirled the revolver's drum on his forearm and repeated the company commander's command. "Charge, brothers!" And still without bending, he advanced to his full height. One must not set an example of cowardice for one's subordinates. At first hesitantly, then more boldly, the soldiers began to emerge from the trenches, rifles at the ready. Stragglers quickened their pace, and the line straightened out. They walked in silence, in complete silence, the only sound being the squelch of boots in the black mud, black from the rain. Why aren't they shooting, Fyodor Vasilievich? They're relying on their gas, Grisha, the captain replied cheerfully. But we'll take them at bayonet point. Cheer up, brothers. We'll take the Germans at bayonet point. To bayonets, brothers, the soldiers also shouted. A strange attack. Not a shot, not a cry, just silence. Only the clouds of a terrible fog were approaching. The fog front was moving slantingly. The clouds were already approaching the left flank, while the right was still far away. The fog reached the left flank, and soldiers began to stumble and fall. The captain fired toward the German trenches and shouted, "Runaways, fire!" The platoon commanders and squad members repeated the command. Indiscriminate shooting began. They fired more to raise morale than to kill. Confident that the Russians wouldn't reach them, the enemy didn't emerge from their trenches. Experience showed that gas is also a powerful psychological weapon. Often, upon seeing the streams of yellow-green smoke escaping from the cylinders, troops would flee in panic. As the attackers entered the yellowish-green mist, the line thinned. Grigory glanced at the right flank, where he could see unrest. The commanders were already threatening with pistols and urging the reluctant soldiers to attack, who realized what awaited them. The thirst for life had outweighed the shame of retreat. 2 of them, it seemed, had been shot. "Fire! Fire!" the ensign continues to shout, clicking the trigger of his revolver with the cylinder now empty. "Fire, brothers!" "Well done, Grisha," the captain shouted cheerfully. "I advise you to load your revolver, ensign. Anything can happen." The fog was inexorably approaching Grigory. The solution. The solution. The third man from him fell, writhing in terrible agony. The second, closest one, stumbled, clutching his throat with both hands. How strange, the air seemed to have freshened. Grigory pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, thrust it into the liquid mud beneath his feet, quickly pressed it to his face, and immediately an unbearably hot flame pierced his entire insides. His legs instantly weakened, and he fell. "Where's the fire, Grisha?" His mother and the young cook, Evdokia, stood by the bed, looking seriously worried. "Did you have another scary dream?" "Where am I?" "You're home, Grisha. You've been home for about a month now, son." "Sorry, Mom." Grigory shook his black curls, threw the blanket aside, and sat up. "I smell smoke." "It's just the neighbors lighting the stove last night, Grisha. It's like summer outside. What's wrong with them?" "Evdokia, close the window. It's seriously getting sucked in here." "Sleep, son, sleep." The mother gently stroked her son's shoulder. As they were leaving the room, Evdokia quickly glanced at her young master with a strange look. They both left the room. "Can't you find peace, Grigory Pavlovich?" Grisha turned around, the cook scattering oats in front of the clucking hens fussing in front of her, looked at him with the same strange look as at night. Putting his hands in his pockets, Grigory replied, "Why can't I have peace, Evdokia? But Nastya left for another while you, Grigory Pavlovich, were fighting the war." He doesn't seem to be joking. His gaze is serious. Or is he hinting at something? His hands in his pockets are clenched into fists. "What business is it of yours? I really feel sorry for you. You can't find a place for yourself. You, Evdokia, know this. Feed the chickens and pigs and I will sort out my own affairs." With a revolver? Despite the midday heat, it felt like a chill had washed over her. "How did she know?" she asked. "That's not how you do things like that, Grigory Pavlovich." "Go to hell." Already standing on the porch of the house, I heard, "Well, if anything happens, come over. I'll always help." Harder than the memory of the war was the news that Nastya hadn't waited for him, had left him for another. Another was Innokenty, the son of a well-known merchant in town, Onufriev. Every night before bed, sitting on his bed, Grisha would spin the cylinder of his revolver on his forearm for a long time and, staring blankly into space, would imagine scenes of terrible revenge. Waiting for the newlyweds to return from their walk in the evening, he would kill them in cold blood, or, bursting into their room at night, shoot, 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 shoot until the cylinder ran out of bullets. And the trigger would keep clicking blankly, just like in that attack. Look, he'd pass by arm in arm with Kesha, not noticing, averting his eyes. And what passionate words she spoke when she saw me off to war. And I love you, and I can't live without you, my dear. You whore. Yes, a loose woman. In a word, a woman. You can't trust women. This woman Evdokia is a strange one. The things they say about her. She can cast a spell, she doesn't wear a cross, and she hangs out with evil spirits. At least she's a hard worker and hasn't caused any harm to her family. And the fact that she doesn't go to church on Sundays is because she's overloaded with work around the house. People say things. The 20th century. Steam locomotives, telegraph, airplanes, and the superstitions are medieval. Or don't they? For some reason, people didn't like her. Oh, forget her, she'll get her thoughts. Nastya. Grigory stopped crunching the drum and tucked the pistol under the mattress. He needed sleep. Sleep wouldn't come. White nights, a white moon. Grisha stood up, pulled the heavy velvet curtains, and the room grew darker. An hour must have passed, maybe two. Now an intimate male physiological process was nagging at him. A notebook by the exiled socialist Zalewski had once circulated among the young people, containing parodies of Eastern fairy tales, where the special highlight of his obscene stories were words like peach, jade stem, and something about the bud of a beautiful flower. When students read this aloud at youth parties, the girls blushed deeply, became embarrassed, and snorted. Nevertheless, they listened with poorly concealed interest. Later, they say, the church excommunicated this Zalewski, but the socialist was only too happy. Students began to copy and distribute his manuscript with even greater zeal. One such notebook even made it to the seminary. It was this same jade rod, the memory of Nastya's breasts, that haunted him. And the fact that Innocenti was now, perhaps even this very moment, plucking the abundant nectar from the bud with his wasp sting simply drove him mad. Torment. Torment. Those pictures of gas masks again. It seemed he saw Nastya in a gas mask. She was standing on the parapet of an enemy trench, the wind blowing the hem of her large yellow dress. The wind blew in his direction, and the hem of her dress began to resemble a huge, terrifying cloud threatening death. And on the battlefield, the half-decayed bodies of his soldiers. This is just devilry. How bad and dreary it is at heart. Grigory pulled on his trousers, threw back the curtain, and swung out the window. He stood barefoot in the middle of the courtyard, enjoying the cool night air. A dog rattled its heavy chain at the gate and wagged its tail welcomingly. "Can't sleep, Grigory Pavlovitch?" Grisha flinched in surprise. Evdokia was staring at him through the open window. "I feel sorry for you, Grisha. I didn't want to argue." "Yes, I can't sleep." The young man approached the cook's window. "I've gotten out of the habit of white nights." "Yeah, it's always like this in Yakutsk, even in the summer." Grisha vaguely understood that Evdokia wasn't seeking sexual pleasure from him, but genuinely wanted to help. Only this help also carried a terrifying, terrifying aura. But surely his own thoughts were even more terrifying. "It's the same in St. Petersburg in the summer." "Really? What a strange thing. Where is Petersburg and where are we? What did you want to tell me?" Grigory realized why he had jumped out the window. He had made up his mind. Evdokia, it seems, was waiting for this question. "I wish to help your soul, Grigory Pavlovitch, because you can't find a place for yourself because of this." "How can I help?" "And the same thing you think about, only in a different way." Grigory understood what Evdokia meant by that same thing, but he couldn't quite grasp the meaning of differently. "Explain." "With a revolver, you'll be sent to hard labor in a flash." Evdokia lowered her voice. "We need something different here so we can stay clean. There's someone who can help. No one will even know." Grigory gazed longingly at the large, jagged moon, then into Evdokiya's eyes. Her eyes were definitely telling the truth. She could be trusted. Should I hire a killer? The cook's eyes had turned completely black, so much so that you couldn't even see the whites. But that was probably because she'd been staring at the moon for so long. It's expensive, he'll probably take it. What are you talking about, boss? The police will be here in a flash. Evdokiya began to speak quickly and breathlessly. They're already saying all sorts of things about you. Nastasia's parents are protecting her and they'll immediately remember you, Grigory Pavlovich. I told you, in a different way. And you won't need to hire anyone. Okay, how is it different? Don't keep me in suspense, Evdokiya. That man lives in Zalog. You need to go to him. No one will guess what's going on. We've seen it all before. And it won't be him who'll do it. It'll be the other one. Who is this other? A shiver ran down his spine. The intonation with which Evdokiya pronounced the word other dispelled any doubts about the dark, shady nature of the matter. However, it was not for nothing that people said all sorts of things about her. The whites of her eyes were still indistinct, as if black glass had been inserted into their sockets. Grisha glanced mechanically at the moon, then at the cook's white neck. Large white breasts were visible through the deep slit of her shirt. Indeed, there was no cross. What are you talking about? Look, Grigory Pavlovich. I wish you well. Don't look at me like that. I'm embarrassed. Evdokiya closed her collar. After all, they say one must take care of one's mental health. All illnesses come from that. Grisha looked away. Okay. Let's go to him in the morning, Evdokiya. Good night, master, she said softly after him. Grigory didn't answer, but thought, which? The night was calm, except for the strange, whiteless black pupils he saw. Nevertheless, Grigory slept well for the first time since returning from the war. Grigory and the cook were heading to a remote area of the city called Zalog. Passing the Church of the Mother of God, Grisha, looking up at the domes, crossed himself. The cook, however, walked so that the master shielded her from the church. She seemed to have even shrunk a little. So much had she shrunk. Grigory didn't notice whether she crossed herself, and he didn't care. His soul was burning with a thirst for revenge. After walking a couple of blocks, we stopped at a vacant lot. We've arrived, Grigory Pavlovich. The young man looked around in confusion. Where? To him. In the center of the vacant lot stood an inconspicuous old house, built of pine. It seemed as if a strong, invisible fence surrounded it. Those crowding around it seemed hesitant to move into the empty space, crowding and crowding, not daring to spread out their farms into the open space. Consequently, the yards of the nearby houses were incredibly small. Be brave, Grigory Pavlovich, the cook laughed. For a moment, it seemed her eyes had turned solid black again. Why did they award you the St. George Medal? Where did all that courage go? Grisha was truly embarrassed. The day was bright and cheerful, the sky was clear, but his soul was uneasy. His chest prickled. He must have swatted a mosquito. Another prick. He felt it. No, it was the silver cross, tilted sideways, pricking. I remembered why this area of the city is called Zalog. Those in the know said that in the old days this very spot was home to a bozhadomka, a communal pit, a grave dug during a plague, and also a burial place for those killed during pagan native uprisings, beggars, and suicides. They were laid in the pit with logs, and that was it. The Zalog dead were supposed to be buried across the river, and so it was. Later, as the city grew, such burials became more civilized, and a cemetery for the dregs of society was built closer to the prison. Mechanically adjusting the cross, brushing aside the doubts that had washed over him. He said confidently, "Lead the way, Evdokia." "Baptized, Sir Officer?" "Of course." Grisha, unable to find the icon in the red corner, quickly crossed himself at the window and began to unbutton the collar of his tunic. "Here." "No need." The owner of the gloomy house hastily stopped him. "Then we'll draw up a contract." "What contract?" "Evdokia, you said there wouldn't be any hiring." "Listen, Grigory," Evdokia interrupted her master with unusual sternness. Grigory was embarrassed, intimidated by the cook's brazen behavior. "Listen, Grigory, what are they telling you?" The furnishings in the house were ordinary. The only thing that was surprising was the lack of icons, and the fact that everything was somehow unkempt was probably due to the lack of a woman's hand. The owner himself was a nondescript, wall-eyed man of indeterminate age. You'd pass him on the street and not notice. "It's a rather delicate matter," the man said, looking me straight in the eye. "Whatever happens if you turn around later, I should have taken precautions, you know. How can I put it? After all, a contractor." The bells of the Church of the Mother of God rang out with a crimson ringing, and the man's face twisted as if in excruciating internal pain, or as if someone were scraping a nail against glass. The room immediately smelled of burnt sulfur. The man took several deep breaths, and it seemed the smell itself made him feel much better. "We're not playing with children, Grisha. You have half the job to do, at least, I promise. From my end, everything will be done smoothly, without a trace." "Okay," Grigory responded, pulling himself together. "What needs to be done?" Angry jealousy, anger, and resentment overcame common sense. He finally realized what kind of agreement they were talking about. The owner placed a clay bowl on the table in front of him and placed a sharp Yakut knife next to it. "Spill your blood here." Rolling back his sleeve, Grigory, without any hesitation, slashed the knife across the back of his hand, and blood poured into the cup. "Enough. You don't need much." Evdokia immediately bandaged her palm with a clean rag, as if she had already known about this sinister ritual in advance, and had probably prepared it in advance. "Today, find a fresh grave without a cross on the tombstone at the Muchin Cross Cemetery. Collect some holy water from any church, and wait for me at midnight at the western entrance to the cemetery." "On the cross of torment?" Grigory clarified. "Did I not make myself clear?" The man answered with a question. "Got it. I'll do it. Don't forget to take a shovel with you." "For what?" "You'll see. There. Muchin Crest. This cemetery for thieves, rapists, suicides, and the destitute was notorious in the city. People avoided it even during the day, and even more so at night. It's said that a careless passerby who had arrived late was once martyred there and crucified on an inverted cross. The police were never able to find the perpetrators, hence the cemetery's name. Nevertheless, crosses on the graves there were few. They were mostly erected by wealthy relatives of famous deceased persons. Heading out to find a fresh grave, Grigory grabbed a revolver. He wouldn't let anyone harm him. However, a fresh grave was found immediately. That of a 40-year-old man, the cause of his death unknown. Having memorized the location, Grigory headed to St. Nicholas Church for holy water and then straight home. The prolonged state of extreme agitation and the anticipation of a near denouement took its toll. An unpleasant chill settled in my stomach, like during a massive enemy artillery barrage with heavy guns. When the shells exploded close by, my entire body was gripped by primal fear, and I wanted to hide as deep as possible in the earth. All the while, I knew that even the earth wouldn't help me survive. The sultry July air was thick with the smell of burnt sulfur, which followed Grisha everywhere. Upon returning home, the stray dog whined at the sight of his young master, tucked his tail under himself, and hid in his kennel, something he'd never done before. To his great surprise, when he removed the bandage before dinner, he discovered that the wound on his arm had completely healed. After waiting for his household to fall asleep, Grigory grabbed a shovel and a vial of holy water and headed to the Martyrs' Cross Cemetery. His thoughts never left him for a second. He struggled in vain to understand how he had allowed himself to be drawn into this adventure, which reeked of the most foolish medieval savagery. But there was no turning back. Renouncing the agreement would mean dishonoring his honor. At midnight, the performer approached the gate. "Show me." Gregory understood and led him straight to the grave. "Here. Dig." Overcoming his fear and terror, Grisha began digging the grave. The earth hadn't yet settled sufficiently, so the digging was fairly easy. The full moon shone, reminding him of Evdokia's black eyes. The rotten fence on the old grave next door glowed eerily phosphorescent, and a few crooked crosses jutted out crookedly. Fear spurred the digger on. I wish all this would end. Finally, the shovel hit the tree. "Open up, Grigory, and come out of the grave." The executor grinned, flames flickering in his eyes. "It's too early for you. You yourself recently emerged from the grave, so help your neighbor. Don't be ashamed to do good." The performer's laughter was thick and loud. He clearly wasn't afraid of being heard. Apparently, the cemetery caretaker, if there was one, had locked the doors and was now shaking with fear and terror. With a great deal of effort, Grisha lifted the poorly constructed lid of the box, the kind of box they buried in at this cemetery. Fortunately, it was nailed with wooden nails, not iron ones, and tossed it over the embankment. The air stank of mold and the stench of death. Trying not to look at the corpse, he climbed out of the grave and immediately discovered the very same cup he'd drawn his blood into earlier that day. The moon, swaying in the cup, was reflected not white but crimson, reflected by the blood that hadn't clotted during the day. The performer stood at a distance, and it was clear that he was now also afraid of something, but clearly not the dead man. "Pour the water into the cup," he said, shuddering, either in fear or disgust. "And be careful not to spill a drop." Gregory obediently followed the order. Carefully, trying not to spill it, he poured holy water from the vial. He felt the hair on his head rise. The water in the bowl immediately began to bubble. "That's your noble indignation boiling over, young man." The performer laughed wickedly, his voice once again taking on a steely confidence. "Take the cup and pour its contents over the dead man." Grigory followed the instructions and walked as far away from the grave as possible. Everything that was happening seemed like a nightmare, but it was all happening. The stinking corpse, the moon, the hot air, the dirty clothes. He didn't yet know what terrible shocks awaited him ahead, or what terrible torments awaited his soul in eternity. A faint stirring was heard in the pit. Then, two hands appeared, restlessly groping along the edge of the grave, searching for some object or bush to cling to. Finding nothing, the hands began vigorously scooping up the earth, like a novice swimmer scooping up water. The dead man managed to hoist his body onto the freshly dug mound. The corpse emerged from the grave and stood at full height before the executor. In the twilight, his motionless face resembled a soulless German gas mask, only without the proboscis-like hose, large, dark eye sockets, and a sunken mouth. The performer had apparently gotten into the swing of things and was struggling to maintain his human form. His pupils had become vertical. His facial features were distorted, and his head resembled a skull with muscles on top. He casually pointed an overly elongated, sharp finger at Grigory and ordered the dead man. "He is your master. Listen to him." The dead man turned and silently approached the young man, his legs moving slowly, as if detached from his body, his arms out of sync with his steps. It was as if an invisible, budding puppeteer were manipulating the dead body with strings. It was incredible, but Grigory saw it. Grisha was overcome with a chilling terror that left him speechless. His throat felt as if a noose had been clamped around him, preventing him from screaming, and every limb went numb. "Speak, Grigory." The performer's muffled laughter was laced with a fierce horror, as if the voice were coming from underground. "Have you never seen a dead person before?" "Nastya," was all the poor man could say. "Lead him, Grigory. He will do everything." "Here," Grisha said, pointing to the merchant Onufriev's house without looking at the dead man. "Here she is." The viscous silence of the night was broken. A blow from a palm sent the sturdy gate flying off its hinges with a crash. The dead man, his stiff muscles now loosened by the walk, strode confidently to the porch, grabbed the handle, and yanked the door open. A forged metal hook flew past, popping out of its grooves and slamming loudly against the gate. "What am I doing, Lord?" Grigory managed to think, belatedly repentant, and at that moment a muffled, girlish scream echoed through the house, then died away. It seemed Nastya hadn't even had time to fully wake up. The dog in the kennel continued to whine quietly. "Nastya!" the distraught young man screamed, the candlelight dancing in the windows. "I'll be right back, Nastya. I'll be right back." Grigory ran into the house, pulled a revolver from his pocket, and spun the cylinder. The owner of the house, the merchant Onufriev, came out to meet him. "Grabba! Ah!" His ribs cracked in the arms of the dead man who had come up behind him. The candle fell onto the carpet and went out, followed by a heavy body. Grisha fired at the fiend of evil, but the corpse, paying no attention, confidently headed into the next room. Before the eyes of the hapless lover, a dead man risen from hell murdered 7 members of his household. 7 bullets tried to stop the evil, but to no avail. The police version was this: having murdered all members of the merchant Onufriev's family with a murder weapon that was later found, retired warrant officer Grigory Pavlovich Muchin, driven by mental anguish from the war, dug up the grave of the recently buried murderer, and after firing 7 bullets from his award-winning Nagant revolver into his dead body, severed his head with a shovel. He then committed suicide by hanging himself from his belt at the gates of the Muchin Cross Cemetery. He acted alone. Only his footprints and those of the deceased were found near the grave. It looked as if the retired warrant officer had been trying to get the dead man to stand up for some reason, further proof of the unfortunate man's mental insanity in life. No wonder, in the final battle, he was the only one left alive from his platoon who could endure that. His inconsolable mother erected a large cross on his grave, and to the end of her days, tearfully prayed to God for forgiveness for her son's soul. But they couldn't hide the fact that the police had discovered numerous footprints of the cemetery's deceased in the merchant's house. This rumor spread throughout the city with lightning speed. Yakutsk Vedomosti journalist Novgorodov, who dared to publish the truth, was stripped of his accreditation. But soon a brutal and bloody civil war broke out. Whites, Reds, the horrific story which had once stirred the entire city sank into oblivion. Nikolai Tatarinov. 1/4 of the house. Perhaps Gleb was nervous. No, Gleb was definitely nervous. And very much so. He was irritated by the carefree girlish laughter, the dull thud of feet against the wall, and in general, the atmosphere of general celebration. An empty bottle stood on the table, and a cold, faceted glass was clutched in his hand. The black window reflected an unshaven figure in a tattered, colorless t-shirt. The figure was sitting at the table, holding a glass and looking out the window. Just like a scourge, Gleb thought, looking at his reflection in the glass. The space-black evening window didn't show what was happening outside, but it perfectly reflected what was happening inside. And inside, a week-long bender was underway. One small man with a difficult life. Not long ago, if you don't measure the fate of any single person, when the entire country was celebrating New Year's, Gleb and his comrades were surviving in a city half destroyed by war. There, among the gray streets of Grozny, Gleb and his platoon held a multi-story building for 2 days. 48 hours condensed into a single brief moment, filled to the brim with suffering, gunpowder, and death. Then Gleb died. Aimless, misunderstood by everyone and understanding nothing himself. And a new, cold-blooded mechanism of war emerged. Something died within him then. He himself sensed something was wrong. Where had the fear gone? Where had that abundance of thoughts gone? What if they kill me? What if I can't do it? Everything evaporated in an instant, replaced by cold calculation and iron logic. How relieved he felt after that. Gleb turned into some kind of firing, order-giving mechanism. Before he was afraid. Now they were afraid. He cut off their ears and wore them as souvenirs on a string. He did not ask for mercy, but did not give it either. But the war ended, and he returned. The gray, everyday life of peaceful life stretched on, days filled with misunderstanding, mixed with anger, and nights giving birth to long-forgotten nightmares, with glimpses of his former humanity. For 2 years Gleb waited for change within himself, believing that the Gleb he'd lost in Grozny would return. Until one day, he snapped. His upstairs neighbor, one of those people for whom conflict with others is a means of self-expression, began throwing daily drinking parties, with wild dancing and fights until dawn, right above Gleb's apartment. Downstairs, a quiet alcoholic with a broken life. Upstairs, an egotist who spits on everyone and everything. The first warning, as well as the second and third, failed to enlighten the young man. Then, right in the midst of yet another drinking bout, Gleb went up to his neighbor. A brief fight ensued, and the neighbor fell from the second floor. The result? 6 years in a special settlement for one, and a lifelong wheelchair for the other. While Gleb was chopping wood in the taiga, war was raging again in Chechnya. Everything within him, his very being, yearned to be there, to his element, which had become his home and the only thing he understood. If it weren't for that incident, Gleb thought, without, however, feeling any regret or remorse, because the war had taught him to divide the world into black and white. His own people and his enemies, who must be killed and nothing more. Freed, Gleb took up the bottle again, slowly sinking to the bottom of life. A burst of girlish laughter echoed through the entryway again. Gleb's hand clutched his glass nervously. I need to kick them out, Gleb thought. If you don't kick them out now, they'll come back later, and not alone, but with a group of the same little fools. Rising from the table, Gleb threw a cloak over his t-shirt and headed for the front door.
According to the latest information, the Chinese government has signed a decree declaring martial law throughout the country. I repeat, martial law has been declared throughout the People's Republic of China. Our correspondents in China are reporting that many provinces are experiencing mass, spontaneous migration, with roads and towns filling with military equipment and soldiers. We have our regular correspondent in Beijing, Viktor Smirnov, on the line. A sleep-deprived man in a wrinkled shirt appeared on the TV screen. Victor, hello. Tell us about the situation in China's capital, cooed the young host. Hello, Yana. The situation is truly complex. Gunfire has been heard in the city since last night, and fires are visible in some areas. The situation is also exacerbated by the incomprehensible silence of most Chinese media. We just saw a combat helicopter fly over the city. Victor, can you confirm the information that armored vehicles have entered the city? Yes, according to our information, tanks have indeed entered the city, accompanied by trucks carrying infantry. We don't yet know what exactly is going on, but we can assume it's something serious. Journalists were blocked in the television center building. We have journalists from Israel and Germany here with us, and they don't have any information either. Victor, what can you say about the epidemic? Is it a new strain of the virus or one of the known ones? Do you have any information on this? We don't have any information on this yet, but I dare say that the current situation in the country is a direct consequence of the epidemic. Thank you, Victor. Stay in touch. Goodbye. Our regular correspondent in China, Viktor Smirnov, just spoke with us. The remote control clicked, and the image on the screen changed. It was also news, but this time it was local. A gray background, a dark jacket, the anchor reading from a piece of paper on the table. Ah, so something urgent had happened, since the anchor hadn't been given time to prepare. The news was in Yakutsk. Konstantin tried to make sense of the video. A foggy winter morning. The airport terminal building. Ambulances leaving the gates, accompanied by police. An elderly doctor giving an interview. Some fragments still didn't make sense. Well, there was no rush. They'd wait for the Russian language portion of the program. Then came other news. A burned-down store. The farewell ceremony for Yakut athletes at a competition. A government meeting. Konstantin was just beginning to doze off in his chair when the Russian language news section began. Today, at 8:30 a.m. local time, a Tu-154 aircraft en route from Harbin landed at Yakutsk airport. It was carrying 86 tourists from Yakutia. Since the beginning of the week, the aircraft, owned by Yakutia Airlines, had been blocked at Harbin Airport due to the state of emergency in the People's Republic of China. Today, thanks to the intervention of the Russian government, the aircraft belonging to Russian Airlines were allowed to return to Russia. To ensure precautionary measures against the threat of the spread of the new strain of the virus, all on board, including the crew, were quarantined immediately after landing. Konstantin was alarmed by what was happening around the world. As a scientist, albeit retired, he, like few others, understood the objective danger of new viruses. The emergence of a virus that had prompted the declaration of martial law in a vast country greatly alarmed him. It was certainly some new strain of the virus. Judging by the speed with which it was spreading, it could be assumed to be airborne. Given the information that had just surfaced in the news,
Constantine suspected the fatal consequences of infection with this new virus. This was something new. Older viruses wouldn't have caused such panic among the population, meaning the disease had some outward manifestations, its attributes. The pensioner struggled to get up from the sofa and went to the kitchen to pour himself more tea. On the way there, he continued to ponder. Perhaps the disease causes terrible skin ulcers or makes those infected do strange things. The old teapot hadn't had time to cool down. After pouring hot water, the old man dropped a fresh tea bag into the glass. One thing is certain. No martial law can stop this new virus. No matter how much you close the borders and establish infection control, the virus will still spread beyond China. It's quite possible it's already in Russia. Constantine settled down on the sofa to finish watching the news. At this time, the conflict in the entrance was gaining momentum. What right do you have to kick us out of the building? Did we make a mess here? Exclaimed a young girl in a striped-down jacket. Gleb replied, You have your own entrance, so you go and yell there. You have to ask properly, and not order them around like dogs, said another. Fools, get out of here, Gleb flared up. What are you yelling about, you psycho? Have you lost all your senses? The friends shouted at the same time now. Get ready and leave the building. Look, we won't leave. We're not some kind of homeless people for you to yell at us like that, uncle. How can I just throw you out of the building? Try it. Then my dad will put you in jail where you will die. Having finished his tea, Constantine was about to go out into the entryway for a cigarette. His wife, who had forbidden him to smoke in the house, had died a year earlier, but the habit of going out into the entryway for a smoke remained. Only now did he hear loud shouts coming from the entryway. As he stepped out into the entryway, Constantine realized a serious conflict was brewing. Gleb again. He's about to kick the young people out. I need to intervene before that happens, Constantine thought. A young man. I hope he doesn't do anything bad to his own misfortune. The war crippled the boy. He knew him when Gleb's mother was still alive. They moved into this apartment when Gleb was in high school, and his mother often dropped by for tea. She always told him what a great guy Gleb was. Interested in everything. Going to boxing classes, playing guitar, joining a radio engineering club. Then Gleb joined the army and everything went downhill. The war, the tearful mother, the heart attack, the son being late for the funeral. I felt sorry for the guy. Hello, what are we making noise about, young people? Constantine arrived just in time. Gleb had already grabbed both girls by the collar and was dragging them toward the exit. They desperately resisted, scratching and biting Gleb. Gleb, son, let the kids go, Constantine asked, and Gleb obeyed. The schoolgirls, freed, shouted, pointing at Gleb. Psycho! He's sick! He needs to be taken to Kotenko. He'll kill everyone here. Quiet, quiet, girls, Constantine raised his hands placatingly. What's the problem? This psycho wanted to kill us. He should be jailed for this, the schoolgirls shouted. Gleb responded to this quite calmly. These guys have been sitting here since lunch, screaming like crazy, and have littered the entire entrance. I see. Well, girls, you really should get ready. The tenants will be coming home from work soon and they'll ask you to leave anyway. Look, they've thrown all this trash around. It wasn't us, the friends objected. I believe it wasn't you, but we have a police major living here on the 5th floor, and I don't think he'll believe it. So, come on, ladies, please gather your things. Okay, we'll go. The girls picked up their unfinished bottle of Coke and headed downstairs, tossing one to Gleb as a parting shot. That's how a psycho should talk. I wish you'd just die. Gleb clenched his fists but held on.
Calm down, Gleb. They're still kids. They don't watch their tongues. They'll be ashamed of themselves when they grow up, said Konstantin, lighting a cigarette. I can't, Konstantin Yegorovitch. I get worked up at the slightest thing. Gleb took a cigarette from the pack Konstantin held out to him. Having lit a cigarette, the men leaned against the wall of the entrance. Gleb blew out a puff of smoke and said, I can't control my nerves, I'm sorry. Does the bottle help? Asked Konstantin. Yeah, it's calmer when you're drunk. Sober, you just want to grab a machine gun and shoot the hell out of everyone. Gleb took a deep drag on his cigarette. You're heading towards death, son. Think about it. You haven't lived long enough to end up like this. Even if it were to death. I'm tired, I can't take it anymore, Gleb said quietly. Adjusting his glasses, Konstantin looked straight into Gleb's eyes. What would Gleb's mother think? Why did she give birth to you, raise you, feed you, only to let you become a drunkard? I don't see a way out, Konstantin Yegorovitch. There's always a way out, son. Find yourself a girlfriend and a normal job. You won't achieve much as a security guard. Who needs me like this? The intercom beeped downstairs as it was opened. You're a brave guy, Gleb, especially since you were in the service. Want me to talk to my firefighter friend, get him to give you a job? A young couple was walking up the stairs. The girl, her rounded belly visible even through her fur coat, was smiling happily as she held the young man's hand. Hello, the newlyweds greeted. Hello, hello. So who do we have there, a boy or a girl? Konstantin asked with a smile. The young man shook hands with the smoking men. It's a boy, Konstantin Yegorovitch. Oh, it's so smoky in here, he won't like it, the expectant mother replied, pointing to her belly. Yes, yes, of course, excuse me, come in quickly. Konstantin waved his hands, brushing away the smoke. Gleb involuntarily held the smoke in his lungs. The young people went up to their apartment. Really, you don't want it, Gleb? Asked Konstantin. I want. Probably. So it's all in your hands, Gleb. You just have to. The sentence was interrupted by a loud knock on the intercom. Someone was frantically pounding on the door. Open up! Open up! Girls' voices shouted from behind the door. What could have happened? The men went downstairs. Just as they pressed the door opener, the two noisy friends rushed into the entryway. Their eyes wide with fear, they blurted out simultaneously. There's a man there, eating a man. What? There on the road, a man is eating a man. How can it eat? Gleb and Konstantin were surprised. Go out and take a look, but be careful. Stepping out onto the porch, the men stood frozen in shock. A large man was leaning over a body in the middle of the road. A pool of blood was seeping from beneath the body, evaporating in the cold. It looked like the man was eating. Making a slurping sound, the man tore a chunk of flesh from the body with his fingers. After a moment of confusion, Gleb came to his senses and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" The man over the body froze, as did Gleb and Konstantin. Gleb repeated the words. Without a word, the man rose and turned his head. Under the light of the street lamp, the terrifying face of a cannibal was revealed. Blood flowed in a thick stream down his chest, predatory teeth bared, and a pair of eyes blazing with a wild, inhuman malice. In an instant, the cannibal took off, racing toward the porch with inhuman speed. Forgotten adrenaline surged through Gleb's bloodstream. His brain cleared up again, as if casting off heavy shackles. There it was,
the old sense of danger and mortal risk. Gleb stepped forward, bracing for a fight. The bloodied man had already reached the entrance. A second later, he was climbing the porch with the fury of a wild wolf. A powerful kick sent the cannibal tumbling down the steps, but he immediately rose again and with a bestial roar charged again. At that moment, Konstantin grabbed Gleb by the hand and dragged him into the entrance, closing the door behind him. Immediately, a barrage of blows crashed down on the iron door. It felt as if the raging beast behind the door wasn't a rational person, but a wild and dangerous beast. Come on, Konstantin urges the others. The girls are silent in terror, and only the cannibal's roar shakes the entryway. Misha, the pregnant girl's young husband, peers out from behind the door. What happened? Mikhail, call the police, someone's been killed, Konstantin shouted. He's not a fucking human, his gaze is inhuman, Gleb said quietly. Let's go inside, Konstantin said, throwing open the door. Entering the apartment, Konstantin grabbed the landline. Misha entered the room, having already tried unsuccessfully to reach the police. Busy line. Damn it, what's going on? Gleb sat down in the chair. Loud pops came from the street, reverberating off the walls of the buildings in the frosty air, taking on a frightening volume. Everyone froze, listening intently for the new sounds. A brief pause, and then another series of pops. Gleb didn't forget that sound. Shots, they're shooting. Open the window. Curls of icy air, barely noticeable but palpable, blew into the room. Outside, the Yakutsk winter haze reigned. The darkness was broken only by small circles of light under the street lamps, and despite it being 4 o'clock in the afternoon, night reigned beyond. Everyone listened. The noise of the evening city, the sounds of passing cars, the distant wail of sirens. But something was wrong. Too many sirens, too much traffic noise. The frosty air was pierced by the cracks of gunshots and the screech of brakes. Screams echoed from the distance. Something was happening in the city. Is it really a terrorist attack? Konstantin Yegorovich asked out loud, more to himself than to those present. The girl standing at the next window jumped back in horror. Oh, look! Everyone rushed to the window. 5 or 6 people were running through the neighboring yard. Someone slipped and fell, and 3 men rushed out from under the house to grab him. Right there, they tore him apart alive. A desperate cry of pain could be heard even through the sealed plastic windows. A minute later, all that remained of the poor man was a large black puddle in the snow, and his remains were dragged under the house by the killers. Oh my God, what's going on? Konstantin asked out loud, shocked, and then thought, the media, the TV. Something was starting to fit together in my head. Marina, the pregnant woman, approached. All the guests and residents of the building were huddled around Konstantin Yegorovich's small television. Channel 1 was showing a talk show, Channel 2 a documentary, Channel 3 crime news, but nothing out of the ordinary either. The local channels were on hiatus. Konstantin Yegorovich, Misha, and 2 girlfriends were trying unsuccessfully to call friends and family on their cell phones. They were completely confused. A homicidal maniac was at the door, and there was no contact with the outside world. Shock. Was it ever so long ago that something like this happened in Yakutsk? Or had it ever happened at all? The distant northern city stood frozen in its remoteness. While storms raged across the country and nations were torn apart like ships in a storm, Yakutsk seemed to remain a spectator. Too far from enemies, far from events, far from that noisy, eventful life. The city froze. But time passed, and a new shock, as if taking revenge for the long years of calm, shook the decades-long torpor. Movement, fear, and death rushed through the foggy streets of the city. Death lit the eyes of the doomed with hellish flames. Death tore at flesh with its teeth. Death battered at steel doors. Death lurked, waiting, between the piles of buildings. Not a single apartment, not a single resident could remain untouched. But for now, the first entrance stood like a harmless breakwater on the shore of a raging sea, and beneath its protection, 4 residents and 2 uninvited guests stood frozen. By fate or chance, the unwitting captives of 1/4 of the building. 2 friends sat on an old-fashioned worn sofa. Quiet and frightened, they were once again trying to call their parents on their cell phones. Large tears ran down the younger girl's cheeks, leaving streaks behind. Her makeup had peeled off in black streams, revealing the childish face of a frightened, very young girl. Konstantin's fatherly feelings suddenly awakened. Sitting down next to them, he tried unsuccessfully to calm and reassure his unwitting guests. But perhaps Marina, the expectant mother, had a better understanding of the intricacies of the female soul. Sitting down next to the girls, she gently stroked her friend's hair and said in a gentle, motherly voice, "You're right, you're right. We don't understand Yakut very well," the eldest of the friends said, wiping away her tears with her hand. Marina quietly took her girlfriends by the hands and said quietly, "Well, no problem. Someone has probably already called the police. They'll come and take you home now. And Mom and Dad are probably already sitting at home, waiting for you." Konstantin, realizing that he couldn't help here, went to the kitchen to make tea. Meanwhile, Gleb and Misha were running from floor to floor trying to reach the other residents. They stopped for a smoke at the last apartment on the 5th floor. They smoked in silence, both too lost in their own thoughts. But somehow, everything revolved around one thing. "What the hell is going on?" Gleb said. "What are we going to do? We need to get out. We can't just hang around. We'll meet someone and find out what happened." "Yes, you can meet those ones too." Gleb stood up. "So let's go, just the 2 of us, Misha. Come on, just take something with you." Misha shook his fist in the air. On the way down, the men darted into their apartments. A minute or 2 later, everyone present had gathered at the intercom door. Marina held her husband's hand, looking into his eyes, and repeated over and over, as if casting a spell, "Be very careful, Misha." Misha, wearing a thick sweater and a knitted hat, held a small axe. The son of a taiga hunter, he'd been hunting bears with adults since he was 15. But now he wasn't about to plunge a knife into a dead or wounded bear's den. What awaited them there, beyond the door? An unknown they needed to uncover, or death on their doorstep? But Misha wasn't afraid. His beloved's fear fueled him, and he simply couldn't be afraid now. It wasn't heroism or stupidity that was the cause, but the simple responsibility of being a father. That's how he'd been raised. That's how he'd lived. His wife was pregnant with his child. They had to know what was happening. Perhaps they should have fled the city, or, conversely, holed up in their apartments? "Oh, this is a bad idea. Oh, it's a bad idea." Konstantin shook his head. "Konstantin Yegorovitch, we need to find out what's going on," said Gleb. "You're in a hurry. You could have waited or asked someone on the street from a window," Marina said reproachfully. "Who should I ask? There's no one here. Why aren't the other neighbors coming home? Where are the police, the ambulance? Gleb's right. Maybe we should flee the city? Misha asked. It seems quiet, said Masha, the eldest of the friends, standing by the intercom door. Step away from the door. Everyone back. Konstantin Yegorovitch, stand to the side of the door. When I tell you to, press the button and immediately step aside. Is Misha ready? Gleb commanded. Ready. Open up. Press. The intercom's open door beeped loudly and sharply. A sharp kick, and Gleb and Misha, axes ready to smash into their enemies, rushed out of the building. The frosty air rushed into their lungs like an icy wave. Gleb began to cough. The dry cough quickly dissipated into the air, and silence fell. Only distant, muffled shouts could be heard from the direction of the bus station, and cars could be heard driving somewhere far, far away. But that was more of a background noise. The courtyard itself was shrouded in fog, and silence filled the upper floors of the buildings. The crunch of compacted snow echoed loudly beneath their feet. Look under the house, Misha, Gleb said quietly. After walking around the house, they emerged into the neighboring yard. Dark puddles of varying sizes stood out starkly in the middle of the roadway. Coming closer, Misha whispered, "Blood." From the puddles to the houses there were streaks, thick, jagged lines that went into the dark space between the piles of the house. "Guys," a man called out from a first-floor window, quietly, but loudly enough to make Gleb and Misha jump. "They are under the houses." The man pointed his finger down with a mysterious look. Misha raised his axe and took a step back, while Gleb bent down with the axe at the ready and peered into the space under the house. "Don't fuss. They ran away from here 10 minutes ago," the man added with a brief but effective pause. "There." He pointed toward the bus station. "Who are these they?" "Well, these devils in short." The man hesitated. A female voice said something from inside the apartment. "What an idiot! You better shut up," the man shouted back. "They're not crazy. Vaska, the neighbor, may have drunk like crazy, but you can't do that to a white one, I know that. This is a biological weapon, guys. It's completely blown everyone's minds. I sense it's the work of the Americans. They sent it to us and the Chinese. Go home, guys, and don't show your face. Maybe they will come back here." "What about the police, the ambulance? Where is everyone?" The man grinned. "Ha! Just look at those cops who drove into the neighboring yard. They probably ran away themselves." After saying goodbye to the man, Gleb and Misha headed into the courtyard where the police car had driven. The man was right. A police UAZ was parked at one of the entrances, running. 2 police officers stood next to it, their machine guns at the ready. As soon as they saw the approaching men, they unhesitatingly aimed their short guns at them. "Ours," Gleb shouted. "Stop!" one of the policemen shouted without lowering his machine gun. "Commander, what's going on?" Gleb took a step forward. "For God's sake, stay where you are. Don't make us shoot, son." The elderly policeman took aim at Gleb. Meanwhile, radio traffic could be heard from the open door of the police car. "Another unit urgently needs to be dispatched to the capital market. What do you have there, 22? The female dispatcher tried to coordinate the busy police radio frequency. The airwaves buzzed with a multitude of voices. A hoarse voice reporting, 8th, people are running along Poyarkova. Brothers, we're out of bullets. We're cornered in a storage room. They're breaking down the door. Brothers, help us. We're at the capital." A young voice shouted into the radio. Another voice echoed, 18th, request backup, bus station area. The devil knows what's going on here. 4 people emerged from the entrance: a policeman, a middle-aged woman, and 2 teenagers. Together, they climbed into the police UAZ. The others, still aiming their guns at Gleb and Misha, quickly followed. As they were leaving, the elderly policeman opened the door slightly and said, "Guys, stay in your apartments and wait for help. Don't let anyone in or out. Don't try to flee the city if there's no transportation." "What's happening?" "I don't know," the policeman answered. From the back seat came the voice. "That's it, Gina. Step on the gas. We still have to pick up yours." The door slammed shut, and the police UAZ drove away at speed, leaving behind white clouds of smoke. The sound of many feet stamping could be heard in the neighboring yard. "That's it. Let's go," Gleb shouted, and the 2 of them ran toward the house. They were already right at the corner. Misha, running first, collided with a man running around the corner. The unexpected impact threw both of them into the snow. A bestial roar erupted from the bloody maw of the man he'd just met. With inhuman agility, he leaped to his feet and lunged at Misha. Before he could strike, Misha collapsed in the snow. Screaming and growling wildly, the degenerate tore at his clothes with his tenacious, unyielding fingers, like iron pincers, and struck with steel fists, blindly furious. Gleb rose, grabbed an axe, and looked for an opportunity to strike without hitting Misha. Misha, having found the right moment, slipped his knee between himself and his attacker, pushing his opponent a few centimeters away. He excitedly shouted in Yakut, "Sai!" Even without speaking the language, everything was clear. Gleb struck with a sweeping diagonal blow. His skull burst with a wet crack. But even with his head broken, he tried to rise, stumbling and falling as he crawled toward Gleb. His broken head smoked like a dormant volcano. His body was already poorly controlled by his damaged brain, but a demonic rage kept him from dying. Suddenly, it was all over. His body convulsed, his face buried in the snow, he went silent, and only the hot steam emanating from his head continued to slowly melt. Misha, covered in blood, was breathing heavily. "How are you?" Gleb asked. "It's fine, let's go home," Misha answered, wiping the blood from his face with snow. But another encounter awaited them in their own courtyard. As soon as they rounded the corner, they noticed a group of people on the opposite side of the courtyard. 5 of them, like a pack of wolves, were running along the road to the neighboring courtyard. But as soon as they spotted Gleb and Misha, they rushed toward them, wheezing and roaring. "Into the entrance! Hurry!" Misha shouted as he ran. Would they make it to the entrance in time? That was the only question of their lives at that moment. The distance was rapidly closing. But already, in the final meters to the entrance, it became clear they wouldn't make it. Shoulder to shoulder, axes raised, the men rushed at the enemy without slowing. A colossal surge of adrenaline rushed through their blood, step, then another. And as if in a medieval battle, the adversaries immediately engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Sharply sharpened axes fell upon the enemy. Gleb's axe sank deep into the chest of one of the attackers, lodged firmly there. Misha, however, managed to strike him squarely in the head and ran on without stopping toward the entrance. Gleb also didn't waste precious time. He dropped his axe and ran on. At the entrance door, Misha noticed that one of the attackers had caught up with Gleb right at the entrance, knocking him down onto the steps. Wasting no time, Misha rushed back, and just as Gleb ducked his head, a powerful blow knocked the attacker over, sending him tumbling over the railing and crashing into the snow. Reaching the porch, they were just a few meters away from their pursuers and managed to duck into the entryway. But there was another door. In the dark, cramped space between the doors, while Misha knocked on the intercom, Gleb held the front door. From inside, Konstantin's voice came. "I'm opening it! Stop! Wait!" Gleb shouted. Gleb gave the door a powerful kick, sending the attackers flying back. "Come on!" In those freed-up hundredths of a second, Misha and Gleb ran into the entrance. Tired, splattered with blood, missing one axe, but safe and sound. Gleb and Misha sat on the floor. Marina clung to Misha. "Were you wounded?" "No, not my blood," he added, kissing Marina. "Things are really bad in the city. We don't know exactly what. But we've learned one thing. We shouldn't go outside anymore." Having caught his breath, Gleb wiped away the sweat that had poured down with his cap, exhaled and said, "With you, Misha, I would go on reconnaissance." Constantine, looking at the men in a fatherly manner, added, "No more, sons. You already only count from there." The last hours of the evening slowly spread across the small kitchen. The antique clock slowly ticked away the passing hours. Sometimes it seemed as if the hands froze, as if time stood still with them. But a moment later, the frozen second hand would rush to the next position on the familiar dial. The feeling of unreality was heightened by the feeble light bulb on the ceiling, its light barely piercing the gloom of the Yakutsk winter evening. And as proof of its weakness, here and there, dark shadows cast by various objects appeared. His vision was darkening, and trying to figure out why, Constantine touched his temples with his fingers. Is his blood pressure rising again? Or is the light just too much? He thought. In Misha and Marina's apartment, dinner was being prepared. All the guests and residents of the building were gathered around the kitchen table. The small plasma screen of the new television caught everyone's attention. The state news channel had been broadcasting live from the emergency government meeting for half an hour. The tired, significantly aged faces of the ministers probably looked so honest and open on television screens for the first time. Without makeup or prepared scripts, it was truly an emergency meeting. Frightening phrases rained down on the viewers one after another. At this point, we can confidently say that the situation has moved beyond the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Emergency Situations and the Ministry of Internal Affairs alone. In my opinion, a state of emergency must be declared. This procedure has already begun. The President has just signed the corresponding decree. We've already discussed supporting the police and internal security forces. I'd like to touch on this issue again. The situation in the Moscow and North Caucasus military districts has become clearer. Currently, the military units in these districts are ready and awaiting further instructions. I can't say it's 100% ready, but we can talk about starting the operation. In this situation, independence and efficiency were decisive factors. The Taman division is already in the Moscow suburbs. What about the regions? Far east, the situation has not stabilized. Other regions? The information is fragmentary. In the interior, everything is more or less clear. But in the outlying areas, specifically the border regions, the situation there remains difficult. More specifically? Sorry, it's live. Go ahead. Complete loss of control. Silence. Silence on the airwaves. Silence in front of the television screens. A moment, an instant when you lose yourself. When you stop understanding what's happening. When your mind is full of mysteries. When all the experience, all the knowledge accumulated throughout your life simply stops providing answers. This is not war. Not a natural disaster. Not someone's ill will. Then what? The destruction of humanity, punishment, accident, a pattern. Everything is returning to normal. For those accustomed to finding answers with the click of a mouse, solving problems with a phone call, now comes a difficult time. Only you and the world around you, more dangerous than ever. Alone with your weakness, you and your death, and how you survive depends only on you. Everything is as it was millions of years ago. Everything has returned. So I take it this is an illness? Gleb asked. Yes, definitely an illness. A virus, an infection, Konstantin replied. Misha exhaled sharply and, as if delivering a verdict, said, Rabies. Definitely rabies. Aren't people almost like rabid dogs tearing each other apart? I don't even know. I don't recall any known virus causing such a reaction. Let's wait. I'm sure he'll say something about it soon, Konstantin replied, pointing at the television. Coming to their senses, the broadcast of the government meeting was cut off, and the television was already replaying the president's address regarding the declaration of a state of emergency for the 5th time. Konstantin, Misha and Marina, Gleb, Masha and Anya, the 6 of them, slowly settled into dinner. From the outside, it resembled a dinner with old friends, but only from the outside. Their minds were filled with troubling thoughts. What kind of virus could have spread in such a short time? At the beginning of the day, almost nothing was known about it. But by the end, the entire country was shaking from the horrific epidemic. It was all so utterly fantastic that Konstantin simply refused to believe it. But somewhere deep down, he knew it was all true and could only get worse. My imagination conjured up terrifying images. The disorderly flight of the population. Cordons bristling with machine gun barrels. Bloody mayhem on the city streets. The younger ones weren't so frightened. They were more concerned with the events here than somewhere far away. But Konstantin, the eldest, understood the horror of what was happening perfectly well. He understood, and that's why he remained silent. That's it, Moscow is screwed, Misha said, as if delivering a verdict. Television has probably already repeated the president's address 10 times. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Yakutsk, with its population of 200,000, is a complete mess, let alone Moscow with its millions. Gleb shared Misha's pessimism. And suddenly, as if to confirm that the capital was still alive, the image on the screen changed. The president's tired face was replaced by that of an old man, perhaps even more tired, but weary, perhaps, from long life. Barely moving his tongue, under the gaze of countless cameras, with dozens of microphones thrust under his nose, the professor began his story. We can now say that the epidemic is caused by a virus from the Rhabdoviridae family, which attacks the human nervous system. Although the virus's nature is not fully understood, unfortunately, the old man croaked. It was clear that this titan of global infectious disease was not accustomed to such presentations. The structure of the fresh virus is similar to rabies, lyssa, and hydrophobia. To prove this assertion, he pulled a folded sheet of paper with a black and white printed diagram of the virus from his pocket and pointed at it with his finger for emphasis. It looks like a bullet, Gleb commented. Putting the piece of paper back in his pocket, the professor continued. You, that is we, call it rabies. Although there's a big difference. If only they'd given us more time. The old man blew his nose thoughtfully into a colossal checkered handkerchief. The virus is pathogenic for humans, yes. It's released into the saliva of the infected person. I assume that after it enters the bloodstream, one of the journalists interrupted the professor. You were talking about a big difference? Yes. The big difference is that the virus is apparently also transmitted by airborne droplets. But that's not all. Wait a minute. The incubation period is only 2 to 4 hours. That's nonsense. And if the disease is transmitted directly through blood, then it's even faster, the professor said with devilishly inappropriate delight. So, as I suspect, after infection, the virus spreads centripetally along the nerve channels. By affecting the brain's nerve tissue, the virus causes characteristic changes, hemorrhage, swelling, and probably something else, something specific. Yes. This, of course, also causes mental changes. For example, the patient becomes extremely irritable, which is exactly what my colleagues and I have just observed. Although there are some very strange things in his behavior that can't be explained by a simple brain lesion. So, by biting or scratching someone, an infected person can transmit the virus to another, one journalist asked. That's exactly what I said. But don't forget about the airborne transmission of infection. Almost shouting down each other, the journalists unleashed a barrage of questions on the elderly professor. Symptoms, treatment, vaccines, etc. But what new could he say? Only 4 hours had passed since the first patient was infected with the new virus, and the public was already thirsting for answers. Constantine, a biologist by training with 30 years of experience, understood perfectly well how short a time frame the scientists had been given. He also understood that almost everything the elderly professor said was purely speculative. It was too short a time for the scientists to provide answers. Not much information, Constantine sighed. At least they found out it was an illness, said Masha, the eldest of the guests. Basically, that's clear. Well, now at least we know exactly what's going on in the country, and that's important to us, Constantine replied. Marina, who had been lost in thought, suddenly perked up. You encountered sick people on the streets, didn't you? There was blood on you. It wasn't my blood, but, Misha exclaimed, flustered, but Constantine calmly interrupted him. It's okay, son, don't be afraid, Marina. You were in contact with the infected person about 5 hours ago. Just what did the professor say? Until 4, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Marina, not quite believing it, looked at Misha with alarm. Her eyes, filled with love and fear, seemed to be searching for any evidence of infection. Don't be afraid, dear, Constantine said to Marina. The symptoms should have already appeared, since this virus is similar in nature to rabies. Misha, how are you feeling? Constantine asked. It's fine, he replied and immediately asked. And you, Gleb? I'm thirsty. Everyone at the table froze, and Gleb immediately added gloomily, vodka. Well, that's normal for the current situation, Constantine laughed. Feeling responsible for everyone present, Constantine tried his best to calm the others. The last thing they needed was another foray into the streets. You're either lucky or you're, shall we say, immune to this disease. In any case, everything will settle down soon. The army will be deployed now, and the soldiers will restore order. Thank God, we have a large army. And fortunately there are military units near Yakutsk. The main thing here is to wait, so we can make sure we're doing everything right. Looking at the young guests, Constantine asked, Don't worry about your parents. Where were they during the day? At work, probably, they answered fearfully. And where do they work? Mom is at the library. Dad is at the tax office, answered the younger Anya. And both of them work for me at NVK, said the elder Masha. Then everything's definitely fine. They've probably locked themselves in their offices and are waiting, just like us. We were sitting here, unaware of anything, but they probably got the information right away and hid, Constantine said with a smile. Probably, the guests answered in chorus after a short thought and smiled. It's simply unthinkable, Constantine thought to himself. He'd calmed the children so easily. He and his late wife had never had children of their own, and Constantine had a hard time understanding teenage logic, but how skillfully, it seemed to him, he'd calmed the children, and the adults too. Having thanked the hostess Marina for the hearty dinner, the men went out into the entryway to smoke. Marina will put the children to bed, Misha said, lighting a cigarette. Good. They won't have a peaceful night. And probably none of us either. In all my life, I've never seen anything like this. I remember in '76 in Chelyabinsk. There was a leak at a chemical plant. I was there on a business trip at the time. The authorities covered it up, of course, but rumors quickly spread, and people fled the city. But interestingly, there was no panic. Everything seemed to have been organized. Family after family packed up their belongings and left the city. Although, of course, it doesn't compare to this, said Constantine. I'm thinking they're supposed to freeze these infected ones, right? Or what do you mean? Gleb mused. Yes, that's right. The virus is certainly new and unstudied. But the human body can't function at such temperatures. It's pure physiology, the law. So they're hiding under the buildings for a reason. Apparently the heating plant pipes there are warm. So they're sitting there, basking in the warmth. That means their brains aren't completely damaged. Something remains in their consciousness. And quite a lot of it. Taking a deep drag on his cigarette, Misha sighed. It turns out people were killed. It turns out that way. But if they hadn't killed you, it's just that everything is working out. Apparently, this isn't the time for humanitarian considerations. You see, you shouldn't have taken such a risk today. Having said this, Constantine turned to Gleb, wanting to show that what he had just said was also directed at him. But Gleb sat indifferently smoking on the sidelines. His cold, dull eyes reflected nothing of a living person. No worries of the past day, no remorse, no fear or anxiety. The war may have spared his body, but it had not spared his soul. Although right now the presence of a soul was perhaps only a hindrance to survival. The epidemic dictated its own rules and legal frameworks. Morality proved to be only an obstacle to survival. The silence that reigned in the entrance was broken by Misha. Konstantin Yegorovich, do you really think the military will sort this out? Konstantin shrugged, thought for a moment, and then replied, They should. Who else if not them? And you, Gleb, are a military man. What do you think? I don't know, but we're sitting here while the power plant is running, which means either everything's on autopilot, in which case who knows how long it'll last, or there's someone alive in there, in which case everything's fine. The heat will go away, and we'll be screwed. We'll either have to get out or freeze, Gleb replied, spitting into a can of cigarette butts and stubbed out his cigarette. We need a car. If anything happens, we can go to my wife's village, said Misha. Do you think the epidemic hasn't reached there? I don't know, but it's the best option. Marina's family are tough guys. They've probably done something. Great if that's an option. But until there's a need, there's no point in leaving the building. As long as there's heat, water, and food, there's plenty. Why risk it? Misha and Gleb remained silent. After saying goodbye, everyone went to their apartments. Trying to make as little noise as possible, Misha climbed into bed without undressing, even though he was sure his wife was awake. Why don't you take off your clothes? Marina asked quietly. So be it, Misha whispered. What do they say? Nothing, he replied, turning to face her. Thick darkness obscured his wife's face, leaving only the faint glimmer of her open eyes, her steady breathing, and the ticking of the antique clock in the kitchen. He longed for some sleep, but it wouldn't come, lost somewhere in the thoughts and emotions of an unusually long day for Yakutsk. They were lucky, very lucky. It was a tradition of sorts for them to take out the trash together. After leaving the house just to drop a trash bag in the bin, they usually stayed a while longer, taking a walk or sitting on a bench, weather permitting. But fortunately, not today. The frost quickly drove them back inside, and perhaps that was the only thing that saved them. How quickly everything went to hell. His wife's gentle fingers gently stroked his hair. His thoughts wove together in a tangled web. People, family, a feral grin, broken heads, conscience, blood on the snow, darkness, a professor with a virus diagram in his hands. Fatigue settled over him like the first snow, gently but powerfully enveloping his consciousness, and Misha began to slowly drift off into sleep. Night. The streetlights went out with a soft click. Even more darkness, even more frost, even denser fog. The thick bundles of wires stretching from house to house trembled convulsively, either from the weight of the snow hanging over them or from the gentle ripple of the icy air. Above the city, above the fog that filled it, a television tower loomed, glowing with red lights. The morning of a new day had dawned. Somewhere around this hour, the sun was already breaking over the horizon. But not here. The black window showed no sign of graying. Dawn, as was typical in Yakut winters, lingered until almost midday. Konstantin, rising first, went to the window. In the house across the street, garlands twinkled cheerfully in several windows. Lights were still burning in many windows, but there were no other signs of life. By the middle of the second day, few places remained in the mortally ill city like their 1/4 of a house. There were many similar buildings, twins, gloomy 5-story block buildings, 9-story panel houses, and old wooden ones. But not everyone held a glimmer of life. Although they constituted 1/4, they still remained an island of life in a still-living city. The disease, though asymptomatic, was not far off. A vital artery, an inexhaustible flow of gas that provided the northern city with both heat and light, had suddenly ceased. While the radiators still provided much-needed warmth, there was light illuminating the homes of those who had survived the first day of chaos, and even those who would never return. But the end was near, and the countdown had already begun. Misha, repeatedly falling into the snow, slowly made his way through the tangled mass of snow-caked wires. Snow-covered and flat with its jumble of ventilation vents and meter-long webs of wires, the roof looked more like some kind of elaborate obstacle course than the roof of a residential building. Approaching the hatch to another entrance, Misha tried unsuccessfully to open it. The other two were also locked. Well, that's good. At least there's no risk of anyone getting into their building from above, he thought, slowly approaching the edge of the roof. Lights were on in the neighboring buildings, and in some apartments, residents could even be seen going about their business. However, most of the windows were black, and the fate of their owners could only be guessed at. A sudden gust of wind blew, swirling a multitude of tiny snowflakes. Misha instinctively shielded his eyes, and when he looked back at the city, he couldn't believe his eyes. The wind, rising with the dawn, had cleared the fog from the streets. With a bluish twilight hue, Yakutsk resembled a long-abandoned ghost town. Concrete box-like buildings rose out of the blue haze, and between them, on the deserted streets, not a single movement could be seen. Only the eerie howl of a wind, unnatural for this time of year. And nearby, an office building smoldered in clouds of gray smoke. It was hard to believe that this dead city, just yesterday, had been brimming with life and the anticipation of the coming holiday. After looking around the city for a bit longer, Misha went down to the entryway. He was surprised to find the door to his neighbor's apartment, which had been locked the day before, wide open. Peering inside, he found Gleb standing by the open gun safe, holding a brand new hunting rifle. "The neighbor won't be offended, but it could come in handy," Gleb replied to Misha's questioning look. "It's a good weapon," Misha said, looking at the shotgun. "Yeah, that's a compelling argument. 12-gauge, semi-automatic, 7-round magazine. We could use something like that in Grozny." "Isn't a smoothbore shotgun weak in war?" Misha asked. "Not if it's buckshot. Fuck. In close combat, the 5.45 Akash ricochets so much, sometimes you think before you shoot. And with that thing, you can even pound away at a den. At 50 meters, one shot is like a burst from a machine gun." "There were Chechens there, running around with saigas," Gleb explained, pointing to the boxes of ammunition. "Look at the ammunition the neighbor has here. 5 boxes of Jakan, 2 of buckshot, a ton of shot. And look at these, 12-gauge flare cartridges. What kind of hunt was he on?" "Czars," Gleb grinned, suddenly remembering, adding, "And by the way, it seems like a connection has been established." "Who did you get through to?" Misha asked in surprise. "Yes, where would they go? Of course they'd all hide in their apartments. We're not the only smart ones. Probably so. Come on down to us. Dinner will probably be ready soon." Overjoyed, Misha hurried downstairs. The entryway smelled delicious, and the closer they got to their apartment, the stronger the aroma grew. After the dead city they'd seen from the rooftop, their small but cozy apartment seemed like a paradise in a dying world. The schoolgirls, led by Marina, were happily bustling about in the kitchen, while in the living room, Konstantin sat on the fold-out sofa in front of the TV, a huge mug of tea in his hands. "Survival instructions. Konstantin commented on the central television video. "First of all, without wasting a minute, close the doors." A stern voice came from the TV. "So who in Russia isn't shutting them down?" Konstantin grinned, assessing the value of the advice. "Try to strengthen the doors with whatever means are at hand. Remember, your life depends on it." "How can you forget?" Konstantin sighed. "So, Did Konstantin Yegorovitch say anything useful? Asked Misha, who had just come in. They'll say, yeah, right. It would be better if they provided information about the measures being taken, so that people would at least know whether to expect help. But here, it's not real help, but idiocy on a national scale, as always in Russia. Do you think there will be help? Asked Misha. There will be, a son, I'm sure there will be. The only question is when. Well, what's it like up there? It's bad, but you can see people in the apartment. It's otherwise empty. There aren't a single car or person on the streets. Did you hear, Marina? Did she get through to her relatives in the villages? Yes, of course I heard. Very good, Konstantin replied. I tried it later too, but nothing happened. At first I thought our telephone cable was down, but since Marisha got through, it must be something wrong with their substations. But there are no beeps, right? No, that's exactly it. I checked the phone book too. Calls are coming into our area, but no one picks up anywhere else. Konstantin added, whispering, Did you see the gas was turned off? And how do they cook it? Misha asked in surprise. I brought my electric stove while you were upstairs. The problem isn't cooking. You know everything in our city runs on gas. Without it, sooner or later everything would stop, and there would be no light or heat. Things are bad. How long do you think this will last? I don't know. A day or two while the substation is running. I can't imagine how the infected managed to damage the gas pipeline. Maybe not them. From above, you can see there were quite a few fires, smoldering here and there. Basically, Misha, we're faced with a fait accompli. If the infected don't die by then. Why should they die? Misha asked in surprise. The disease is probably progressing. The brain hemorrhage is increasing. Brain cells are dying but unfortunately I don't know how long it takes for the virus to progress. So we should prepare for the worst. In short, I need a car. Yes. So, let's think about where there are warm garages nearby. After thinking for a second, Misha suggested, Basically, I have some corporate garages in mind not far from here. And there were also some near the office building here, he added, pointing with his hand. I think there were some. So, are there many options? Asked Konstantin. Enough, Misha replied, and went into the kitchen, where the table was already being set. Time flew by over a delicious dinner. The short winter day flowed smoothly but decisively into a long evening. Holding seemingly endless mugs of tea, the hosts and guests retreated to the living room, closer to the television. Hour after hour passed in peaceful conversation. Sometimes laughing, sometimes sad, they never ceased to entertain hopes. Now, despite all their differences, they resembled a family. Perhaps it was human nature to reach out to others in difficult situations. A young couple, a war veteran, young schoolgirls, and an elderly scientist. When in normal life could they have become so close? They felt good and interested in each other. That's not scientific, Konstantin Yegorovitch, Marina said, laughing. Why unscientific? I'm not the only one who claims that planet Earth is a living and, to some extent, intelligent organism. Okay, let's put aside the idea of mental activity. They've already thrown it away, the schoolgirls giggled. Are you kidding? I'm being completely serious. Our planet is nothing more than a gigantic system, which in turn consists of numerous subsystems, such as the atmosphere, the biosphere. What is the biosphere? Anya asked. Every living thing that surrounds us, animals, trees, grass, for example, Konstantin replied. So it turns out that the Earth is highly organized matter. And any highly organized matter has the property of self-regulation. And, the captivated listeners chimed in. Rubbing his chin, Constantine continued. You and I, our bodies, are also highly organized matter. When we become ill, for example, when we catch a cold, the body tries with all its might to eliminate the illness. That is, it self-regulates. Do you understand? Now imagine what humans are to the Earth. Destroying forests, burning through the ozone layer, exposing all life to the deadly rays of the sun, gutting the Earth's depths, sucking out oil, selfishly destroying other living species, blindly adapting everything to suit themselves. An illness? Anya suggested timidly. Constantine raised his finger and exclaimed, Exactly. A disease, a virus, a tumor devouring everything around it. Now do you understand why this happened? He asked, spreading his arms. Punishment, Gleb said quietly. No, son, we live in the age of science, so let's just call it self-regulation. Marina broke the thoughtful silence. Yes, Konstantin Yegorovich, you know how to give hope, she said with a smile. At that moment, what was bound to happen happened. The dreaded sound came from the radiators, the gurgling of water signaling the heat had been turned off. Misha rushed to the radiator and pronounced as if delivering a verdict. Cold. Gleb's cry was heard. Let's get ready, quickly. What's the rush? Konstantin asked in surprise. Konstantin Yegorovich, we couldn't be the only ones who came up with the idea about the cars, could we? Trying not to crunch the snow, they carefully made their way through the frozen courtyards. Gleb led the way with a shotgun, followed by the girls and Konstantin Yegorovich, and Misha, carrying an axe, brought up the rear. The clatter of many feet could be heard in the neighboring courtyards, now closer, now further away. And somewhere out there, in the frosty fog, shouts periodically echoed. Quickly, quickly, Gleb urged, crouching as if in battle. But this time he wasn't crouching for fear of a bullet, but peering keenly into the dark space between the piles of the buildings. Yard after yard they moved ever closer to their goal, until, at a nondescript 5-story building, some schoolgirls exclaimed, "Oh, here's our entrance. Can we go?" Home was so close, and without waiting for an answer, the girlfriends rushed to their entrance. Gleb, cursing as he ran after them. "Stop!" he shouted after them in a muffled voice. "Everything's fine, thank you," they shouted as they ran. Then, attracted by the noise, the infected began to burst out from under the houses. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. One after another, with guttural cries, they ran toward their prey. Gleb, almost grabbing Masha by the jacket, was forced to stop. Sharply raising his rifle, he fired straight at the group of infected. The buckshot did its job, and 2 of the 6 fell as if mown down. "To the garages!" he shouted, turning around and shielding the schoolgirls rushed forward. They are already about 20 meters from their entrance, but an infected woman runs toward them. A shot, and the path is clear. The girls dash into the entrance. The remaining infected rush back under the building. "Aha, you're scared. You still have some brains," Gleb gloated to himself. But then, from the opposite side of the yard, a crowd of infected burst out. Gleb fired a shot and rushed back. At the garage, Misha and Konstantin are trying to pry open the massive garage door with an iron pipe. Running up, out of breath, Gleb shouts, "Run!" "What's wrong with the lock?" "It's locked from the inside," Misha replied as the sound of pursuing feet grew louder. Without a word, they ran further, toward the road. "Faster!" Gleb shouted. The pursuers, driven by predatory instincts, were getting closer and closer. And then Gleb stopped abruptly. "Wait," he says quietly. The air was filled with the roar of countless vehicles, merging into a single, earth-shattering roar. A low, dark, armored personnel carrier emerged from around the corner, followed by army trucks, one after another. Evacuation! But something was wrong. In an instant he remembered, bristling with gun barrels, sliding at full speed through the ruins of the city. That's how they drove in Grozny back then, fearing the Chechen grenade launchers, shooting at anything that moved. "Get down!" Gleb shouts, dragging Misha and Marina to the ground. A burst of heavy machine gun fire literally rips through the frozen air. Tracer bullets, like red laser beams, flashed over their heads. The roar of the vehicles, the screams of the infected, all were drowned out by the deafening burst. It seemed like an eternity until the roar of the army column, growing fainter and fainter, disappeared completely. An eerie silence fell. Gleb bent over the shapeless, dark mass in the snow. "Konstantin Yegorovich!" Marina exclaimed with tears in her eyes. "Don't come any closer. He's dead," Gleb said quietly, and immediately added, "Look, the passage to the garages leads from the offices. This is our chance. Hurry." And then they ran again. Entering through the front entrance, they found themselves in complete darkness. But their eyes soon adjusted, and they moved deeper into the building. In the gloom of empty corridors, crunching on broken glass, they carefully made their way toward the garages until their path was blocked by a pile of office filing cabinets and various furniture. "Barricades," Gleb said, and after testing the strength, he added, "We won't get through here." "Maybe here," Misha suggested, pointing to the door with a sign that said Assembly Hall. Carefully opening the door, Gleb stepped inside. "So, there's a door on the other side. Watch your step and be as quiet as possible," he whispered as he returned. "What's there?" Marina asked. Without answering the question, Gleb sighed and said, "Well, with God." The assembly hall was illuminated by dim rays of moonlight filtering through the large ceiling-level windows. Chairs and benches, pushed away from the center of the room, were visible as dark silhouettes along the walls. On the floor, something shapeless lay evenly covering the remaining space. Gleb stepped forward, carefully, Misha following close behind, and Marina, holding his hand, followed. They nearly made it across the hall, but then something warm grabbed Marina's leg. Feeling her heart freeze, she looked down, where the grinning face of an infected man was illuminated in a pale beam of moonlight. The guttural cry that escaped his mouth was immediately taken up by the others, for the assembly hall was filled with sleeping infected. Without wasting a moment, Misha severed the infected man's hand with an axe blow, and under a barrage of Gleb's gunfire, the three of them rushed out of the hall. Hallway, door, another door, locked. They knock out the lock with a shotgun blast and slam the door behind them. Quickly moving a cabinet and bracing their feet on the table, Gleb and Misha try to hold the door open against the onslaught of dozens of infected. "Next door, Marina!" Misha shouts, then notices that Gleb is wounded. A grimace of pain froze on his pale face, blood dripping from under his jacket. The door shook under the blows of the infected, causing Gleb to wince in pain. "And they say that the KPVT either misses or kills," he said with a tired smile. "You're bleeding. Where were you hit?" Misha asked anxiously between powerful blows. "I got a graze on my side. I thought I'd get bandaged in the car." It was becoming more and more difficult to hold the door open. Gleb was rapidly weakening from the loss of blood. And then Marina returned. "The car is here and I found the keys," she announced joyfully. "Come on, Mishka. Start the car and drive away," said Gleb. "Oh, come on," Misha exclaimed. Go with Marina and get the car out and I'll hold them off here, then give the signal. You won't make it in time, bro. We don't have a choice. I don't think I'm going to survive anyway, so... Marina, start the car, Misha said, trying to persuade Gleb again. We can make it in time. I'll fire a shot and... Misha, listen to this. Gleb interrupted, breathing heavily. Name your son Gleb, okay? A good name? Mother thought it was a good name, he said slowly, looking into the void. Gleb, Misha said quietly. This was wrong. He hadn't been raised that way. Principles, you could call them a code, an inviolable set of rules instilled in him by his strict father. He couldn't leave. But now he was responsible for more than just himself. I'll call him Gleb. I'll definitely call him. Come on, hurry up. Get the car out, Gleb said with difficulty. Having reached the street, they waited hopefully, but a shot rang out, followed by another and another and another. 4 in total. Gleb didn't appear, but the infected began to run out in a black crowd. Misha pressed the gas pedal and, leaving behind clouds of exhaust fumes, they raced through the deserted streets, away from the city. Outside the window, like frames from a black and white film, images of the monochromatic city flashed by. Those utility pipes, like the inside-out intestines of stone buildings, stretching on their stilts from the frozen ground. Endless lines of wires. All of it flashed by in an instant. Behind them lay the city, frozen in its death throes, and ahead lay a future full of uncertainty. But among all the questions, one haunted them. 4 shots. Was this last one meant for him, their savior? Mikhail Grigoriev. Steps behind you. Don't worry. It all happened so quickly back then. How can you react here? My mind thinks, yes, it should have been this way. But it turned out differently, you see. Makar bent down a willow branch, took an old sharpened-over-sharpened knife from its sheath, thoughtfully cut off a stick, picked up a loose edge of bark and with one movement removed it, like film from a sausage. He had about 300 seconds left to live, not counting time for dinner. If Tungara gave me another chance, take it, do everything smarter. Why the hell do you need this headache? Sharpening one end of the stick, Makar stirred the stew in the pot. Using the same stick, he raked the cooling coals closer to the pot. Evening was fading. Night was beginning. The moon hadn't appeared, and the sky was so thick with darkness that the clouds seemed like motionless smears in the low, leaden sky. We must hurry. Our time is running out. They silently removed the pot and ate everything in one go, using just 2 spoons. They didn't bother with plates. Makar was thoughtfully picking at the ground with a stick, looking so dejected that I felt disgusted. Otherwise, I don't understand what you're getting at. I stood up, straightening up with difficulty. My back didn't want to move, it wanted to stay there. But our cargo could not wait. I strapped on my backpack, extinguished the remaining embers using the old camping method, and checked the tape on the load. It was holding up so far. Enough chatter already, let's move. We spent the second day traveling on foot, cruising at a speed of a couple of kilometers per hour. The engine gave out the day before yesterday, after sunset, and we gave up hope of help almost immediately. No one here could do anything with a 5-year-old Escudo, even if someone alive were found within a day's march. Our terrible burden was crushing us, pressing us to the ground. It wasn't even the physical weight. The sounds coming from beneath the plastic were more psychologically depressing. The monotonous sobbing and rumbling felt like lead weighing down our legs. All we could do was grit our teeth and muster our willpower to keep from going crazy. We were running out of cigarettes. We had already drunk alcohol the previous night. The worst thing was the mosquitoes. These creatures devoured us like vampires. Maybe we should leave her here for now, Makar asked bluntly, desperate. We'll come back later and get her, Sanyich, okay? I remained silent. After the necessary pause, I said, 3 of us left, 3 of us will return. There were 3 of us, me, Makar, and Rajaya. Redhead is my woman. We met a couple of years ago at yet another faceless corporate event, and we've been seeing each other often since. I'm 45, married, with a daughter, successful, and have my sights set on a higher seat if I don't get too worked up. I can make beautiful toasts in Yakutsk. Our dacha in the Alas housing cooperative on Pesky is designed to comfortably accommodate 3 or 4 families, including both outbuildings. 3 years ago, they paved our driveway, and I really liked driving to the dacha in Yakutsk in a brand new, low-slung Camry, rather than the beat-up Land Cruisers bought on credit. It was so stylish. I'll manage a couple more deals, and I'll buy a BMW sedan from a reputable dealership in the West. And then, I'll invite the most serious guests over for barbecues. Our numerous guests also appreciated the sauna. Although it was built by our own people, it was under the supervision of a true Finn. Everything was fine. Too good. I was recently diagnosed. A nasty diagnosis, frankly. The worst kind for a man of reproductive age. Some damn disease had been eating me up inside for months, and I only just found out about it now. At 40, when life had just begun, as Vera Alentova's character used to say, I was slapped on the forehead with a diagnosis. Prostate cancer, in its most advanced form. I'm a man. It's not right for me to die for such a shameful reason. Redhead, of course. We've been dating for almost 2 years now, inseparable. We connect telepathically, without words, and understand each other with just a glance. There's an invisible connection between us at meetings, even though protocol dictates that we sit on diagonally opposite sides of the table, according to protocol and the signs. In my case, official medicine was at a loss. I had 5 to 7 years to live. The hardest part was keeping my sanity in the first days after the positive tests. I didn't tell anyone. I carefully questioned my wife. She goes to Archa's house and interacts with the folk healer community. I disguised my personal interest and soon received the recommendation I needed. That's how I learned about old Harahan, rumored to perform miracles. He charges a very, very high price for his services, but he always helps. Although no one ever mentioned any figures. I jokingly told Red that we could go for a picnic, like a funny old man, like in the pictures of kindly shamans. We could also cleanse some chakras, and we'll make it look like a business trip, so no one will suspect a thing. She liked the idea. The sweet old man had taken root in her pretty head. She thought about it for 3 whole days, then made up her mind. I whistled to a relative on my mother's side, who also happened to be the driver, Makar. I turned it all off as a lark, although for me a more important matter was being decided. We borrowed a relatively well-prepared escudike from the garage manager, threw a canister of alcohol in the trunk to expedite contact with the locals, and then drove to the right bank of the Lena, to this unknown, forgotten Karazinyak, in search of the miracle worker Kar Khan. We crossed the river in the usual way, just like hundreds of times before. The place we were looking for turned out to be a village of 3 houses, about 50 kilometers from Nizhny Bestyak, off the highway. So the journey took quite a while. About 2 hours along an overgrown forest track. Only about a dozen people lived there, but contrary to expectations, they were very friendly and kind. The locals held their breath at the sight of my girlfriend, who stepped out of the car with such a flourish. I bet they'd never seen anything like her before, so it'll be easier to negotiate with them. True, for some reason the mention of the old man's name elicited a strange reaction. Having unerringly identified the largest estate, they went to meet the local authorities. Makar retrieved a canister from the trunk and the issues began to be resolved predictably. Kara Khan lived in the taiga, about 10 kilometers from the village. The old man hadn't been seen for 3 months now. There was talk of going to check on him, to see if he died, but no one dared. Apparently the old man had a temper. He'd scared everyone so much. On the other hand, that was even better. It meant he really knew how to handle matters beyond our control. Which is exactly my case. A hearty lunch of city delicacies and 100 grams of alcohol convinced our host, Nurgen, to become our guide. Nurgen explained the general reluctance to visit the old man very clearly. After all, he hadn't been seen in public for 3 months, and for his age, that's a long time. Kara Khan was no picnic even in life, and if he suddenly decided to die, it would be better to wait a while. After death, the shaman's kut, soul, still roams the middle world, sometimes possessing various animals and birds. Thus, the shaman's soul knows how people behave after his passing. Being a vengeful man, Kara Khan could well have resorted to such a thing. Nurgen's wife confirmed that recently, dogs previously unknown to anyone had been hanging around the village. They don't try to approach, and when a person appears, they retreat into the forest. So it turns out our Hara Khan has a soft spot for dogs. Well, well. Redhead started to get nervous, but I reassured her, especially since she had no idea the real reason for coming here. Nothing's known yet, so why not check it out, right, Redhead? Nurgen flatly refused to leave late, so we had to take the canister away, put the holiday on hold, and leave right away while it was still light. Hara Khan's house turned out to be a rickety building with 2 dim windows. Right behind the house there was a pond, a third of which was overgrown with reeds and covered with duckweed. Around there were leaning posts with holes for the fence, and here and there poles were lying on the ground. The house looked deserted. Wooden drums and kitchen utensils were carelessly scattered throughout the courtyard, and pieces of leather stretched out on wooden frames were drying. A little further in stood a resemblance of the sacred Aluk moss tree, darkened by rain and sun. Leaving my companions at the fence, I headed towards the house when I heard the characteristic sound of milk hitting the bottom of a bucket in a stream. Turning left, I discovered the door to the kotan, nestled between the trees, ajar. I approached and called out in Yakut, "Is there anyone?" No one answered. The sounds died down. After a moment's hesitation, I turned back toward the house, intending to follow the overgrown path to the front door, when I heard footsteps behind me. A person emerged from the kotan, but not the one I expected to see. It was a short girl, hiding her face under a light headscarf. She spoke while looking down at her feet, making it impossible to see her from my height. "Tomorrow, after sunrise, come everyone. What price are you willing to pay?" I just stood there, silent. Offering money seemed completely inappropriate. "I've been waiting for you. You will get everything. You will give me the most precious thing you have now. My price is the girl with red hair and your friend. You will come to the city, but you will be the only one alive. They will serve me. Now go." Recalling this conversation later, I realized what struck me as odd. There was no bucket in their hands, and there was no smell of cows in the air. There was no smell of hay, milk, or manure. It smelled of cobwebs, dust, and flabby, dying human skin. And something else, similar to my fear. Fear to the point of dread, to the point of stupefaction. It feels like someone's ripped your spine out without bothering with anesthesia. And yet I have 50 subordinates, insignificant,
Useless cockroaches. Why don't they have these problems? Sonich, where have you been? We're too late. Here he is, my dear. Makar's whisper brought me out of my stupor. Makar waved his hand in the direction of the flimsy shed on the other side of the pond. I turned and walked away, towards the car. I didn't want to look at the body of the dead shaman at all, especially after communicating with the ghost. This girl didn't appear to any of us except me. She knew that Harakan was only for me. Who was she? What service was she talking about? I wanted to watch a stupid talk show on TV and forget the sound of milk hitting the bottom of a bucket. Diz-ding, diz-ding. We arrived back at our hospitable hostesses. Makar and Rija began to say goodbye, noticeably more cheerful. Nurgun sat pensively and didn't drink. The same as me. I'm used to getting everything. I'm a winner in life. I've had to break both circumstances and those not so close to me, of course. The price of victory is unimportant. But not Redhead. I won't make such sacrifices. Take that, you old fart. We're leaving. Your offer is rejected. We'll be home today. I'll find other miracle workers who work the old-fashioned way, for cash. Otherwise, I won't need those cash anytime soon. Although if such a price is set for services, usually the one who sets the price has no doubt about success. We only traveled about 3 miles. Look, a dog! Redhead screamed from the back seat, pointing at a small white dog that had suddenly materialized in the middle of the forest road about 100 meters from the bull bar of our escudo. I heard the milky sound again. Something howled under the hood. All the dashboard lights flashed simultaneously for a moment, and the engine stalled. Our little Jeep coasted along the bumps and roots of the forest road for a bit longer. 2 steps short of the dog, the car stopped. The dog stood up and slowly trotted into the forest. Looks like the generator's gone. The battery's drained too. Here we go. The old man won't let us go. Why? Why did I take her with me? But the dog was looking right at me. Understanding dawned. My palms grew sweaty. My heart began to pound in my chest. I glanced at Redhead in the mirror. For a second, it seemed like a dark cloud had appeared above her head. After several fruitless attempts to start the car, we decided to return to the village, borrow a tow truck from the locals in the morning, and crawl to the ferry. They greeted us silently and calmly, without saying a word. It was as if they had been waiting for us. Makar was surprised. There are still humane people left, just look. They made our bed in a large room, on old but clean and neatly darned sheets. I woke up around 6 in the morning on bare boards eaten by wood beetles. I usually love waking up in the countryside. You get up early, there's a jug of milk, pancakes, and sour cream on the table. The sound of the separator in the morning has been a favorite since childhood. The smell in the entryway is magical. Today is not that day. 10 minutes later, all 3 were convinced of this. There was no one in the village. The houses had been abandoned for a very long time. There was a 3-millimeter layer of dust on the table where we had tea yesterday. The redhead burst into tears. Makar, pale as paper, nervously twirled the keys to the escudic on his finger. It's the end of August, but autumn has arrived everywhere. And first of all, in my heart. Summer is dead. Another 5 years and I will die. We had to get out of here. Why didn't our car break down on the way here?
It seems to me that nothing would have stopped us, simply because the old man was waiting for us. A plan formed in my head. With the realization that there were no inhabitants and perhaps never had been, I already knew my steps. One piece of information came from encountering the white dog in the forest. Now another piece of the puzzle fell into place. Grandpa turned out to be extremely serious. I couldn't compete with him. And most importantly, my consent won't matter anymore. The shaman won't give up his own. There won't be any other miracle workers. Well, I'll still win in the end. I don't want to die here and now. The cost really doesn't matter now. But later, you old charlatan, I'll at least spoil something for you. The main thing is not to think about it. We pass a barn with a half-open door. I sensed that one of them was inside. I'm sorry, darling. I turn my head. She understands. She's silent, just staring at me with eyes wide with horror. And they say, "Don't, don't, don't." A gentle push. Redhead flies inside. I close the door and hold it. A minute later, I open it and call Makar. The pain in my groin eased slightly. The first victim had been taken. Doom. Sonich. You see, Makar, Rajaya and I went into the barn, looking for any weapons, axes, pitchforks. And there was this guy, Nurgun. See, he jumped on us from behind, the creature, then ran away. Hold on, Sonich. Let's get her out. Maybe it's not too late. There was no point in bandaging the lacerated wound on Red's throat. The blood was no longer gushing, but death had not yet come. But, as I feared, famine set in. A former colleague tried to attack us. Almost, because we were smart enough to swaddle her. Hastily, wrapped in the plastic we'd ripped off the farm's only greenhouse with trembling hands, Red could only make noise. If there was anyone who cared less about mosquitoes, it was her, I thought. Envying and then being surprised by this fact as I wrapped the plastic with tape. Good reinforced tape is indispensable on any trip. It can come in handy in places you never expected. I firmly decided to take the redhead with me. Understand, Makar. I'll cure her. I have to. We'll get our people from the medical center. Everything will be fine. Redhead couldn't walk on her own. Now she was our burden. No matter how much Makar tried to persuade me, I couldn't leave Redhead. Besides all the other reasons, Grandfather Hara Khan hinted at another one Makar didn't need to know about. We needed to get further away from the shaman's domain. Perhaps he would weaken. Perhaps the signal from the nearest cell station was already picking up somewhere around here. But it was impossible to verify. The batteries in the pipe died yesterday morning. It's moments like these that you realize the most important thing in a phone isn't Wi-Fi or GPS, but simply a powerful battery. Makar, the dandy, even checked the route using Google Maps. 2 minutes of searching for a network drained half the remaining battery, until he realized Google Maps doesn't work without internet. Okay, it's time. I call a halt. Makar sits down on a fallen tree, closes his eyes, sweat streaming down his face. I'm scared. In the end, I'll win, because I play faster, higher, stronger, smarter. I take Makarov's sharpened and resharpened knife and with 2 swings, free the mouth of Red, who is lying under our feet. I jump back. Before Makar could even realize my actions, analyze them, and take measures to defend himself, Redhead sank her teeth into his shin with a gleeful purr. At that very moment, I realized that my illness was no longer there. I would live a long time. The tape was enough for Makar, too. It was enough to immobilize him. I won't drag anyone further. We've arrived. This is the final stop. Please clear the carriages. Even though I'm a bastard, I won't be bringing this infection into the city, no matter how much Karakan curses me and stamps his foot in his netherworld. I have a daughter in town, you understand, you old fart? Do you want to kill everyone, you megalomaniac? I walked out to the river. A boat flew by nearby, and there was the Bestyak ferry. There's only one left. Oh, my redhead. It's a shame I can't remember your last name. I've never been interested. Makarik. Now it's time to go home and wash up. If we were living in a movie, the best thing would be to call doctors, rescuers, scientists, whoever else we need, and then head back. I'll be able to find my way back. When I left that clearing, my brain was working surprisingly clearly. I managed to push away the panic, otherwise I would have gone crazy. But that's if we lived in a movie or a book. In the real world, as soon as they find them, they'll shut me down right away. They'll find the murder weapons, and then you'll have to explain it was self-defense. Wait a couple more days. Lay low for now. It wouldn't hurt to withdraw cash from my accounts either. Our downtown ATMs might not be working right now. I'll go to the bank directly and order cash from my foreign currency accounts at the same time. Wait, I can't show off for now. I'll hole up at the dacha. I'll always have a couple of barrels of Hennessy and a supply of provisions. I'll gather my thoughts. Then I'll report back from the search party. I've already formed a theory. They got lost. I came out, and they're still out there in the woods. I'm ready to join the rescue expedition. I killed Makar and Rajaya myself when it became clear the changes were irreversible. No coherent reaction. Red eyes. Jerky movements. No pulse. Cold bodies. He picked up the willow stake Makar had thrown from the ground and pierced both of their hearts. Trying not to look at their faces, he turned their bodies over onto their stomachs and pierced them. I hope it helps. They showed it in the movies. I hid the grave well, covered it with branches, then with dead wood. There's plenty of it there. No one will even notice 3 steps away. Snow will fall soon, and in the spring floods will sweep across the islands and shores. That's all. Mother Lena will carry all the secrets into the ocean, as she does every year. I just wonder where all the villagers went. I don't know if they were even there. It's also interesting why, when we pulled Red out of the barn, there was no one in it. Shamanik jokes. How does he manage to change his appearance? And why a dog and not, say, an eagle, which can easily fly across the river into the city? We'll have to live with this somehow. Everything comes at a price. I'm still grateful to him. The main prize, at least, is mine. I'm alive. I bought my life. Now I'll have enough lovers to last me a lifetime. Take your pick. It's okay. I'm not the first, and I won't be the last. Look how many hunting accidents happen. And it's okay. Humanity isn't extinct. No bird flu or swine flu will get us. We'll outlive everyone else on this planet. I'm human too, and I'll survive too. Besides, I'm a respected person, higher than many, even by Moscow standards. I have friends there who, if need be, will shelter me, help me with my business. We won't be lost. According to the Swiss chronometer on my wrist, today is only September 1st, Knowledge Day. First time, first grade. Extract from the logbook of the ferry SPZH 63. September 9th, 2000. 0547. A radiogram was received from bunker base number 305 asking for help. Approximately an hour ago, no incidents were reported from conversations with Andreev, the bunker base watchman. Underlined, added, signed. A lost man, with a large red dog, from a nearby island for first aid and onward transport to Yakutsk. Apart from the distress signal, there is currently no contact from the bunker base. There are no signs of fire or flooding. We are following the rescue route. We are 15 minutes away. The coordinates are 0609. Mooring with the bunker base. Communication with the watch has been lost, and no one is visible on deck. We are investigating the cause of the distress signal. Assistant Captain Volnovsky, signature. On the night of September 10th, when I went into the bathroom at night, I heard the sound of milk splashing into a bucket. Perhaps this is exactly what I expected.
It wasn't enough then to pierce the heart.
Perhaps the brain needed to be destroyed or burned. Automatically, I turned on the computer and bought 3 business-class tickets. No matter who you are, there will always be someone even cooler who might want to take our seats for the next evening flight to Moscow. In the morning, he left his family to pack their suitcases and rushed off to draw up powers of attorney for the sale of his belongings. Having left for Guillen, I realized that all the powers of attorney were now invalid. I'd already seen 3 dead people. Now, all the assets located in Yakutsk had lost their value to 0. I needed to leave before this happened everywhere. I turned around with a squeal, crossed the double solid line and rushed to the computer, so that I could at least get rid of the shares. I missed the morning flight, but will make it to the evening one. Yes, and be sure to warn the bosses first. Well, not all the bosses, of course. You can also take the secretary along. It's okay, we won't disappear. You just need to have time to get hold of the resources. Food, weapons, good clothes. A new life has begun. A new life where every night I dream and will dream of Rizhik's eyes. Back then, by the barn. Mikhail Semyuosov. Teddy bear. A short, dark-haired young man of about 25 was slowly rowing his 2-seater inflatable boat toward the city when the hiss of the radio on his belt cut through the early morning silence. "Hey, Bear, come in. Over." The guy was clearly pulled out of his thoughts, which is why he was unhappy. "Bear is on the line. What do you need?" "Well, here." "Well, your beloved asked. Just don't get angry. I want to read something." After these words, the rower again seemed to withdraw into himself for almost a minute. The gaze of his blue eyes clouded over under the weight of heavy thoughts. "Well, since Yulia is asking for it, I'll bring it for her to read." Now there was a short silence on the other side. "Mishanya." The man's voice sounded thoughtful and puzzled. "Where will you get books?" At the same time, the interlocutor's voice was absolutely calm and cold. "Well, think about it. There are no bookstores on the dam. Going downtown would be sheer suicide. What's left? Apartments? Don't tell me you're going to go door to door on 202nd again." A note of alarm appeared in his voice. "Bear, you remember how it ended last time. Don't even think about going door to door again. If we lose you too, our little colony is finished." "Calm down, Sergei. After all, if God forbid something happens to me, you'll still be there. There are 3 of you guys after all. You'll be able to protect and feed your family." The young man chuckled. "And what could possibly happen to me? How many times have I combed through those houses alone? And almost nothing ever happened to me, and I can stand up for myself. Think about your son, about Yulia. Quit hovering over me." Anger began to rise in Bear. "I said I'd bring your daughter something to read, period. Hang up." Turning off the sound and throwing the radio behind me, I turned my gaze to the dog. A medium-sized black and white mongrel, he was sleeping peacefully on the other side of the boat. Okay, Ulka, we'll get through this. It's not the first time for us after all. And I want to make Yulchik happy too. Oh, come on, wake up, faithful dog. We're almost there. In the distance, a dam and a burnt-out boat station appeared. In the radio room of the boat, which had been converted into a house on the water, they continued to call for the stubborn miner for a long time. A man of about 45 years old who had recently been talking on the radio turned to another person in the room. Just imagine for a minute that he doesn't come back. Of course we won't collapse, but without him it will be even harder, much harder. His interlocutor looked about the same age, but was taller, had a medium-sized belly and a shiny bald head. You know Mikhail, he's like a sheep. If he's stubborn, that's it, you can't stop him, but if you try to convince him otherwise, he'll definitely go all the way. It's a stupid trait, but it's only thanks to this character that we're here and still alive. I'll kill Yulka for her big mouth, she doesn't need these books. Ha, and you could have sat in the hold for months without leaving. She doesn't even come out on deck often, she's always afraid to leave her son, he's still so little, defenseless. Remember what a fighter she was before she was pregnant, how many of those creatures she took down with your carbine. And now Adam is only a year old. Yes, I understand, Igor, I understand. Sergei was in good physical shape for his age, clearly having worked out in the gym in his youth, and now his powerful shoulders seemed to sag. He sighed heavily and lowered his head. Short and broad-shouldered, he always reminded those around him of a bull, small but powerful and resilient. But you're wrong to defend them both. Pepper also said everything would be fine when he went door to door, but there, in that tight space, he didn't even have time to raise his gun before they tore him apart. And Bear, especially now, is supposedly my son-in-law and the father of my grandson. In short, you've got me, you old codger. His opponent was clearly a cheerful person, and was now trying to cheer up his comrade. Let's go up on deck and get some fresh air. They climbed up. None of them had been sailors in their civilian lives, and even now, after living on the ship for nearly 3 years, they didn't know its name or what class of small craft it belonged to. They only knew that this small ship, which had previously been moored in the river port or in Zatai, or even near the dam in the 202nd microdistrict, along with other similar vessels, had become a true fortress for them. The safest place in this crazy, lost world. And both of them, at this moment, understood perfectly well that to provide for their large family, Sergei, Igor, Petrovich, their 2 wives, Igor's wife didn't survive the initial invasion of the undead. Their 3 daughters, little Adam and Mikhail, who had once saved them all, they needed good provision. Food. Besides the already tiresome fish from the river, we periodically had to get cereals and canned goods from the city, gather firewood to heat the 2 homemade stoves in the hold, clothing, medicine, and many, many other small items, all of which required forays into the city. And Bear was the best at this. If he didn't return from his book hunting expedition, it would be a fatal loss for everyone. Why did Seryoga even go swimming this time? It was still early autumn outside, and a cool breeze blew on the deck. It was quiet and calm here in the middle of the bayou. On the opposite bank, fences of metal mesh and barbed wire were visible, just in case, entangled around 2 Kamaz trucks that Bear had brought over last summer. One, a dump truck, was used occasionally on forays into the city. Passengers could easily shoot from the back. The other, brought over for spare parts and for the half-empty diesel fuel tank attached to it. Yes, we've run out of some medicines. He wants to rummage through the pharmacy on the dam. Haven't we already taken everything with her? Well, to be honest, I don't think there's anything to be gained there either. It feels like he's just missing something in his life. That's why he's always itching to get to the city. Well, I can understand him. At least you and Petrovich saved your families in this horror, but he has no one left. We saved it largely thanks to him. He's part of the family now, by the way. He's just a reserved guy. I noticed him being shy and quiet even in peacetime. And now he seems to be getting annoyed by all the activity in that small hold. All the fuss. All the women. Sergei chuckled. He probably relaxes when he's there. Having habitually dropped a makeshift anchor into the water a few hundred meters from the shore, Mikhail pulled out his binoculars and began carefully examining the beach, the boathouse, the dam, and the nearby houses. After almost finishing his study, he lowered the eyepieces and patted the dog behind the ear. "Everything is quiet, as always," he said, chuckling to himself. "As if I'd expected to see a disco here." The dog jumped into the water near the shore and ran out onto the sand ahead of the boat. While Bear tied up the vessel, the faithful dog guarded his rear, constantly raising his nose and sniffing. "Okay, Yul, let's go for a walk." Taking the rifle with the telescopic sight off his shoulder, the man began to slowly and carefully climb the dam, looking around, while the animal trotted along at his master's feet. Stepping onto the concrete, Mikhail raised the sight to his eyes and surveyed the area again. A breeze blew some papers around, and everything else resembled a static image he'd seen many times before. Empty cars parked here and there, motionless all these years. A police UAZ with its doors wide open parked right in the middle of the roadway, next to the last building. The apartment buildings themselves were empty and lifeless, many windows gaping like dark holes, like the eye sockets of some strange skull. "The hospitable capital of our republic," the miner said, grinning again with just the corner of his mouth. Out of habit, he checked with one hand that his Makarov pistol was in its holster, and the small metal hatchet on his belt. Still cautious and looking around, he walked toward the nearest yard. The dog also walked leisurely beside him. After passing a couple of empty courtyards, the companions came to a two-story pharmacy. The windows had long been knocked out, and the door was lying next to the porch. "Ulia, go explore." The dog obediently entered the building and returned a couple of minutes later, completely calm, looking questioningly at his owner. "My clever girl." Having patted the contented dog behind the ear, Bear slung the gun over his back and pulled out a small hatchet from behind his back. After almost an hour of rummaging through boxes and looted display cases, Mikhail found several soggy packs of aspirin, no spa, and other unremarkable pills, a large pack of cotton wool, and 2 rolls of bandages. He carefully placed them in a small backpack on his back and walked outside, heading back into the courtyards. And now for the most important thing. I once saw a big teddy bear in one of these houses, so that's why I came here today. I need to make my son happy. Remembering his son, the bear smiled into the void. Already on the approach to the desired house, the dog became restless, began to circle around the owner, raise his ears and muzzle upward, and finally, stopping near the desired entrance, he began to growl loudly. "Damn it, this is just the latest adventure we need." Mikhail swore softly and sighed as he stepped toward the entrance. Behind the porch lay the remains of a dog, just gnawed bones and bits of torn hide. The remains themselves didn't alarm him. They were everywhere, and even now, if you looked closely, you could find a few human skulls and a dozen bones in the yard. But this dog had clearly been killed recently, a couple of days at most, and considering zombies could wander aimlessly around their previous victims for months without a target in sight.
They're probably still here. Just be quiet, Ulia. Be quiet. Bear called the dog to him and slowly backed away from the entrance, unshouldering his rifle as he went. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting movement at the edge of his vision. He turned toward the neighboring house, raised his rifle, and immediately saw through the scope what had alarmed him. A creature was crawling out from under the house, barely resembling a human being. A sickening, blackened body. It was impossible to even determine the sex or age of the dead thing now. Over the years, an insatiable desire to eat and kill, coupled with nature, had dried out the flesh on the bones. It was blackened and rotten. One eye was missing, and the right arm hung limp, clearly broken at the shoulder. Sensing food, this creature crawled out from under the house and, somehow getting to its feet, trudged towards the prey. Mikhail took aim and, like a seasoned hunter, though he'd never hunted in his life, held his breath for literally a second and smoothly pulled the trigger. The bullet entered the dead man just above his empty left eye socket, and the body collapsed in the dust. "That's all right." The young man looked around and only then lowered his gun. The dog, which had been growling loudly and baring its fangs near his feet all this time, still did not calm down. "What's wrong with you, you little Cerberus?" The man looked at his faithful friend in bewilderment. "Give me that. You're giving me the creeps. I understand, firstly, that we're running out of time. We've caused quite a stir here. And secondly, if some freak was having a meal here, his friends might be hanging around too. But I'm not leaving here without a toy for my son." The guy slung the gun over his shoulder again, unfastened the holster just in case, took the hatchet in his left hand, and a powerful flashlight from his backpack in his right, and entered the dark entrance. A couple of years ago, he and another man had already searched all these houses, and, as a precaution, knocked out the windows in the stairwells so that there would always be light. They also marked the unlocked doors with paint, and, after covering them, propped them up lightly with a brick on each door to see for sure whether anyone else had entered. Last year, that guy was actually killed in one of the apartments on the 202nd floor. They got separated, and, having come running to the screams, Bear was too late to save his friend from the clutches of the two creatures. Taking turns going floor after floor, the pair of searchers scoured the empty, musty apartments for the teddy bear. Finally, on the third floor, luck smiled on Mikhail. He saw what he'd set out on this perilous journey for. On the dressing table in one of the apartments stood a large brown bear, smiling. Its dust-covered, black plastic eyes were expressionless. But if the bear could speak, I think it would have told a lot. In the kitchen, the traveler discovered two decayed bodies. While the young man was trying to figure out how to pack the bear cub into his backpack, shuffling sounds came from the hallway. The mongrel growled softly and bared its fangs, looking at its owner as if to signal that it was time to get out of there. But it was too late. The apartment door swung open, and a creature similar to the one lying next door, struck by a bullet, let in. Only this one had both arms, and it pushed the door open with them, and stumbled into the room. Olka,
like lightning, leaped forward and lunged at the dead man, clinging to the withered flesh just above the wrist, literally trying to gnaw the arm off. Bear, hatchet at the ready, leaped toward the zombie and swung at its free hand. A skilled slayer of the undead, he knew it would only take one powerful blow to the head to dispatch his opponent. But he also needed to avoid falling into death's clutches. The undead creature was distracted by the dog, and eager to quickly bite off a piece of fresh meat, bared his sparse teeth. At that very moment, with a loud crack, the axe blade sank right into its forehead, right up to the hilt. The zombie sank to the carpet and lay still, a foul-smelling, black liquid pouring from its broken head. Ugh, what a stench! I'll never get used to it. Another cracking sound came from the corridor, and another corpse entered the room after the first. He was incredibly tall, about 2 meters tall, and as they say, thick as a slant. He had no lower jaw at all, and it wasn't entirely clear how he ate his prey, but he didn't really want to find out. Mikhail reached for his belt, but the hatchet was still sticking out of the slain monster's head, and his partner was already slowly and deliberately stepping over the body. A pistol, a flash of thought flashed through his mind. He drew his PM and fired 3 times, without aiming. One bullet slammed into the wall, missing his head by inches, but 2 others, like bees, pierced his forehead. The giant lowered his arms, stood there for a second, and fell backward with a thud. To hell with such adventures. Quickly yanking out the axe and wiping it on the carpet, he tossed the teddy bear out the window and reloaded his pistol. And, preparing to make a quick retreat, he remembered the books right at the door. Without looking, he scooped several old books from the bookcase into his backpack, barely managing to catch the inscriptions Pushkin and Lermontov. And running, axe at the ready, he flung himself out of the death trap that the once quiet and peaceful entryway had nearly become. Outside, Bear caught his breath, walked quickly around the house, found a smiling toy in the tall, already yellowed grass, and wandered toward the boat. Having sailed a decent distance from the shore, he hugged his faithful Olka tightly and kissed her. The joyful dog licked his owner's entire face and almost capsized the boat. Thank you, my dear. How many times have you saved my ass already? And if Yulia knew how much work this little bear cub costs us. You'll have to save me again. But we won't tell her. We won't tell anyone. It's not the first time we've gotten into trouble. Nikolai Kiryanov, Guardian Angel. Part 1. Arrival. The silence of the hallway was broken by the hoarse crackling of an old telephone. Good day, Plato, I blurted out by rote. Hiya tuo sanun. The interlocutor hesitated for a second. Barita uchuge, he replied, switching to common language. Have you settled in? Well, almost, I admitted. I'm looking around. Have you personified yourself? No. I'm waiting for the person's owner. Good. Make yourself comfortable. We'll be expecting you tomorrow at the appointed time. See you. I pulled out a tattered piece of paper. Platon Sivtsev, Icon, Shaman, Yakutsk district. Then a contact number. Well, hello to the natives. The personification was a success. The persona's owner didn't even realize what had happened, and that's good. I don't like it when people start noticing the beginnings of schizophrenia in themselves. All these visits to doctors and psychologists only hinder our work. Afterwards, I needed a couple of hours of complete rest to get my bearings. Having nothing better to do, I started leafing through my documents. A passport in the name of Igor Valentinovich Kuznetsov. Born in 1983, never married, no children. And what's going on here? Oh, I write poetry. Curious. And I even dedicate it. To a certain Veronica. I suddenly felt like reciting something from my work, with feeling, with emphasis. But alas, the regime is no joke. And tomorrow there will be no time for poetry. What a load of work. I'm lying. Just yesterday we were baking in the African heat, hunting a sorcerer, a bokor. And today I'm already at the Arctic Circle. That's better than a contrast shower. Speaking of showering, I need to take a bath and eat something. My owner hasn't been bothering with regular meals, and he really needs his strength right now. The morning frost was more invigorating than any coffee. There was very little snow, and what little there was quickly turning into a solid slush. There were a lot of people. Everyone was rushing. It wasn't Moscow, of course, but a city is a city. The only unusual thing was the steam from my breath. My hands were a little cold, and I thought about buying gloves. I didn't know exactly where to go, but I knew instinctively, without even having to look in a guidebook. The department was located at the intersection of Lenin and Kirov streets, in Government House number 1. Before leaving, I called Platon to request a pass, and they let me in without question. Approaching the elevator, I noticed a pretty girl in a formal black dress. She held a red folder with the gold embossed for signature. For some reason, she smiled when she saw me. We entered the elevator. When the doors closed, the girl turned around. "I'll take you to Platon Alexievich." Realizing I'd been exposed, I nodded. "Nayur Guyana," she introduced herself. "I was warned about your arrival. I will be acting as your secretary for the duration of your trip. Anything concerning inquiries or other information." The elevator doors opened, revealing a long, narrow corridor with a door at the end. After walking a fair distance, we stopped at a sign. Yakutsk District. District Department of Faith. "Well, how is it?" Plato asked curiously. I listened to my feelings. My stomach didn't seem to protest. "Very tasty," I thanked, reaching for more, plucking another whitefish shaving from the plate. Fresh blood sausage, reindeer tongues, and boiled foal meat lay nearby. The birch bark containers held dairy products, suorat, kurchek, sour cream, and wild berries. The aroma of freshly baked Yakut flatbreads was tantalizing. Kumis was poured into the chorons. We ate at a wooden table in the southwest corner of the spacious yurt. Birch logs crackled comfortably in the fireplace. My supervisor in Yakutia, Platon Alexeyevich, a short, dark-skinned Yakut with cunning, lively eyes, sat across from me, drinking tea. Nurguyana was absent. Next to my vis-a-vis lay a familiar red folder with gold embossing. Case number 888. Chichikov Nikolai. I read out of the corner of my eye. After lunch we moved on to formalities. Plato took out a form to fill out. Your status? Angel. Type of service? Detective. The owner of the person on the territory? Kuznetsov Igor Valentinovich. What is the purpose of the business trip? I looked pointedly at the red folder. The curator nodded understandingly. We'll fill in the rest when we're done. Now, down to business. The job of angelic detectives like me was to capture and return fugitive souls who, for personal reasons, had decided to leave the afterlife and return to the living. Most often, it was the young who were sinned by escape, those torn from the thick of their fledgling lives by death. They didn't emerge into reality, but wandered, as a rule, in the dreams of friends and relatives. Usually, after 5 or 6 weeks, they returned, the living to the living, and the dead. Many things happened during wars. Fugitives, enraged by the desire to avenge their enemies, fled in droves. The saving grace was that most took this step in a state of shock. More problems arose with those who died violently. Many were eager to get even with their killers. The more agile sometimes emerged into reality, infiltrating their own or someone else's body. Clayton opened the folder in front of me. On the first page, a photograph of a young man of about 20 stared at me. Dark-browed, with wide Mongolian cheekbones, thin lips, and large light green eyes, atypical of most Yakuts. Bakinai, Clayton explained. Nikolai is from the Amjinsky district, and the population there is mixed, so Yakut myths are often intertwined with Christian motifs. Imagine what a cocktail that can be, especially among the young. I flipped through the pages of the folder, reading the dry lines of the expert commission's report. I was unrequitedly in love with a young girl. He committed suicide by jumping out of a 9th-floor window. He blamed the girl for her death. He plans to take revenge on her by stealing her soul, Kut. Nikolai became a Uer, Plato explained to me. People like him, suicides, are rejected by their own kind, because they voluntarily interrupted their line, and are doomed to wander eternally between worlds. He has no refuge anywhere, so he thirsts for revenge. If a Uer kidnaps a girl's Kut, she will die. To prevent this, the Uer must be caught and isolated. I must warn you, the curator added. If the girl dies, her Kut will also become a Uer, out of resentment that she wasn't saved, and Nikolai will become an Abaki, an evil spirit, since he was the main cause of her death. We lose 2 young people who are not destined to reach the unknown distance, the Diabin, and we gain 2 hostile spirits who can lure new living victims into their games. Often, grievances pile up like a snowball. Like countless beads, they're strung on a thin thread, which one day snaps without cause. And the shattered grievances, like a disturbed hornet's nest, begin to sting everyone unfortunate enough to be nearby. Then, no one can find anyone right or wrong. Everything becomes jumbled up in this tangled web of snakes. Why did you decide that this Nikolai was going to take revenge on the girl? Because he's already looking for her. Part 2. Sasha moonlight filtered through the double-glazed windows in scant blue slivers, casting long, ragged shadows on the floor. Blue specks on the ceiling darted back and forth as if hiding from the headlights of the endless line of passing cars. The road ran very close, and for some reason, its activity intensified in the evening. The constant crackling of exhaust fumes, the squeal of tires, the beeping of horns and the cursing of drivers invigorated Sasha more than disturbed her. She felt less lonely. Sometimes she even deliberately eavesdropped on the drivers' conversations. In this concrete box lined with blue stained glass windows, their voices seemed the only evidence of life. It's her own fault, she thought. She shouldn't have gone against her father's will. The dean of the faculty, nicknamed Zora behind his back for his vindictiveness towards students who skipped lectures without a valid excuse, was furious when he noticed half the class was absent. Sasha tried to cover for the students, claiming they'd gone to clinic number 5 that morning to get their hepatitis vaccinations. The dean gave her an accusing look. I believe the reputation of a good lawyer lies in the fact that they always accurately calculate which of their arguments can be challenged and which cannot. Just 10 minutes ago, I saw your entire class in the hallway. Sasha sighed and dipped the mop and rag into the bucket again. There were still several hallways and stairwells to clean, but she didn't know how many. As she wrung out the rag, she suddenly wondered, why was the power out in the building? She groped the mop across the floor, dimly making out the outlines of the stairs and railings in the moonlight, and she had to tread carefully. Twice she nearly slipped with the bucket in her hand. And why on earth was she mopping the floors in a completely empty building so late? Sasha remembered perfectly well that the dean had been annoyed by her actions, but surely not so much as to force her to clean every floor, from the 1st to the 16th. I have to go down, the girl decided. Grabbing the handrails, she began stepping from step to step, cautiously and even timidly at first, then more confidently and quickly. And then she grew so bold that she galloped. A sense of mischief had taken hold of her, perhaps. Just when she figured she should have reached the bottom, the stairs continued to lead downward. Wait, Sasha paused. Maybe we should go up? The girl tilted her head back, peering down the maw of the stairwell. Lost in thought, she sat down on the step, leaning her elbows against the railing. Contrary to the laws of physics, the step was soft and even wrinkled. It seemed to give under Sasha's body, even though her mother always complained about how thin her daughter was. A woman should be a woman, not a herring. Sasha could practically hear her mother's grumbling voice. And footsteps. The girl shuddered. Footsteps, footsteps, footsteps. Someone was descending the stairs very quickly, not hiding the fact that they could be heard. They grabbed the railing roughly with their hands, as if trying to rip it out by the roots. More sensing than seeing, Sasha saw a familiar, sharp shadow above, darting in the moonlight. And that made it seem even more terrifying. What a fool, she snapped at herself. Why did you even sit there? The girl instantly jumped off the step. The crooked crescent moon grimaced angrily in the window and now haunted her on every floor. Sasha was squeezing out her last breath. Her head was spinning, and her legs felt like they were weighing down with heavy weights. How hard it is to run when you've lost all your strength. She was tossed around the turns, pulled sideways, and sometimes she'd hit herself painfully on sharp corners. It was hard to run without knowing if this marathon would end. Somewhere, the thought crossed her mind. Maybe she shouldn't run at all. Her breath caught in her throat, as if she were swallowing dust instead of air. A hand yanked her sharply by the collar and threw her straight into the snow. She jumped up and found herself in the clutches of a slightly older man. He held her tightly by the arms, preventing her from breaking free. Sasha was too afraid to even scream, only choking on her own helplessness and silence, trying not to look the stranger in the eye. He, on the other hand, tried to calm her down. Don't worry, everything's fine. The guy loosened his grip, which Sasha took advantage of. Leaning back, she fell backward onto the fluffy snow, which seemed less cold. She rose to her feet almost immediately. Her voice returned. "Who are you? Where am I?" Sasha screamed, the first thing that came to mind. Next to them, the blue dome of the building she'd recently tried to escape from towered into the dark sky. The street and the faintly flickering lampposts were shrouded in a light snowfall falling from somewhere above. It was deserted. "Where am I?" Sasha repeated wearily, as if she'd squeezed it out. "Safe," the stranger answered strangely. Of all the trendy coffee drinks, espresso, cappuccino, latte, or mocha, I preferred the classic Turkish coffee, brewed in a jezva and flavored with cardamom. I first tried it like that in Istanbul, in one of the small coffee shops, and I've stuck with that little whim ever since, so I didn't even touch the brown soapy mess they brought me. Nurguyana, on the other hand, savored the drink, constantly breaking off small pieces of the chocolate bar. She seemed completely unconcerned about maintaining her graceful figure.
They certainly do, Nurguyan guessed.
But every woman has her little weaknesses, she flirted. Besides, I don't allow myself to have them that often. We were sitting in a small cafe on the corner, across from the department. The topic of conversation was yesterday's events. The building where you were yesterday, the humanities department, was their last meeting place. That fateful evening, the girl told him she was getting married. She lied, but it was the last straw for Nikolai. He ran up to the 9th floor and... Just read it. Nurguyana thrust a stack of folded newspapers at me. Yakutsk the Cherny, Nasha Vremya, Echo Stolitsi. It's all written there. I skimmed through the articles. A jump into a 9-story abyss. A victim of unrequited love. 1 foot in death. Mostly, they were wondering whether the guy had jumped like a soldier, or dove head first as some eyewitnesses claimed. Little things. What difference does it make how he jumped? Uer doesn't have his own space, so he exploits someone else's, Nurguyana enlightened me. He simulated the girl's sleep in the room where he committed suicide. Upon learning of his death, the girl suffered a profound guilt complex. Now, any mention, even the slightest, makes her vulnerable. She even refused to study in that building, asking to reschedule her classes. Yes, I agreed. He gave her a good scare. She nearly twisted my arms out of fear. Uer strives to suppress the Kut's will. Without that, he can't take it. Have you ever tried holding a bird rushing into the sky? Uer exhausts you, instills fear. Soon the girl will be afraid to fall asleep. And when she finally does fall into a half-slumber, the cage will slam shut. Nurguyana stared sadly into her empty cup. Sasha lay face down on the bed, which had been rumpled the night before, silently staring at the ceiling. The cuckoo clock had long ago struck 8 o'clock. She didn't want to get up. Mom knocked on the door for a few minutes, but then left. The smell of freshly brewed coffee and baked buns wafted through the cracks in the kitchen door. Previously, the thought of breakfast would send Sasha running to the kitchen. But now, she felt like nothing at all. Thoughts of the nightmare haunted her. It was even more disconcerting how clearly she remembered every detail. Her helpful memory, as if to spite her, kept bringing up the most unpleasant moments of the experience, the ones she so desperately wanted to escape. Previously, her dreams had been fragmentary, often unclear, and never memorable. But today, as if on purpose, they'd made an exception. The girl still shuddered at the mere memory of that ominous breath behind her. For some reason, she guessed who was chasing her. The door opened, and Mom walked in, dressed in her usual burgundy robe. She chewed her bun for another second. Alexandra. Her gaze was full of reproach. You have to go to school, and you haven't washed your face yet. The mother paid no attention to her daughter's unnaturally depressing state. However, Sasha thought, she just doesn't want to remind me of this again. The investigators' questioning had only concluded last night. Alexandra slid lazily off the bed and reached for her clothes. After all, she wasn't to blame for anything. But that didn't save her from self-loathing. Autumn in Yakutsk is unlike autumn in other cities. Instead of yellow leaves, white snowflakes swirl, and the still warm rays of summer sun disappear without a trace into the frozen snow, which has become coated with an icy crust overnight. The day loses its former brightness, and instead of the once smiling sun, its pale shadow hangs in the sky. Those who once loved the evening scent of streetlights are now locked inside their apartments, preferring the glow of home electric lights. In this city, autumn only happens in passing. The girl walked along the avenue, glancing at the store signs along the way. The radio blared through her headphones, but she was lost in her thoughts and didn't notice it. Evening was approaching again, and it was terrifying to even imagine that it would soon be time to go to bed. Why can't I stay awake all my life? With this rather unoriginal thought, she stopped at a traffic light. It was strange that there wasn't a single car at the intersection. Without thinking twice, Sasha fluttered out into the street. It was wrong to break the rules, but otherwise she'd be completely late. Her heels clicked on the sidewalk again. A long, soft scarf wrapped around her neck created a sense of calm. It was like that in childhood, when, as a little girl, new to the city, she fearlessly walked past noisy cars and angry dogs, holding her father's strong hand. Suddenly, someone called out to her. The voice was quiet and somehow familiar. Sasha glanced around and suddenly realized she was completely alone. At the completely empty intersection, scraps of trash rose like windmills. The letters for the Central Cinema shimmered with every color of the rainbow, but the usual crush of people at the entrance was absent. Banners advertising movies fluttered like sails. The usually crowded bus stop stood bare and abandoned. The yellow traffic lights flickered alone. This can't be. Where did everyone go? Sasha, in her stupor, forgot she'd been called. The girl stood hesitantly in one place. Am I really sleeping again? It suddenly dawned on Sasha. The headlights blared straight into my eyes. A deafening roar like a chainsaw bounced off the asphalt like a champagne cork. The air smelled of burnt rubber and smoke. The carefree wind pretended to be a pitiful mongrel, spotting a fearsome mastiff out for a stroll. Someone knocked Sasha off her feet a few seconds before a black blur. A car darted toward her. After tossing and turning several times, she once again found herself in the arms of the stranger she knew from her previous dream. Is he following me or something? Behind her, she heard the crash of broken glass and the drawn-out scraping of something metal. It was as if a car had just smashed through a bus stop at full speed. However, that is how it was. The screeching of turning wheels and a light slap on the cheek brought her back to her senses. The stranger looked into her eyes with concern. Are you okay? It seems like... Then let's run. Sasha wanted to ask where she could run in her sleep, but before she could, the guy tugged her arm and pulled her along. Behind her, a gasoline-scented mastiff growled with effort. Lenin Avenue resembled a smooth river, with the yellow spots of streetlights floating uneasily across it. He and the stranger ran along the sidewalk like partisans. The black windows of the buildings looked down indifferently on the fugitives. Sparkling, wet snow fell on their heads. Who are you? Sasha whispered as they ducked under the archway opposite the Lena Hotel. Consider him your guardian angel. The boy peered cautiously around the corner. Not noticing anything suspicious, he noisily squatted down. The girl squatted down too. By the way, Igor, he introduced himself. Sasha. I know, the guy smiled. So, you're afraid of noisy cars and angry dogs? Igor echoed her recent thought exactly. How do you know? Well, who were we running away from just now? Sasha thought about it. It seemed like it was coming from a car, although she thought it was a dog running. And what to do? I have an idea. The angel looked at her slyly. Was it his imagination, or did he really flap his wing? I just don't know if you'll agree. What should be done? You need to get married, urgently. Part 3. Wedding. Are you sure this will work? Nyurguyana was skeptical. It's a risk. Icon won't give his approval. And we don't have permission. I winked at my assistant. Now, she warned sternly. You'll have to answer to everyone. I don't think she was joking, and I wasn't joking either. A classmate nudged her in the side. Sanka, don't sleep. Zora can see. A gray-haired man in a tweed suit stood behind the lectern, staring intently at them. Sasha rubbed her red eyes, pulled her notebook closer, and picked up a pen. The professor paused for a moment, looking at the frozen girls, but said nothing. He merely shook his head and continued lecturing. Today, she felt an irresistible urge to sleep. Trying to resist, Sasha drank liters of coffee, but the feeling of sluggishness wouldn't go away. She also dreaded the next nightmare that awaited her, and she dreaded the approaching evening. After class, Sasha headed toward the Pushkin Library. Zorro, as usual, assigned a ton of homework, which she had to prepare immediately if she didn't want to retake the exam. Before entering the library, the girl stopped by the bookstore on the ground floor. She gazed aimlessly along the shelves lined with books, trying to find something suitable. There weren't many people there, a saleswoman and 3 customers. There were disappointingly few books she needed, but she still chose 2, both on law. Sasha placed them on the counter, small paperback booklets. The woman at the checkout smiled respectfully. What a fine girl you are. Are you studying? I'm studying. And my daughter only thinks about suitors. I can't get her to come to her senses. She didn't get much chance to study at the library. A guy was persistently trying to pick her up. He seemed like a good-looking guy, but one suicide was enough for Sasha to start keeping her distance from guys. You're so beautiful. I'd marry you right away. The young man showered him with compliments. In my opinion, you are acting rudely and primitively. Nyurguyana and I were standing in the library's cafeteria. I was blowing on hot tea in a plastic cup. My companion was drinking orange juice. There's no other way. If we don't catch him today, it'll be harder tomorrow. Her grip is getting weaker every day. Look how lethargic she is. But why do you think that after your frontal attacks, about the wedding, she will definitely dream about it? Sometimes there is no better way than to go straight ahead. The longer the winter, the more often people celebrate holidays. Fortunately, there are many of them in the country. The only thing that doesn't happen often on such days is weddings. Seriously, who likes to smile for 10 minutes into a frozen camera? Drink ice-cold champagne in the wind wearing just a dress. Languish in a stuffy room for fear of catching the flu on the street. On the other hand, what's rare and extreme is more memorable, especially if the whole event is a lure for the audience. Let's go for it. 2 black Toyota Land Cruisers, adorned with colorful ribbons and with dolls on the hoods, swaggered up to the blue wedding palace. The door opened, and Alexandra, like a white butterfly, fluttered from the inside of the first car onto the porch. She held a bouquet in her hands. Her bridesmaids immediately flocked to her. Next came the groom, that is, me. There were no other candidates, and we didn't have time to search. Besides, who knows how today's fun will turn out, and what we should be prepared for. You can't predict everything, and I decided not to take any chances. Friends I was seeing for the first time patted me on the shoulder in a friendly way. One of the girls kissed me on the cheek. Alexandra and I linked arms and began climbing the tiled steps. The suit chafed my shoulders. Behind Sasha's smile, there was also a hidden tension. But from the outside, everything is staged impressively. A beautiful bride in a snow-white dress with a fox fur coat draped over her shoulders walks arm in arm with a distinguished-looking man in a black suit, a white rose in his lapel. Dressed-up guests with large bouquets of flowers crowd around, and a photographer clicks away. When my entourage and I lingered for a couple of minutes by the mirror in the hall, the witness straightened my tie. Then she leaned close to my ear. "And how long should we wait for our demon?" I hugged Nurgiana. "Time waits. If you don't come, then you'll be at my wedding. You have a handsome best man." I glanced at the young blonde man in a slate-colored suit with a sash over his shoulder. "Don't worry, he'll show up. We've just touched his sore spot." Quickly, on the tail after the registry office, our cortege of a dozen cars, as per tradition, drove past the city's landmarks. The sound of car sirens continued unabated. Passers-by waved to us. I read undisguised irony in Nurgiana's eyes. "No problem, it's bound to bite. Right now we're like smug, fat Crucian carp swimming into the fisherman's net. If, of course, the nets are set." The cars turned toward the Gamayan district, toward the Permafrost Institute. A brown plaster statue of a mammoth with a snow cap on its head, so beloved by all couples and apparently therefore peeling. Are they grabbing pieces for souvenirs? Greeted us from afar. To keep the bride from trampling the snow with her glass slippers, I lifted her up in my arms. The cork popped. The guys were pouring champagne. "Bitter," cried a middle-aged woman, looking rejuvenated. "Son, kiss Sasha." A son? I completely forgot about the groom's parents. So Alexandra must have made that up herself. I hugged the bride but didn't kiss her. She seemed awkward. The photographer was fiddling with his camera, adjusting the focus. One of the guests pressed close to me to get into the frame. The new mother thrust a glass of champagne into my hand. "Can you even see the beast?" It seemed to me that our crowd was blocking the mammoth's figure. "What other animal?" the mother asked in surprise. Bang! I was spread out across the snow like a fan. A sudden woman's scream made my ears pop. I regrouped to the side, and just in time, a hairy foot punched a hole through my skin. Somehow, I scrambled to my feet and rushed toward the cars. The body of one of the guests scurried past like a sack. Nurgiana grabbed Sasha in her arms, and together they raced toward the institute. The other participants in the wedding photo shoot also scattered in all directions. A huge, nearly 4-meter-long mammoth angrily swung its massive tusks, curved like curved Turkish sabers, which probably felt the same. Its fragrant fur, tangled in places, fluttered thickly from side to side. The previously innocent, peeling statue had become a monster. I backed up and, speeding around the clumsy gray carcass, drove up to the Institute building. "Quicker!" The girls quickly jumped into the back seat. I floored the gas pedal. The car emerged onto the road, leaving behind clouds of blue smoke. "Have you had enough?" Nyurguyana snapped angrily. Sasha's white dress was quickly becoming soaked with a scarlet stain below her chest. She hadn't yet lost consciousness, but her strength was ebbing. "Calm down," I snapped. "You better keep an eye out. He's somewhere nearby." Despite their apparent corpulence, mammoths are fast and agile. Otherwise, how would they have escaped hunters in their day? The Yur's sluggishness in mammoth form is due to his lack of preparation, but he'll soon get the hang of things. "We need to go home." Nyurguyana massaged Sasha's forehead with her palms. The girl was wilting before our eyes, like a flower torn out by the roots. Unlike the Yuer, the Kut has a permanent anchor, through which it returns to the earthly world. Most often such anchors are a person's home. In dreams they have the same embodiment. But if this hairy elephant outsmarts us and carries away Sasha's Kut, the girl will not wake up. "Why did you even have to provoke me?" Nyurguyana pestered me with her lamentations. "But now he definitely won't leave us alone." "The prey is too close," I said, putting on a satisfied expression. "Igor, Sasha's corner will soon run out of power, and we'll find ourselves trapped." "Of course we will. Only on the other side." I drove the Jeep at full speed, pushing the limits. Streets, cars, and people flashed past the windows like a kaleidoscopic image. A couple of times I drove into oncoming traffic, risking a head-on collision with some obstacle, but everything worked out. Our charge was losing consciousness. Like a limp rag doll, she was being tossed around by the car. Nyurguyana held her as best she could. The scarlet stains spread, staining the upholstery. My companion was also covered in blood. As we passed Sasha's address, Nyurguyana practically grabbed my hair. "Where to?" In surprise, I swung the wheel to the side, hitting the side of the road slightly. "This is not her house." "What? Not hers?" "Sasha doesn't consider it his home." Nyurguyana stopped mid-sentence. Until she was 4, she lived in a village on the other side of the river. In an old, rickety hut with a small yard, with her grandparents. That's where she began to remember herself. Every summer she promises to return, as she says, to her homeland. "But we don't have much time. We'll make it," I encouraged Nyurguyana. "And there's our little mammoth, Dima." In the rearview mirror, a tall column of blizzard dust was clearly visible pursuing us. The winter crossing of the Lena River officially opens in December. But by early November, minibuses had already begun operating from both banks of the river, taking passengers at their own risk. Authorities often turned a blind eye, catching the most persistent violators who blatantly disregarded all safety regulations. Dozens of makeshift routes ran along the wide riverbed, although only 3 met all requirements. We descended to the river near Darkalak. The car immediately began sliding on the smooth, snow-dusted road, polished by hundreds of tires. We had to stop and steer back several times. I periodically glanced at the back seat, but nothing new was happening there. We'd covered about 100 meters when the lathered mammoth tumbled head over heels onto the ice. Against the white snow, our black Jeep with its colorful ribbons was a perfect target for pursuit. We wouldn't be able to hide behind any snow dune. Realizing this, The mammoth raised its trunk and let out a triumphant roar, like the trumpets of Jericho. It darted across the snowdrifts, crushing them beneath its weight. The roar of its feet shook the ice. The distance between us began to close. Now, minutes are everything. The gas pedal creaked with effort. New clumps of frozen snow flew up from under the tires. I peered into the distance, searching for a road, my eyes hurting. If only I could get through. If only I could make the right turn. We hit a pile of icy boulders and spun sideways. The car immediately jerked and stopped dead in its tracks. At that moment, the green and red lights on the onboard computer flashed and went out, and the steering wheel locked tight. There was a loud click, followed by a quickly fading gurgling sound, like an engine shutting off smoothly. Here we are. What's happened? Quiet, I whispered. I reached into the glove compartment and began to fumble for the flashlight. For some incomprehensible moment, day ceased to be day. Evening peered through the car windows. We're out of gas. I shone a flashlight on the control panel. Contrary to expectations, New Guyana didn't throw a tantrum. I'd underestimated the fortitude of northern women. She merely, like a compassionate mother, hugged Sasha, whose head rested like a pale, motionless stone on her red chest. The girl was in really bad shape. The roar of a gathering hurricane could be heard very close to us. 3 minutes later, we discerned a massive carcass approaching. The mammoth was limping noticeably. New Guyana covered her face with her hand. Its tusks, gleaming like saber tips, swayed nervously along with its shaggy head. Rolling from side to side, its trunk tucked in. The monster, despite its menacing appearance, flapped its ears comically. Blam, blam. I would have laughed, but the deafening silence behind me held me back. Hold on, I asked, turning off the flashlight. We were about 50 meters away, no more. He was in no hurry now, trumpeting a victory march. I counted his steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The wheels tore the car from its place, squealing like a pig. I managed to grab the wheel only on the second try. The first time, my head was slammed against the ceiling. A scream came from the back seat, probably more from surprise. The speed, like a thermometer dipped in boiling water, was skyrocketing. 40, 50, 60, 70. We were already outside the danger zone. The mammoth dug up some of the snow beneath him and saw a rapidly spreading crack. Within seconds, the cracks, like a rapidly weaving web, surrounded the entire area around him. The ice gave way instantly. The massive body plunged into the resulting water hole, spilling a good 100 liters of water. Mammoths can't swim, not even in their sleep. Epilogue: you took a huge risk. Icon looked at the fire in the fireplace. Of course, I smiled at New Guyana, who was pouring tea with milk into mugs. Were you confident of success? No. I was just sure he'd fall for our wedding ploy. Remember why the guy killed himself? And the mammoth idea was the obvious one. Notice we arrived at the Institute right after the registry office. All that remained was to figure out how to lure them out into the middle of the river. And here, it came in handy that Sasha had spent her early childhood in the village. What if he hadn't gone? Had he sensed a trap? Yes, I didn't plan that in advance. I was counting on luck. Sasha's wound, was it luck? Platon Alexeyevich looked at me reproachfully. Have some conscience. The girl nearly fell into a coma after your antics. Unfortunately, I retorted calmly. But what's done is done. Our beast was suddenly overcome with a thirst for blood. The girl's injury convinced him that everything wasn't going according to plan. You're a cynic, Nirgoyana said, as if delivering a slap. That's the job, I muttered sullenly. As always, instead of praise, I had to listen to complaints. By the way, what happened to Ewer and Alexandra? I decided to change the subject. They apologized to each other. Alexandra still considers herself responsible for his death and is now working toward rehabilitation. And Nikolai thanks you for the ice shower. He says he should have cooled his head long ago. Well, at least someone is grateful to me. They agreed to reconcile, Icon added, which means they are still human after all. And your work, though not without criticism, has been deemed satisfactory by us. Thank you. Where to now? Nirgoyana asked curiously. Now to Australia. Vladimirov heavy machine gun.